Okay, we have a quorum of council in the chamber. Thank you, everyone. It's a 7-minute break. That was very impressive. And that means that we are on to speaker number 15, Miss Anne McMullen, who's here representing as President and CEO of the Urban Development Institute. As Ms. McMullen's making her way to the podium, I will remind councillors, thank you to those who have emailed staff questions, but that if you do have questions, the sooner they get them, the easier and more comprehensively they can provide answers. Welcome.
Great, thank you very much. Madam Chair, Mayor and Council, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. UDI certainly recognizes that the city and the local community have extended a lot of resources to develop the Grandview-Woodland Community Plan. And we'd like to thank staff and those involved in their efforts to develop the plan. It has taken 4 years to complete, and although we believe more could be done, the approval of the community plan for Grandview-Woodland is important. It will help to diversify the area's housing supply, provide important neighborhood amenities, enhance the vibrancy of the area, and add additional ridership to the regional transit network, which is a critical component for a growing and financially viable transit system. In canvassing our members, many believe more density could have been allocated near the Broadway Commercial SkyTrain station. In addition, given the Council's objectives to increase the number of family housing units, more townhome sites could have been identified. However, we do not want the Grandview-Woodland Community Plan to be delayed any further. Important development projects have been put on hold during the 4-year consultation process. Moving forward, we do hope and expect that the development applications which adhere to the plan are approved in a timely manner. So overall, UDI supports the approval of the Grandview-Woodland Community Plan. We are pleased that a diverse mix of housing types, tenures are being proposed, and that the building forms and heights are clear. The plan identifies amenities for the community, commits to fixed CACs in some areas, and pre-zones various sites. UDI is pleased that the plan incorporates opportunities for developers to work with nonprofit groups. Our organization and our members have long been supportive of developers working with nonprofit organizations to meet their goals and aspirations while providing much needed housing supply. We hope that partnerships between developers, nonprofit groups, and the city prevail and are reflected in the implementation of this plan. Appropriate density levels are needed for these opportunities to be viable. With 4 community plans being approved in Vancouver since 2014, West End, Marpole, Downtown East Side, and now hopefully the Grandview-Woodland, we recognize the impact that the timing of these plans has on the delivery of new housing supply. On the one hand, we do applaud the outcome of these community plans with new housing supply, pre-zoning and such. On the other hand, as the community planning process unfolds, it's important housing projects are not put on hold for many years. A 4-year community planning process plus estimated 4-year project approval and construction process results in an 8-year delay for new housing supply and amenities in Grandview-Woodland. The target timeframes for the Grandview-Woodland process originally was less than 2 years. So we do urge the city to take steps to meet this time frame for future community plans, and also recommend that the city be clear about its expectations for future community plans up front before the planning process begins. I certainly would like to thank you again for consulting with UDI and giving us an opportunity to participate, and certainly on behalf of our members on the Grandview Plan. So we appreciate the efforts that the city has taken to develop this plan, and we certainly approve its approval and ask for timely implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McMullen. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. McMullen. I'm very pleased that you came. You're a busy woman, and to input on the plan is great. I just have one question arising out of your presentation.
Yes.
You said that there are some, over the last 4 years, been projects that are on hold because of the time it's taken for this process. Which projects?
Well, you know, whether you consider the BOFO plan is certainly one of the most pointed ones.
Right.
You know, John Stavell spoke, other people have land in that area, and I think we've all been waiting. I mean, specifically, what are those projects, what do they look like? But certainly there are land holdings in those areas, and members have been very involved in the process, but again, it is taking time, and I recognize what we've gone through over the last 4 years, but I do think that it is important to point out that, you know, we are, you know, it will be almost 8 years before people start to move into the area. for new housing. So.
Oh, okay. Thank you. In terms of just one other question, the RM zones, the apartment, the
Yes.
apartment zones, and the fact that there is a new policy that would come forward that would only allow 5 apartments over the first 3 years of the plan, or 50 or 150 units maximum to be redeveloped. I don't know if you were watching, but I did ask a question of staff whether, if that's 5 over 3 years, over a 30-year plan, that could be 50 buildings, although I don't even know if there's 50 buildings in the area. Do you anticipate that kind of change in zoning in that area, an upzoning to 6 stories, would be an impetus for the redevelopment of those older rental apartment buildings?
It's hard to say. I mean, I don't mean to use the word speculation, but it's difficult to say. I do think, though, that it is important that when you're bringing on supply, that you do bring it in a cluster to create that supply buffer. Because what we do see, if you just get one building at a time, you're creating far too much competition. There's far too much demand. So I think whatever is determined in the long run, the important thing is that we do have a number of sort of buildings, as you might say, that come on stream at the same time. So it does create that competition and provides a better opportunity for local buyers to get the best price. When you just have one building coming on at once, it is an advantage, frankly, to the developer. So I think that this area is going to be under some new buildings and revitalization, but I think that there's policies in place as well to protect whether it's existing stock or the rental. So I feel quite positive about how this will move forward.
Like the rate of change, one
Yeah.
for one replacement. Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you.
Okay, next up, David Perron, or Parent, followed by Kathleen. I feel like I should know how to pronounce this by now, but Piovison, got it. Okay, Mr. Perron.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Oh, the Mayor's not here, okay. My name is David Perron, and I'm thanking you today for the opportunity to come and speak to you. I would like to specifically speak about the community plan, in particular Section 6, of course, of the draft plan, about the Kettle Bothell proposal and the existing Kettle site. I'm fully aware of the proposed development. I've been involved in this process going on 5 years when the original community plan was presented. I've been part of this process as a board member of Grandview-Woodlands Area Council up until I was recently voted off that by the No Tower slate. And I've also served as a term on the board of Britannia Community Center, and I'm really fully aware of the housing crisis that we are presently dealing with. And it is at that point in time that I made a 180. When I originally got involved in the community as a renter, I was very concerned with development and the proposed high rises and the changes that were taken in the community. But over this period of 5 years, I realized that with the role that has been played over many years of protecting the single family unit housing context, and it has limited actually the amount of development that's been able to take place in Grandview-Woodlands. And by limiting that development, we have created a scenario where it threatens the diversity of the community, because as the recent article in The Sun has very well pointed out, there's almost been a stagnation in the amount of population that's been able to move into our community because there's less and less housing available. And so with that in mind, I really do believe that the present community plan, which has limited the Kettle Bothell to 9 stories and making it unviable, is, I think, a wrong decision. The community plan that's being proposed by the Citizens Assembly, I looked over, I've read it and I'm happy to see the development that's going to take place along Hastings. I'm glad to see the development that's going to take place along Powell and the added park down there by Wall and Powell Street. And also the attention that was given to the heights of the buildings that are being proposed at the Safeway site and the major hub that is Commercial Drive. and Broadway. However, there are significant groups in our community that are marginalized, that their voices are not heard, and I really do believe that, and I know a lot of people in the community where their voices aren't heard are looking at the Kettle Boffo development as, you know, something that's very important to the community, and that to limit the development and to make it unviable, because they have made it quite clear, and they've presented, numerous people today have presented, showing that to limit the building to 9 stories is possibly going to threaten that development. Now, I am still presently involved at Britannia. I'm no longer on the board, but I'm a member of many committees. I'm on the Planning and Development Committee there. I'm very concerned about, and I was really happy to see in this new community plan, the mentioning of putting housing on the site. Susan Deline spoke earlier today. I can tell you that there's been quite a lot of debate and discussion on our Planning and Development Committee, and there are people like myself who believe that there should be a seniors component of housing on the new site, and if that's possible, I would really be in support of that. And also subsidize art studios to compensate for the fact that many studios are disappearing in East Van in our neighborhood because of development. So if I can really wrap up, as the chair of the volunteer committee, I have a unique insight on the Kettle, in the sense that you've heard a lot about all the great work they do in helping people get back on their feet again. But I also see the end result. A lot of the Kettle clients that get back on their feet again, get housing, become very participatory in our community. They volunteer at the community center. They take on part-time jobs in the businesses around you know, Commercial Drive. They really become major people in the community in participation and giving back to the community. And that is the success of the Kettle. And I really think that the condo aspect is going to help alleviate a lot of the housing crisis, because people will be able to afford those condos, and then there'll be more opportunities to rent in Grandview-Woodlands. And I really do, please change the section there to allow the Kettle to have their 12-story building and make it viable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pront. There are no questions for you. Thanks for coming. Next up, we have Miss Kathleen Piovison. I think I'm realizing I've never actually said your last name out loud, so that's part of my mispronunciation. I'm sorry.
It's one of those ones that a lot of people get wrong, so I'm very used to it and not bothered. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Kathleen Piovison, and I am a resident of Grandview-Woodland, and I reside at East 8th and McLean, which is now being called the Station Precinct area of the neighborhood through this plan. And I'm here today to detail some of my opposition to the Grandview-Woodland Community Plan. You have each received statements from the Grandview-Woodland Area Council and from the Grandview-Woodland Renters Action Group, and I am in support of those statements. You have also received a detailed alternative to the Boffo Kettle proposal, and I am in support of that alternative. And finally, you heard from Suzanne Deline earlier today about the renewal of Britannia, and I am in support of the statements that she made. I would like to raise a couple of other issues about the plan. The first is density in the Station Precinct area, which is where I live. So this area is slated for some of the greatest increase in density in the plan, and it is already a quite densely populated area. In my little kind of few block spot between Clark and Commercial, Broadway and the Cut, I've counted over 20 multifamily buildings, that's apartment buildings, already in existence there, many of which are some fairly low-cost rental, which are threatened as a result of this plan. I also think that creating even greater congestion around an extremely busy transit center will hinder, not enable public transit. It will divert system-wide resources to resolve the issues, and that will jeopardize in particular north-south bus routes like the number 20, which need some substantial upgrading as well. And on a smaller note, I would really like to be assured that the Ladybug Community Garden at East 8th and Commercial will remain and that its sun will remain, which is of course necessary to the garden. This is a very vital and vibrant green space that was added quite recently to the neighborhood in the lead up to the Olympics. And it is used by many, many people, not just those who garden there, but those who are seeking a little bit of refuge from the station, which is very busy. People go there to eat their lunch. It's basically become like a park, and I'm hoping that this plan will protect it. The second concern I would like to raise is with the demolishing of older rental stock, which will displace many of the existing residents and change the class character of the neighborhood. So as we all know, new buildings rent at much higher rates than older buildings. And I'm also worried they will set new rent standards for the neighborhood and encourage rent evictions. Even with 20% reductions in rent for returning residents, many tenants in Grandview-Woodland will not be able to afford the new unit rates. And while the number of available rentals definitely has decreased in recent years, this has a lot to do with two factors that the plan doesn't address. Those are the conversion of multifamily rental houses to single-family owner-occupied houses and the conversion of rental suites to hotel suites, such as through Airbnb. I would really hope that these shifts will also be controlled or prevented, and I think that will help us see a reduction in the loss of rental units and even maybe some more come on stream. I want to note that the tenant relocation and protection policy does not assist tenants in buildings with fewer than 6 units, and this is a significant issue in Grandview-Woodland, including particularly in the station precinct area, where our multi-suite houses are not protected against redevelopment, and those tenants will potentially have no protections in place. And finally, older rental stock should not be demolished and rebuilt until such a time as more robust rent control can be secured. Rent control, I would put to you, is as important as rental supply in ensuring that renters have secure and stable homes. I would like to conclude by saying that my understanding is that the argument in favor of the plan is that we need it to meet population growth and affordability concerns. Setting aside for a moment that we haven't had a full and accurate census since 2006, I noted with interest that on July 22nd of this year, City of Vancouver released a communique entitled "Vancouver Leads the Metro Region in Housing Supply." In this communique, it was noted that the City of Vancouver is issuing 6,700 permits for 6,700 units per year. An average of 2.2 people per unit, this means we are creating housing for close to 15,000 people a year, or 3 times population growth projections. So I would put to you that I think it's possible that on the whole we don't really have a supply issue, but we do have a demolition issue. We are adding supply beyond population growth, encouraging the trading of housing like stocks and bonds, while demolishing the existing most affordable units. As both councillors and city staff have said to me, new units are more expensive than existing units. Let's find additional innovative ways to repurpose, renovate, and add density in a way that does not demolish our most affordable housing stock. Please do not adopt this plan.
Thank you, Mrs. Piovison. Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
was a do not adopt the plan. Okay, no questions. Thanks. Okay, Mr. Mason was here, but I believe his 9-month-old's tolerance for meetings evaporated, so he has left, but he did commit to emailing you all something. Next up then we have Alice Sundberg. No, I don't. Okay, I don't see her. Okay, so that would bring us to Dina Klashinsky. I'm really sorry. I'm having a really hard time with that particular phonetic today.
No problem. Good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today to the community plan. My name is Dina Klashinsky, and I'm the Executive Director of the Urban Native Youth Association, and I'm here representing both Anya and the Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Centre, as we submitted some substantive written input collectively, and we reviewed it with staff, and they're not able to be here today, so I'm doing my best to represent. So broadly, we support efforts within the plan to identify and respond to diverse community needs such as affordable housing, childcare spaces, community infrastructure, public realm, arts and culture improvements, and other economic, health and wellness and safety needs. We also appreciate the recognition of Anya and the Friendship Centre as key social and cultural hubs, which contribute to the well-being and vitality of the community as a whole. The plan presents a fantastic opportunity to recognize the current, historical, and future presence of the Aboriginal community in the Grandview-Woodlands neighborhood. And given that this is a city of reconciliation, we recommend that council and staff take a proactive leadership role by ensuring that there's a more consistent Aboriginal lens that's integrated throughout the language and policies in the plan. So in this regard, the draft plan currently falls short and there's some gaps and inconsistencies. We hope that the city will make a specific concerted effort to work in partnership with our community to and act on our input to strengthen the plan. As Councillor Meigs referenced this morning, our recommendations seek to clarify, correct some inaccuracies, and provide greater detail within key policy areas without changing the broad objectives of the plan. For example, we spoke to the need to refer to us as Aboriginal people rather than Aboriginals, to not just refer to First Nations unless we're speaking specifically to the local First Nations, etc. There are also some specific subsections that reference the Aboriginal community, and this content should be it's great to have that acknowledgement, but the content should also be fully integrated within each area, because sections of the plan should be able to stand alone, and thus this integrated lens is essential from our perspective. So some highlights of our input include, and it's like 12 pages, and Andrew went over it in detail with us, so he knows. As the city is a city of reconciliation, there's a glaring absence of the acknowledgement of the historic and ongoing presence of local First Nations in Grandview-Woodlands and beyond. The plan should include an opening paragraph that acknowledges local First Nations, and revisions should be made to ensure that we're accurately identified. Specifically, as a Musqueam woman, I can assure you that Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh do not refer to ourselves as members of the Stalo Nation, and that's the plan currently references us in that way. There's opportunities to prioritize naming of local place names, history, and specific sites of significant importance to the First Nations in this area, and include that within our future public realm strategies. The inclusion of this rich history and our contemporary reality will help Grandview-Woodlands to distinguish itself as a unique community within Vancouver. We recommend a separate statement of recognition that highlights the Aboriginal people in the neighborhood and our unique history, needs, culture, and diversity. The plan, as I mentioned, it acknowledges increasing engagement with the community, and reconciliation efforts are of fundamental importance, but this hasn't been identified as a key principle. So we recommend that it should include a key principle around reconciliation. Aboriginal residents account for almost 20% of our off-reserve population in the city, and in large part this is due to the high number of Aboriginal-specific housing units as well as social and cultural infrastructure. And census numbers indicate that Vancouver's population under 25 is only 29%, while our population is youth population is 60%. There's likely twice as many Aboriginal young people in households in Grandview-Woodlands than in the non-Aboriginal community. With 8.1% of individuals in Grandview-Woodlands being Aboriginal, that means that 1 in every 20 individuals is an Aboriginal youth. That's a very significant demographic, and it should be more clearly articulated within the plan, because this ensures the long-term presence of Aboriginal people in the neighborhood and will continue to influence and contribute to the community. As well, Aboriginal youth, adults, and families are overrepresented amongst the city's most vulnerable populations, and this isn't sufficiently acknowledged as of yet. There's some significant demographics and infrastructure which will help shape the future. I mentioned that. And there's a need for culturally responsive policies and actions that will help to meet the unique needs of Native youth. And that could be more fleshed out more fully within existing policies. And it's not changing them, it's just identifying these vulnerable populations. As well, there's a specific section around Aboriginal arts and culture, and yet we're not meaningfully integrated within the broader arts and culture section. So we just think that that should be referenced, because there is a very vital and active cultural community within Grandview-Woodlands, Aboriginal community. Housing and homelessness, we're amongst the most vulnerable, but that isn't as well spelled out as it could be, and that impacts policy decisions, of course, and the plan. I know I'm out of time. So I've got lots of details or examples I can provide, but yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for coming today. And you did have questions from Mayor Robertson.
Thanks very much for being here, and I appreciate many of the points that you're raising. First of all, I think it's appropriate that I apologize on behalf of all of us here at the city for any of these oversights. So I think our hearts are in the right place, but sometimes we're still catching up with the details and nailing the language. So I really appreciate your focus on some of those next steps, and I think you've outlined a whole bunch, and no doubt there's a whole bunch more. where there are gaps, where we can make sure we're obviously recognizing the Aboriginal population, the community of people, and the unique needs going forward. What would be helpful maybe for right now would be to hear from you in terms of structure for that. I think in terms of the final drafting of the plan, there's lots of tweaks and changes that can be made on the language, as you suggest. Maybe, but it's more of, I guess, a structural question, and what's the best way for us to be working together with the community? We heard some of that from Kevin Barlow from Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive, and but it'd be helpful to hear from you as being right in the thick of it here in the community.
Thank you for that question. We know it's been a long process and a lot of hard work on the part of city staff and moving forward with the plan. So we don't want to delay the plan, but we recognize that we've provided the substantive input, and we would just appreciate acknowledgement that this input has been received and I understand it's seen as quite reasonable, and that the city staff will work with us to fine tune the enhancement of that language to speak to our demographics and those community needs, and then to have sign off by someone like the manager of Aboriginal Relations, perhaps the city manager, and to ensure that that's fully addressed, comprehensively addressed.
Okay, that's really helpful.
We also look forward to working in partnership with the city on ongoing implementation, of course. So.
Right, and maybe to that, I was going to ask about specifically the Anya site, the Friendship Center, and the changes on Hastings, and how you and your colleagues are feeling about what's proposed in the plan on that front.
We really do appreciate the acknowledgement of those two sites as being pivotal cultural and social amenities, and the importance, the value of enhancing that and working with us, the community, to enhance our facilities and ensure that there's a robust infrastructure available. So right now we're already working with various city departments, and we do feel that's a very collaborative endeavor, and so we look forward to continuing to work in that regard, and there's a good acknowledgement of those sites within the plan.
Okay, thanks very much for being here. And
thanks. There are some more questions from Councillor Ball.
Hello, hi. Thank you so much for coming today and for being so kind in letting us know the issues that you brought forward. I think that the information you brought to us would be helpful to a lot of organizations and agencies throughout the city. And I'm just wondering if there's any possibility of you giving us a letter or a detailed of your notes, if you wouldn't mind doing that, because then at least we can say, here's some help, here's something to think about, and here's who to consult. Because I think it would be marvelously helpful, and because I do know a lot of people feel lost in trying to find the correct reference, so I'd appreciate that.
For sure, we'd be happy to share that, and we do work closely with social policy in general, and yeah,
that's wonderful. As well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball, and I'll just echo I don't think I could say it anywhere near as well as Mayor Robertson, but echo the regret that is felt at definitely the errors and also the omissions in the plan, and I'm very committed to figuring out how we not only deal with errors and omissions, but really find that collaborative space that you're talking about, that we can move forward in not just the spirit of reconciliation, but write that chapter, right? What reconciliation looks like for us walking together. So thank you for your patience with us.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Theo Lamb. Following Theo is Margaret Patterson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and all council members. Thank you for opening up this space to speak. I would like to extend deep gratitude to the Coast Salish peoples, including the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam First Nations, on whose traditional and unceded territory I am standing on here today, land in which I am as a settler speaking to and about over the next few minutes. My name is Theodora Lamb, and I stand before you as a concerned community member and an incoming millennial mother. I live in Grandview-Woodlands and have for 10 years. First as a renter on Commercial Drive for 5 years, and more recently as a condo owner, where I live with my husband and our West Highland Terrier in a space that I'm able to occupy thanks to help from my local credit union. Now, I'm privileged to be here today to speak specifically to the special site section of the draft Grandview-Woodland Community Plan. And like many others here today and before me, in particular, the site at Commercial Drive in Venables, which would host the much-needed new and expanded not-for-profit Kettle Friendship Society. Now, I will endeavor to bring you yet another brief and unique perspective on the importance of this plan, its impact on my community, and how a limited height restriction on the site of 6 to 9 stories places the beloved Kettle Society at risk of not fulfilling its purpose. Now, I am, to be upfront, 8 months pregnant. A circumstance that invites me to think more carefully than I ever have before about where I live and the space I occupy on this planet. And when I see Grandview Woodlands through the lens of a mother, I see a community fabric of freestanding homes, rental apartments, condominiums, cooperative housing, housing of all kinds for my fellow community members who need the most help. Public schools, public community facilities, parks, and small businesses all woven together. And the advocacy I see in this very room operating to realize this vision is critical. And so is opening up to the possibility that collaborative relationships between public and private entities can help maintain it. Collaborative relationships like that of Kettle and Bofo, a community-engaged developer. Now, for the Kettle Friendship Society to participate in this vision of a woven community, it must have access to a building 12 stories high, so that the project, in fact, can operate and fund itself. For this project to be self-sustaining, viable, and to provide the social housing it needs, it's imperative that we as a community allow for 12 stories so that it can execute on, as outlined in the plan, 30 units of non-market supportive housing, an expanded drop-in facility, which is so important, and continue to operate and fulfill the needs of our most vulnerable community members. Now, I have deep respect for community organizers, and in fact, the level of organizing and dialogue that has occurred around this issue, certainly over the last year, has been, in my eyes, extraordinary from all sides, and I really mean that. I do want to recognize the Kettle project is considered a special site in this plan, and that an exception to the proposed 6 stories for the neighborhood has been made to allow for 9 in the proposed plan as it currently exists. Now, I'm landing on a very particular vision and outcome of organizing here, one that implores me to ask of you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, all councillors, to consider amending the Grandview-Woodlands community plan to allow for more height at Commercial and Venables in the form of 12 stories so that the Kettle Friendship Society can flourish. So thank you very much for your time, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and all council members for the work you do here today and for our city every day. And a huge thanks to the city staff who are listening, hopefully, who will be charged with executing the Grandview-Woodlands plan. It will take commitment, organizing, and lots of love. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. You do have questions from Councillor Deal.
I'll be brief. I think I heard the answer in your closing statement. Hello, Ms. Lamb. Good to see you. I'm sorry we don't have more comfortable seating in the room for you. But you are in favor of the plan aside from the your comments around the site for Kettle Bofo?
With that exception, yes, I am in favor of the plan. I would love just to see the 12 stories added to it.
I just want to make sure we got that for
Yes.
our checklist here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Deal, and thank you, Ms. Lamb. And I would echo the apology for, well, to everyone really, but especially those of you sitting for 2. Okay, next up we have Margaret Patterson. I am not seeing any movement from anyone, so I will move us to number 24, Jeff Brooks. Nope. Monica Dare. Sorry, Monica's number 25, so the next speaker after this will be 26, Stephen Bohaus.
I don't think you can hear me. Oh, that's old. Yeah, that's good. Thanks. I think a lot of people left because it took so long. So anyway, Mr. Mayor and councillors and Madam Chair, my name is Monica Dare. I am a renter in Grandview-Woodland. I've been there since 1988. The last time I was before you was one of the presenters of the plan as drafted by the Citizens Assembly that you've had now for about I think, just under a year to work with. So I was fortunate enough to be a member of the Citizens Assembly that produced the recommendations upon which a large part of this new community plan is based. It was a lot of hard work, but in the end, it was very rewarding. I'm going to take a little sidestep here to say I want to thank whatever powers that be in the city for giving us Andrew to work with, Andrew Pask. He was remarkable in his commitment to the process. He was tireless, patient, exceptionally knowledgeable, and made every effort to give us the tools that we needed to do our work. So I really want to thank him for that. You have a great staffer there. I'm sure you're aware that we work diligently to find a balance between the conflicting needs, wants, requirements, and issues of the community. It was a difficult task, but I think we did a pretty good job of it, and I was very pleased to see that the final community plan incorporates a very large proportion of our final recommendations. So overall, I support the plan as it sits today. One of the balancing acts we had to deal with was what to do with that corner of Venables and Commercial, because we were aware that BAFO Developments had proposed to build over 100 market-priced condos on that site to financially allow them to also expand the kettle program space and build 30 supported housing units. This was a draft proposal only because, as far as I know, no formal application has been made even to this day, unless I'm wrong about that. But we were pretty evenly split in the Assembly, and we weren't really able to come up with a decision about what to do with that area. Now, this is the part of the plan that I specifically want to address today. And in the interest of full disclosure, I want to let you know that I was one of the people that didn't want to see that development, because even though it was not yet even a formal proposal, the initial plans from BAFO showed a building of 12 to 14 stories at one point on the site. I had hoped and wanted to see that all levels of government would step up and build the supportive housing and the expanded kettle program space that they so desperately need. However, I have now done my own additional research, and I now realize it will be a long wait for the government to fund the growing needs of the kettle, and in fact, it may never happen. In the meantime, vulnerable people who need the kettle services and supportive housing continue to suffer. So I have changed my opinion about this location, and I now support the BAFO proposal and added height on the site. This is not to say that there are not still issues that I would like to see addressed, including the eventual look and site location of the buildings, how to deal with the additional vehicle traffic that are inevitable when you build condos, and there are other concerns of the residents immediately adjacent to the site. But in the end, I support the added height and more if, as I have heard from other speakers today, it will make it financially viable. And Nancy Keogh made a very good case when she spoke earlier for that. I'm certain that you are aware of a fairly vocal group of residents called the No Tower Group, who have been gathering signatures in opposition to the height on this site and perhaps on other sites. I know that City Council must take those signatures into consideration. However, I also ask that Council balance the desires of that group with the needs of the persons of lesser privilege who require the kettle services and the housing. And I firmly believe that you will find that many of the silent majority in the community agree with me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dare. You do have questions from Councillor Cart.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks so much for all that work that you put into
It was my pleasure.
being a Citizens Assembly participant and for being here. So I have just a couple of questions. The first question is that we received from staff the input when they introduced this this plan to us yesterday, the input that there was input from, or maybe assessment from the Citizens Assembly done when the plan was first released. 26 out of 48 of the members only were either there or provided that input. Do you have a sense of what happened to the rest, or why they weren't there, or how did they? are they in disagreement? Do they not stay involved, or what happened?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I think some have moved since, have been priced out of the neighborhood in some cases. But I think also we were told about it as quickly as they were able to, but I think a lot of people either were away or couldn't make it. But I didn't hear from anyone that I was in touch with after the assembly of saying that they were disappointed in not being able to get there, or that, or perhaps it's because they were in support of the plan and they said, what more can I add? I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's a good response. It's your response, and it's perfectly appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of the one issue that's come up and being talked about quite a lot in the speaker so far is the Safeway site. Now I know that it was much higher. It's been brought down, but it's much higher still than the recommendation made by the Citizens Assembly. Perhaps if you can just explain to me why the Citizens Assembly landed on a lower recommendation and how you're feeling about the higher recommendation in the plan.
Well, like many things in the plan, what happened on the Safeway site was a compromise. What we put into our plan was a compromise. There were those who would have preferred to see 8. There were those who preferred to see, 24. It was a compromise like many things. As I say, we did a balancing act, and we were able to come up with what we proposed based on that compromise. But I would say that of the 26 people that were in the room when we did have a chance to look at what city had put forward, we were basically in support of the plan. I mean, the feedback that came in as a result of, we did a quick poll after we were meeting, or just as we were meeting, and the feeling in the room of those 26 people was that the city had done a great job. We were very happy with the changes, some of the changes that had been made, and they understood that the city also has to do a balancing act as well, and that everything that we wanted wasn't going to happen. So we were doing what we call a compromise, and then the city came and did what they did. So
thanks very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it for questions. Thank you very much. Okay, next up, as advertised, number 26, Stephen Bohaus, who I believe has a presentation, and he will be followed by number 27, Adrienne Crook. Okay, I'm going to start the timer, Mr. Bohaus.
Okay, I just need the slides on here. Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm resident of Grandview-Woodland. I'm actually a renter in the Britannia-Woodland sub-area, and I'm very concerned here about the big changes in the zoning from what we have now and what's being proposed. There's a lot of affordable rental in the RM4 and RM3 area, and this is very, very threatened under this plan, and it might be area-wide rezoned in 3 years. That's what the plan says. I'm very concerned also that the plan has too much height. Here's a quick rendering that I made of 18 stories and 15 stories just on the south side of Clark and East Hastings, and this is right next to a heavy industrial land zone. I don't think this is good planning. What might work better there on East Hastings is actually something that you already have at 1588. It's wood frame, it's 102 dwellings, it's more affordable housing, and it is a greener building. 4 stories for Commercial Drive is something that I advocate keeping it still at a human scale. We have this site that's very controversial at Venables, and commercial planning are now suggesting maybe 9 stories. 9 stories is not a human scale. I've made a rough comparison with the Uprising building right there. And Mayor Robertson said, and this council passed on September 27th, 2013, a motion calling for a substantially lower height on this site. There are a lot of no tower signs, there are hundreds of them throughout the neighborhood. There are over 4,400 signatures against the tower at the site. And there's no mention of this in the report, none that I could find of, not in the open house. This is a very, very big oversight, and it actually questions the balance of the report. There are a lot of opportunities here. You've got a city-owned parking lot of about 10,780 square feet. It's only used for parking. What can you do here? Well, it's actually enough room for a 4-story building with 30 plus units of housing, offices, other uses. And well, here's a rough architectural model done by an architect for a 4-story building that would fulfill all of these needs. The city just has to make the land available, and it can be done. It's been, you could have a piazza on the other side of commercial. And there's a building at 1700 Kingsway right now under construction with 48 rental units. 24 of those, by the way, are for the kettle. And it's a long-term land lease deal. The economics have been made to work. The Burn Fun Center opened a few months ago. I think many in council were in attendance there. It's a C2 zone building. Same deal, long-term lease, City of Vancouver. 1580 East 3rd, City of Vancouver lease in Grandview-Woodland and RM4 zone. And previous council in 93-94 made a decision just a couple of blocks from this site to allow for city-owned land to be developed for 39 units of affordable housing. There's the administrative report, and there is the housing. So it can be done, just needs a will and a way to make it happen, to keep our human scale, and to also make something that's very good for future residents with the connection to the ground. I think it's a very poor idea to transfer heritage density CACs out of the neighborhood, and that's what the plan says on page 233, that 5% of the cash CAC would be offset to the downtown density bank and other citywide heritage. We should keep the heritage in Grandview. You need up-to-date information, and just notice that Grandview is actually pretty high density or relatively mid-density compared to some other parts of Vancouver. And we have 2016 census data coming up. We haven't done a block-by-block analysis that I know of. I'm very concerned about, as a cyclist, what kind of bike lane is being proposed, or how would it work with transit and or shops. I'm also concerned about some of the factual errors that were presented. A duplex was shown, a fourplex was shown as a duplex on panels. Stratas were identified as row houses. I've got a long list, but I'll just show one issue where on Powell Street, the ARC building was shown as a rental building. It's got 82 units. However, the staff report missed the Hamilton with about 42 units, the Flint Hotel with about 90 units, and the Princeton, another 3 large rental units on Powell Street alone. So I'm wondering if the staff report, like how many other errors it has. There was a large open house that planning did not attend with the Grandview-Woodland Area Council Forum, and everyone was saying, slow down, it's going too fast, and our comments have not been incorporated. Issues with FOIs, top-down process, and we really need to incorporate feedback from the public and get the factual errors out of the report. So that's my presentation. Any questions?
You have a few questions from councillors Carr and Ball.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Moss. It's always great to see your slideshows and presentations. My question, I just have really one, and it's around the request you made at the very end, so rising out of the meeting of July 11th of the Grandview-Woodlands Area Council. Yes, it was good to be there. For more time, I'd like to know what you would envision, like what would the use of that time be for? You know, the council would have to direct staff to do something in that time. And what would you suggest that be?
Okay, I've read the draft plan twice, and I didn't really see major revisions. I was looking for them, and what I heard, especially from that meeting, that renters were very concerned about being demo-evicted, being moved out of their affordable rental housing stock, that they're going to lose this area, and that was a huge concern about maintaining that stock. And I think the plan, the way it's written, allows for an area-wide rezoning there in 3 years. And I think that was a huge concern, that these concerns around affordability, around height, around actually having the feedback put forward at these public open houses and coffee talks, having that actually being incorporated into the plan. And to see if there's any verification, like the surveys they had in West Point Grey on the city plan process. So I think it was multi-pronged, but even MLA Simpson was there, and he was feeling that, like, why the rush? Like, this is the last summer meeting. There was a year from May of last year for the last public consultation, and planning didn't give any updates that I know of for over a year. And then this plan comes to us at the end of later in June, and then we have a month to dissect this, and people want to have not just their say at an open house, but to make the improvements to make this plan maybe a success.
Okay, so Appendix C of the plan right now does incorporate some, a list really of changes that have been made. And I'm sorry, I haven't asked staff over what period of time those changes were made. But would you want to see something like that done more so, like something that's done in, I'm just not sure how much more than what that Appendix C contains are you looking for?
Well, one thing that other cities do is sometimes they hire external consultants and they actually see, well, like if there's someone who would be considered to be a neutral third party, to see, okay, has planning really done what the community's asked for, and has that been meaningfully worked into the plan? And I think people are feeling that it's the middle of summer, and things like that 6-story zone really came out of nowhere for the affordable RM and RM3, RM4 zones. So I think that's, we're saying, why the rush now? Why leave those factual errors in the plan? Why not get some updated population figures, and let's do it right.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Ball.
I think that's a hangover. Thank you.
Okay, great. We're done with questions for the speaker. So we are on to number 27, Adrian Crook, followed by 28, Charles Montgomery.
Hi there. My name is Adrian Crook. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today. I'm not a resident of Grandview-Woodlands. That's been pointed out to me before, but I am a proponent of density and social services for the most vulnerable in our society. Both of these issues are what bring me here today. I don't support the relatively low density proposed in the Grandview-Woodlands Community Plan. The near-term fallout of this low density can be found in section 6.1.4 item B of the plan that deals with restricting the height of the proposed Kettle-Boffo project. The Kettle-Boffo project has already been reduced in height once in its already long history. In 2013, Kettle-Boffo reduced the proposed project from 15 stories to 12 after numerous community consultations. They did this voluntarily and while maintaining the same number of proposed Kettle Society supportive housing units. And now, as we've heard repeatedly from speakers today, the city has recommended a 9-story height, down from the 12 stories currently proposed, creating a financial gap that threatens to scrap this project entirely. No level of government is contributing any funds to cover this gap. In fact, no level of government has contributed any funds to this project at all. I'm not a fan of setting the precedent of vital social programs relying on private development funding that should be coming from our governments, but this is an important project for the Kettle Society. This significant upgrade to Kettle's facility would deliver 30 much-needed supportive housing units. Today, Kettle is often forced to find housing for Grandview-Woodlands clients outside of Grandview-Woodlands itself because of a lack of supportive housing units in the neighborhood. This forces Kettle's clients to commute daily back into the Grandview-Woodlands neighborhood to be with their friends and get the support they need. Furthermore, this project would give Kettle an owned asset, their drop-in center building, which would also be expanded from its current size, an asset that the Kettle Society can borrow against going forward, improving their services and facilities independently. It should be noted that Kettle Society members overwhelmingly favor this project. They're not being, quote, used by Boffo, the developer, as has been suggested by opponents of the proposal. Finally, the Kettle-Boffo project is still 4 to 5 years away from completion, even if it were magically approved tomorrow. This project has been underway since 2011 with Boffo as a partner. A hypothetical completion date of 2021 would make it 10 years from start to finish. Part of the housing problem in our city is planning delays, such as what's happened here. Why are we making it so difficult for relatively small and vital projects such as this one to go ahead? I encourage you to look into the future, where building a new, quote, tower of just 9 stories will undoubtedly be seen as wildly insufficient. As a previous speaker noted, 38 years ago, we were okay building 12 stories right across the street from the proposed Kettle-Boffo development site. So why are we less courageous today when the challenges we face are more daunting than ever, whether they be housing or structural inequity in social systems? Let's have foresight on Kettle-Boffo and increasing density in Grandview-Woodland's community plan. Let's get out of the way of a good project, and in this case, allow important mental health services to expand at no cost to taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, you do have questions from Councillor Deal, sorry.
Fast.
Thanks. Just the same question I've had before. Thank you very much. You've been very clear on your position on Kettle-Boffo. Overall, do you find the entire plan something you oppose, or I know you said you thought the densities were too low, but can I get an overall sense of your feelings around the plan?
Overall, you're dealing with such a large area. I don't support the plan overall in terms of the densities prescribed. I know they vary by different zone, up to like I think 24 stories around the SkyTrain station there, and I live downtown, and even, we had sort of height limits of around 30 stories for the longest time, and now that's finally, we've broken through that, glass ceiling. And I just think, at this point, 24 stories for 2016, this is going to be completely woefully inadequate in short order.
So your opposition to the plan in general is based on too low of density?
Low density, and in this case, how it affects this specific project, the Kettle-Boffo project.
Okay. Thank you.
That is it for questions. Thank you. Next up, we have number 28, Charles Montgomery, followed by 29, Petronella Vok. I'm not seeing any movement from Charles Montgomery, so we'll go to 29, Petronella Vok. Also no movement. Okay. Number 30, Bing Jensen, followed by 31, Lisa Dominato. Bing, calling once, calling twice, calling 3 times. Okay. So that brings us to number 31, Lisa Dominato, Chair of the Kettle Friendship Society. Nope. Okay, then we are on to Kevin Pritchard. Now, I'm a little nervous. The guy who just left is Kevin Pritchard. Yeah, okay, he's running downstairs. Okay, so Mr. Pritchard will be up, and he will be followed by number 34, Penny Street, who has a presentation. Okay. You can raise that podium if you'd like to be closer to the microphone.
I think it's maxed out.
Perfect. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mayor, and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Kevin Pritchard. I'm the Development Manager with Crombie REIT. I'm here on behalf of Crombie, the landowner of 1780 East Broadway, which is referred to as the Safeway site in the community plan. The revitalization of the site through thoughtful redevelopment represents an incredible city building opportunity. Given its proximity to one of the busiest transit stations in Western Canada, our site represents a unique opportunity to connect the dynamic heartbeat of the drive to the station and to further the city's urban planning goals related to affordability, transit-oriented development, the local economy, and public benefits. Working with local architect Bing Tom, we're encouraged and excited about the opportunity to enliven the site with a mix of uses, including a new expanded grocery store and additional retail uses to better serve the growing community, potential rental residential units to help increase the supply of diverse, affordable housing in the city, and market residential development that would generate financial benefit that could be reinvested in the community. We're also open to working with the city on various alternatives for the location of a public space element and the required office component, both of which will build important community amenities and create desired employment workspace in the area, all near growing transit. We understand that the draft community plan is a result of years of hard work by the City of Vancouver city staff and community members alike. However, it is important to note that our site, which figures prominently in this plan, is encumbered by a long-term lease to Safeway, and that lease totals well over 50 years. Therefore, it's important for Crombie to ensure that the plan properly frames redevelopment conditions, which will allow the tenant to approve any possible redevelopment. If this plan is too restrictive or inflexible, we may be unable to incent the tenant to surrender their lease early in favor of redevelopment envisioned by this plan. Overall, Crombie is generally satisfied with the outcome of the community planning process, but we would like to request a few small changes to the plan to allow for more creative urban design and improved market feasibility. Namely, clarity on the necessary size and configuration of the Safeway store, flexibility in the location of the plaza, and flexibility in the plan's prescribed maximum floor plate. Firstly, as mentioned, Safeway will be reluctant to redevelop their existing successful store unless their current retail setting is substantially improved. Given that the revitalization of the site will not happen without the agreement of Safeway, we require an amendment to the draft plan so that a 55,000 square foot on-grade footprint is permitted and that such footprint be permitted on one continuous level. Safeway will not build a store over 2 levels. Addressing this issue is fundamental to the overall redevelopment of the site and allows for a better product for the community in the end. Subsequently, the plaza location, we do understand that the neighborhood desires a new public plaza in this area. We're open to exploring possibilities for the location of this within the overall development. It is important, however, that expectations for this potential public plaza be tempered to ensure that we can properly address some development realities of our site and specifically the requirements of Safeway. As such, we are requesting changes to the language in the plan that would allow flexibility for the plaza to be located either on or off-site. In order to optimize the plaza as a public space, it may be worth considering an off-site plaza, allowing it to connect pedestrian walkways across the Grandview cut, and as a result, stitch together the dynamic urban fabric of the drive. The current sample diagram referenced within the plan that shows the plaza in the center of the site is not currently feasible, given the requirements of our tenant, and therefore we would also request that this diagram be removed in order to avoid any confusion when it comes time to redevelop the site. In summary, there may be a better, more creative solution to the plaza, and we'd like to ensure that the final plan is written to allow us to explore all creative ideas. Finally, the floor plate. Currently, the draft plan mandates a maximum 6,500 square foot floor plate for any residential development over 6 stories. This is a fairly standard building form for Vancouver, but given the uniqueness of this site, there's tremendous opportunity here for the city to consider and explore new forms of development. Allowing staff the flexibility with respect to the floor plate size will allow for the exploration of new and innovative family-oriented housing typologies and more community-friendly design if our architects are able to satisfy this design. And Bing Tom will be able to speak to this later. In conclusion, we support the plan moving forward with the amendments as noted, and we are keen to enliven the station precinct, fully realizing the benefits of transit and the city's overall goals. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That was very well timed. Mr. Pritchard, you do have questions from Councillor Meigs.
Thanks for coming. I mean, I'm struck by your presentation for this reason, that you're proposing that the community plan be amended to meet the operational needs of a company which has recently changed ownership and which states that it can't function at 2 stories. So I mean, it really is asking a lot, I think, to say, well, we just make this declaration and you should pay attention to it. Who owns Safeway right now?
Empire.
That changed ownership fairly recently, right?
Yeah, so the structure is Empire is a publicly traded entity, and they own Sobeys Safeway in their entirety.
Right. Now, Safeway had a strategy under its previous ownership of largely vacating the center of the city and building on the periphery, and put covenants on the sites that they left behind that made it extraordinarily difficult for the city to find new grocery store operators, even though that was something the city wanted to do. Is Safeway further saying that they would encumber the site with some kind of a covenant if they weren't able to achieve the 35,000 feet?
I can't speak on behalf of Safeway, and I couldn't answer that clearly for you at this time.
Yeah, I think it's important for council to know whether it's a my way or the doorway statement from Safeway, because I think especially of the Kingsway and Clark Drive development, where city did identify a need to replace that Safeway store, which had been empty for a number of years, and Safeway engaged in some fairly lengthy and I understand difficult negotiations both with the city and with the subsequent developer before that happened. I'm intrigued by the two-story floor plate thing. Are there other operators who think that 2 stories function? I mean, we have an IGA on Burrard that's 2 stories, but smaller, I suppose.
I am by far from a grocery store expert. All I can convey is our tenant's position in this matter. It may work for other groups, however, the model that Safeway is pursuing and has proven to work and will be implementing hopefully in Davie Street is a single story.
Well, just my last question, I guess, is this. Is it your client's position that there will be no development unless we make amendments to the plan in the next period of time?
I think these are requests for clarification and the ability to work with staff at this point in time. I wouldn't interpret it and don't want it to be delivered as any type of ultimatum to...
It seemed to me like they would not develop unless there was a 35,000 square foot floor plate to their liking in the plan. 55, okay. Okay, thank you.
I have some more questions, starting with Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. I understand that you can't speak for Safeway, but perhaps in speaking about or around what you're proposing or your comments regarding what currently is planned for that area. And again, you don't have to answer my questions. I have no bias against Safeway. I'm concerned even more so because really what's top of mind for me is affordability. And we've heard from many people, I mean, that it's important for them that, you know, we as city councilors weigh density and affordability very carefully, and we have to strike a balance that works for the community. That being said, for me, it's more holistic than that. It's cost of living. Do you feel that in a development like the one you're proposing versus the 2-story that currently has a grocery store that happens to be Safeway, I don't have the history that Councillor Meggs has, and I thought we were talking about the Grandview-Woodland plan, not other stores throughout the city. I'm wondering if you feel that maybe because of what is proposed, a less affordable option of a grocery store would be put in there. Like, for instance, I can tell you that I find Safeway more affordable than Whole Foods. But that being said, I suppose that's a question I'll be asking of staff, if that's going to be a more affordable option than what we would have.
DeGenova, you are 1 minute and 24 seconds into this. Can you speed up to the question?
I don't think it'll take that long, and I have 5, so thanks. Yeah.
So what was the question?
The question was, are you also concerned about affordability of, I suppose you can't speak for Safeway, but of Safeway being able to stay there versus another less affordable grocery option, if indeed it is a grocery option?
Given that Safeway does have a long-term lease on the site of upwards of 50 years with options, we're not going to be looking at another grocer per se. There are other brands within the Sobeys family, so I don't have insight into what their strategy would be.
Okay, but you can't say that within the Sobeys family they wouldn't put a different grocer in there?
I don't have that information.
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Affleck, a question to the subject matter at hand, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So just to make it clear, it's 55,000 square feet and a 50-year lease is what they currently...
So currently they're in approximately 43,000 square feet. They have shrunk the store. I don't know exactly by how much during the expropriation to facilitate the SkyTrain, but it is about 43 right now. And the optimal size in the urban market that we understand it to be is 55,000 square feet.
And the lease is 50 years signed how long ago?
The lease, given the change in ownership, it would go back to about 2013-ish. I'd have to, give you a more direct number at a later date, but they do have the land's encumbered for about 50 years.
When I lived on Commercial Drive, they did a major renovation of that Safeway in probably 1996, somewhere in there. And I know that the city, there was quite a controversial issue because the Safeway at that time refused to put windows along Broadway were very wanted to have that parking lot as a priority, didn't really, is that sort of attitude, is that from a grocery style? I know you don't speak for Safeway, but with 55,000 desired square feet, that's pretty much the whole site, isn't it? I mean,
No, the site's about 105,000 square feet, so 2.4 acres.
but parking wouldn't have to be on the same level, I assume.
That's correct. Parking does not need to be.
They're open to that.
Level. Yeah.
To move in the parking.
Yeah, the functional store is more what we were talking about as far as it being one level.
Okay, and this plan is for 30 years, so I guess we'll have to see how it goes. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Deal.
Yes, thanks very much. One further clarifying question and then a separate question. So Councillor Affleck asked part of my question on the parking. So you're not saying that Safeway has a preference for surface parking?
No, any redevelopment on that site would take advantage of the density there, and that density definitely warrants underground parking, and that's...
But Safeway does insist that they prefer a single story and are moving more to suburban settings.
Correct.
So Safeway seems, I know you can't speak for them, but it sounds like they're expressing a preference for the suburban car-oriented type of development.
Well, I wouldn't say completely that. Again, I don't want to speak too much towards their strategy.
I don't want to box you on that. That's what it sounds like to me, and I wanted to know if there's any clarification that they're not looking at a suburban car-oriented type of development. I'd love to hear it. If you can forward that to us, that would be fantastic.
Sure, I can reach out to her.
My second question has to do with your comment around the plaza. Now, can you reiterate why you think that there should be options to not have a plaza on the site? Because I wasn't quite clear on that.
Sure, I said that it would be nice to be able to explore other opportunities through funding it off-site, if possible.
Why?
Just to make sure that the actual redevelopment is feasible. So our main concern with this is just allowing the flexibility to explore all options while removing it from the absolute heart of the site, because that does not allow for the continuous store that our tenant requires.
So the large floor plate single story grocery store, you again, that being the driver of you wanting more flexibility around the site of the plaza.
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Yep. Thank you.
That is it for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a moment that is not usual for me because we tend not to go backwards through the speakers list, but I will say that I think it was reasonable that we started moving very quickly, and right after that speaker got up, 3 of the speakers we skipped over ran into the chambers. So I apologize that, well, I don't know that I apologize that we were moving more quickly, but fair notice. From here on forward, I'm going to go back and call people, and then from there on forward, if you're not here when your name is called, you will go to the end of the list. So I will start with Ryan Mason. I do not believe he's here. No. Alice Sundberg. No. Margaret Patterson. Nope. Jeff Brooks. Nope. Okay. Charles Montgomery. Nope. So I know Petronella Vok is here, though. So you are welcome to come up and speak, and then we'll move to Bing Jensen after that. Councillor Ball, I really need to take a short break. Can you take the chair for a minute? Welcome. You're welcome to start whenever you'd like.
Oh, don't start the clock yet. I haven't started. My name is Petronella Vandervalk. I've lived in the Grandview-Woodland neighborhood for the past 26 years. Community plan is a very large and complicated document that needs to be seriously examined by the community. Depending on the plan, or deciding on the plan on such short notice in the middle of summer when many residents are out of town is unfair. I support density in Vancouver, densification in Vancouver, if it is done in an equitable, democratic, and gradual manner with architectural design that reflects the needs, character, and values of a community. Grandview-Woodland Community Plan falls short on many of these levels. Let's start with equitable. Grandview-Woodland is already densely populated with modest, small homes on small lots, duplexes, townhouses, and small apartment buildings. What about some towers in Shaughnessy, West Point Grey, Kitsilano, and so on? Maybe Belmont or Fannin Drive would like some towers. After all, the days of single-family homes are over. Next is democratic. Emerging directions had big surprises based on what the city and developers wanted. There was no community consultation about land use. Community upset led to the formation of the Citizens Assembly, a group of 48 people chosen to represent the entire community. The Citizens Assembly was led in the direction the city wanted regarding what the community needed and how to get it based on the existing premises of the emerging directions. For example, the Boffo Tower project was pre-decided behind closed doors by the city, Boffo, and the Kettle. A year ago, the No Tower Coalition made a Freedom of Information request to understand the exact relationship and process behind this project. To date, that request has not been fulfilled by the city. There was still no public input when the Citizens Assembly report was presented to Council. We were told we could not discuss the content of the report, only the process. For an entire year, the public had no input. No Tower Coalition letters to Jane Pickering, Kent Monroe, Sandhu Johnson, Mukhtar Latif, and planning staff were unacknowledged and/or unanswered. The public was being stonewalled. During this stonewalling process, citizens who had voiced their concerns about the plan were being called NIMBYs, a term often accompanied by expletives and used to dismiss valid comments and concerns. At city public meetings, residents were called grumpy old white homeowners for voicing their opinions. Even Kent Monroe, the city's assistant director of planning, in a recent news article put down, well, he hated to say it, white people for being so loud about their concerns. Now the public has 5 minutes each to comment on a huge document for a plan that seems a done deal and is being promoted by Vision. We were told by planners at the open houses that the report was being presented as is, but that our comments would be added at the end, not acted upon, just added as a reference. Next is gradual. The community is being steamrolled by a plan that calls for massive and rapid development with a lot of growth and change in a short time. As for architectural design, towers of steel, glass, and concrete are not in keeping with the human scale and character of the drive. That is not the vibe of the drive. Next is the needs of the community. If we are expecting more people, why are you threatening affordable rentals? Why are you closing down schools? And why are no parks for all these people being built? Staff replied, there is no money. What about the $55 million spent on the Arbutus corridor? Why are mom and pop businesses being threatened with loss of space or huge increases in rent that are only affordable to chain retailers? Corporations are replacing civic government. Developers are running the city. The public good is being sacrificed for corporate growth. I worked on a traffic calming plan in the community for 12 years. In order to have that traffic calming plan installed, the city required 60% approval by the community. I proposed the city meet their own requirement as regards the approval of the community plan and any and all measures and developments within the plan. Residents need to be made aware of all the details of any proposals and to vote upon those proposals. If a 60% approval rate is not met, the proposal does not go ahead. This would be democratic. This would be true community consultation. Thank you.
There are no questions for you, Ms. Vandervalk. Next up, we have Bing Jensen.
Thank you. My name is Bing Jensen. I've lived in the community of Grandview-Woodlands for about 20 years. Someone said on email, and I think they were right when they asked regarding Grandview-Woodlands community plan, is it yes or no? Good idea. Let's have a vote. When Grandview-Woodlands was trying to get traffic calming in our neighborhood, we were told that we needed over 60% of the vote supporting the traffic plan to make it happen. Why do we not have the same standard for the city when it wants to open our neighborhood to developers? It seems it has been Vision Vancouver's plan from the start. When the Emerging Directions document first appeared out of nowhere, it was clear that the city wanted towers wherever they could get away with it. The Citizens Assembly agenda had been set by the city and favored development. All the time and money spent has been about manufacturing consent. This plan will turn our community over to speculators. We are not a commodity, we are a community. According to the Coriolis report on population growth and zoning, the city can handle growth for at least another 20 years with the current zoning. This community is already very densely populated. We have plenty of time for growth. Let's go about it gradually and intelligently, not open up to massive speculation that would destroy the character and charm of the neighborhood. Tearing down 3- and 4-story walk-ups and building 10-story apartment buildings with units that are smaller and more expensive is intolerable. We are a community, not a commodity. I am angry with much of what you, the city, are proposing. For example, the city Boffo Kettle proposal. Mental illness should be part of the government's medical plan, not bartered off to developers in exchange for building perks. This proposal is out of scale with the rest of the community, and I believe this huge market condo project will be very intimidating to mentally ill patients. I support the low-rise development for the Kettle that has been put forward by our no-tower neighbors. They have over 4,500 signatures in favor of an expanded Kettle in a 4-story format. I am asking you to listen to what they are saying. When Boffo Properties became aware that there was opposition to their tower project at Commercial and Venables, they could have talked to the community. Instead, they hired 2 PR firms to make the project sound better than sex. It was then that I knew they were not interested in what the neighbors thought or felt. We live here, we work here, we raise our children here. There exists a better way to support the Kettle. We are a community, not a commodity. There is also the issue of freedom of information. There is also the issue of freedom of information request that was applied for 1 full year ago. All meetings and email interactions between the city, Boffo, and the Kettle was requested. The FOI was neglected by the city for months. Then when the city was about to release the information, Boffo Properties blocked it. By the time it is sent in, it will be too late and picked over, and anything incriminating will be blacked out. It makes me wonder what they are hiding. We are a community, not a commodity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jensen. We are on to speaker number 31, Lisa Dominato, who's the chair of the Kettle Friendship Society.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the chair for your flexibility this afternoon. My name is Lisa Dominato, as you know, and I'm chair of the Kettle Society. My family lives in East Vancouver, and we are active members of the Grandview-Woodlands community. Earlier today, you heard from our executive director, Nancy Keogh, speak about our proposed policy amendment. I'm here to speak to you about the Kettle-Boffo partnership and our proposed redevelopment at the site of Commercial Drive in Venables. Before we begin, I'd like to thank Mayor, Council, and City staff for their collective efforts on this community plan. As a public servant myself, I recognize the complexity of planning and considering diverse viewpoints. As we all know, there's a critical and immediate need for supportive housing and community services for individuals living with mental illness in Vancouver. The Kettle-Boffo partnership proposal takes real steps to address this need, but requires the support and flexibility of this council and city staff to make it a reality. The Mental Health Commission of Canada estimates that approximately 20% of Canadians will experience mental illness in their lifetimes. Our recent research by Lux Insights found that to be slightly higher here in Vancouver at 24%. The Kettle Society has been serving the community for 40 years and is seeing a rising demand for services. Each year, the Kettle provides much-needed services to more than 4,000 people, and we've reached our capacity, as you heard from Nancy this morning. The Kettle-Boffo partnership paves the way for an expanded drop-in center that will enable us to better serve the community. This includes a daily meal program, health clinic, advocacy services, an art gallery, and recreational and classroom spaces. The partnership also enables us to create much-needed supportive housing for individuals living with mental illness who are at risk of being homeless. Research shows that safe, supportive housing is the most important step to stability, recovery, and overall well-being. This project will create 30 units of much-needed housing and aligns with the city's housing and homelessness strategy. The supportive housing provided in this project fosters a truly inclusive community. Through a mixed-use design, this project will enable individuals living with mental illness to live in the community, a stark contrast to the failed approach of the past where we institutionalized individuals with mental illness. There is no better way to support people suffering and recovering from mental illness than to enable them to live and work in an inclusive community with supports at their doorstep. This project will also contribute to the market housing supply. For months now, governments at the local and provincial level have been working to address the critical shortage of affordable market housing stock in Vancouver. This project will contribute to the solution by providing 2- and 3-bedroom units that will appeal to families. I think we can all agree that fostering inclusive communities and providing services and housing for individuals living with mental illness should be a priority. I think the question often comes down to how do we go about doing this? The Kettle-Bothwell Partnership is a creative partnership, one that makes it possible to renew the Kettle Drop-In Center, create 30 units of supportive housing, and build new market housing faster and at no cost to taxpayers. In fact, this project generates a market return for the city, including revenue through development cost charges that the city can then use and deploy for other much-needed projects. City staff have suggested an alternate proposal for commercial and Venables that provides for a maximum of 9 stories on the site. The Kettle-Bothwell proposal, as you know, has been widely available to the public, including city staff, and requires 12 stories to be financially viable. The height restriction in the draft plan means that the project is not viable without additional funding. I think we would all agree we're in a world of finite resources and there is only one taxpayer. I believe the Kettle-Bothwell Partnership is a win-win. All levels of government are seeking creative solutions to complex social, environmental, and economic issues. These solutions must include creative partnerships between the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. The Kettle-Bothwell project represents just that, a creative partnership that benefits the community as a whole. We have demonstrated clear support for this project with over 2,400 pledges and endorsement by 17 nonprofit housing and service providers, and you've also heard from a number of supporters today. I urge Mayor and Council to amend the Grandview-Woodlands Community Plan to accommodate up to 12 stories at Venables and Commercial Drive in support of much-needed housing and community services for individuals living with mental illness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You have questions from Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
I just wanted to take up the point of a speaker just before you who said that in his opinion, I don't know how expertise it is, but in his opinion, people with mental illness would be intimidated by a building such as this. Is that your experience? I mean, how?
That's not my experience. I believe that, and we've seen this in some of our recent research with Lux Insight, is that individuals living with mental illness want to be connected to their communities. And in fact, in my work, we talk about school connectedness. There's also that concept of community connectedness. And so, no, that's not our experience, that there would be that intimidation.
So you don't see that as a danger for any of the people you know?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
You have questions from Councillor Ball as well.
Thank you. My question is, for those who haven't experienced a mental illness or had a family member who has a mental illness or friend, could you try to explain the difference between what Kettle offers that's so critical and why you feel it works and why the plan that you've got is going to work better than what you have? Because I think from a lot of the comments we hear, there is a lack of misunderstanding or a lack of understanding about your project. So if you don't mind just briefly going to the most important points there.
I'll keep it brief.
Thank you.
I think I'll juxtapose it with this, is I have personally experienced mental illness in my family and a number of close friends. And when I think about their experience, they were very fortunate to have family support, community support, a roof over their heads, the wherewithal to be able to access services. But that's not the case for everyone. The service that we provide is we actually provide a sense of community for, but we, as you heard from Nancy this morning, that we are getting more demand, people showing up, 150 people at the door each day, and many that need help navigating the system, supports navigating EI, getting access to housing, getting medical care, getting support so they can actually be self-sufficient and independent, so maybe support around employment, access to employment, as well as the housing aspect that I spoke about earlier, is providing that housing.
It's not easy getting money through grants for any arts organization, I know that's extraordinarily difficult. How easy is it for you to get grants for what you're trying to do?
I think Nancy spoke to this earlier, is that grants and funding for community services can be challenging. And while there is funding available for capital in some cases for housing, specifically housing units, we are looking for support for our community services program and our outreach program, and that's vital and a key part of this project.
Thank you very much.
That's it for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so we are on page number 3 of the speakers list, starting at the top with speaker number 34. Sorry about the false start there, but fair notice from here on out, we are moving forward in the speakers list, and if you aren't here, we will move you to the end of the list. After Miss Street will be number 35, Bing Tom, followed by number 36, Robin Manweiler.
Great. How do I get it to start? Oh, okay. Just wait till my slide comes up and then I'll be ready. Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Penny Street and I live on Napier Street in Grandview. And I've been a part of the No Tower group for the last year and a couple of months. And one thing I wanted to say is that the debate between the Kettle Bafo people and the No Tower people has kind of been portrayed today as an adversarial process, but it really hasn't been one. We all live in the neighborhood, most of us anyway, and we all know each other really well, and we talk to each other, and we're all still being very cordial to one another. We're not throwing rocks at one another. And our group has always had very strong support for the Kettle and for the services that the Kettle provides. And we don't object to that at all. The one thing that we object to is the tower building form. So I'd like to outline for you the alternative that's proposed by the No Tower Coalition for the corner of Commercial and Venables. This is the site. Along Venables, the Kettle owns its own purpose-built drop-in center, substantially renovated when they moved there about 20 years ago. So that's the little one in the middle there between the two Bafo buildings. It's sandwiched between two other buildings. Some time ago, Bafo Properties anticipated being able to build a condo tower on the site, bought the properties on either side of the Kettle, the old Astorinos Hall on the northeast corner, and the leather dry cleaning place, Ace of Suede's, on the northwest corner. The city owns the whole north half of the site, the lane, and what is currently used as a parking lot. The No Tower Coalition's alternative is that instead of permitting the condo tower, the City of Vancouver either grant to the Kettle or provide on a long-term lease the parking lot portion of the site. The Kettle could sell its current building lot, whatever, worth probably, it's assessed at 2-point-something million, but usually things that are assessed at that would sell for quite a bit more, so we're saying about 3 million. And the most logical buyer would be Bafo because they already own both adjacent properties. On the parking lot land, we see upzoning to a maximum of 6 stories for nonprofit, non-market use, social housing, and affordable rental housing. We sent these preliminary plans to the mayor and council recently. They're drawn by an actual architect. These sketch out our alternative, but I'll go through them quickly. Here is the site showing the footprint of the building. So it would be on the parking lot part of the site, as you can see. Here's the kettle's main floor. It has a huge drop-in area, office spaces, and a mezzanine. Here's what would be levels 2 and 3, providing 15 units per floor, totaling 30 studio-sized units of supportive housing for kettle clients, which we agree is really critical. Here we have 7 units on each of the top 3 floors, providing 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. That's 21 units of affordable rentals, mostly larger units that would accommodate families. Here's the east-west section, 1 large floor with a mezzanine for kettle programming and administration, 2 floors of residential for kettle, and 3 floors of rental residential. And here's the north-south section. We propose retaining the existing C2, C1 zoning along Venables. So theoretically, BAFO properties, if they owned the entire block, could build a, hang on a second, 4-story wood frame building, which could have retail at grade and rental or condo housing on the upper 3 stories. This wouldn't be quite the magnificent windfall the condo tower would have fetched, but it could be quite profitable. Meanwhile, on the north half of the site, the kettle building would provide expanded administrative and programming space and the 30 supportive studio housing units, but would also provide 21 rental units, some family-sized. Kettle clients would have security of tenure in their suites. The kettle would be independent and not beholden to either a developer or a condo strata council. We would like to see the city actively advocate for this alternative and work with the community, the kettle, the province of BC, and the federal government to find a way to make this alternative work. The residents of the neighborhood do not want to see a 200 condo tower on this site. The community has spoken 4,431 people, mostly people who live right in the immediate neighborhood, have signed our petitions. I have them right here. The petitions are all here. Hundreds have written postcards and letters to the mayor and councilors, some of which were circulated to you last month in a binder. The community says no to a tower on the site.
You're good. You are over time.
I am over time.
Technically, you are good, but I would like you to make a summary statement if you aren't done.
Okay. There's a no tower sign. We all want to see the kettle get what it needs. We all want to see more affordable rental housing in the neighborhood so that it remains diverse and welcoming. The BAFO kettle proposal, if it goes ahead, would make us less inclusive, not, as they advertise, a more inclusive neighborhood, unless they mean inclusive of big money investors. So please support our community and grant the people's wishes for a human-scale development at this site. Make the No Tower Coalition's alternative work.
Okay,
if you support us, we will work
more than
with
a
you
summary statement,
to
Ms.
help
Street.
you make this project a success. That's it.
Okay. So just for all speakers' benefits, we do have a rule around a 5-minute maximum. If I give one speaker extra time, I'm sort of beholden by the rules of fairness to give all speakers extra time. So I really appreciate it when people are able to self-regulate towards the rules. To that end, Councillor Carr, questions?
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Street. I really appreciate the details on that. My question is this. Why would the city donate the site to BAFO if we weren't expecting them to build it?
It's not BAFO. It's the kettle you're donating
to the kettle.
site to.
Oh, donate to the kettle.
Yes.
Got it. All right. We donate to the kettle, and then the building costs would come from, I think in the last bit you stated, senior governments. Is that where the money would come to build the building?
Well, we think that there would be money available through BC Housing, and we would help lobby for that. But they would also have the money that they got from selling their own property on Venables Street. So they would get $2 or $3 million for that. So that would be a large start in paying for the construction of their building.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you. Nice to see you again. Obviously, you've put a lot of thought into this. And there are examples where we do land swaps in the city and do these kinds of ideas. What kind of conversations have you had with the developer or the city with regards to this this idea?
Well, we have talked to 10 of the councilors, and we've talked to people in the planning department, to Ken and Andrew. And thank you for accepting our piazza idea. We sailed that past them a couple of weeks ago, and they thought it was good. We haven't been able to arrange a conversation with the Kettle. We've had a couple of missed opportunities, but we haven't actually had a conversation with the Kettle, although we have written to them a couple of times, and one time within the last 2 weeks.
And in part of the process with, you know, is obviously the new design is embedded into the plan. You know, this with the within the process that happened over the last year and a half, 2 years, were you not part of that process at all? Did you, as far as getting this idea on the table as an option for this for the?
No, the two groups, the Kettle Bothell group and the No Tower Coalition, have not had a conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. I had a quick question. The postcards and the petition, from my memory, were both aimed at a proposal that was 4 stories or under, but you've just presented us with a 6-story proposal.
Yes, we came up with design principles for what we would accept, and we worked with a couple of architects and a planner to come up with a design that we felt we could accept and that we thought would work for the Kettle, and would also provide some affordable housing for the community. And we don't think that the 200 expensive condo units is going to provide affordable housing for people in the community. There are so many people in the Grandview community now who are desperately looking for places to rent, and they can't find a place to live. So I mean, aside from all of the people who really need housing provided by the Kettle that's supportive housing, there are lots of other people in the community who really need housing, and those people are looking for housing now. So if we could provide some housing for people looking for rentals, that would be excellent too.
For sure. So just to go back to my question, the postcard said 4 stories max, or keep the drive under 5?
Yeah.
Okay, and the petition was to 4 stories max as well?
The petition says, I am definitely against a tower at the site on the northwest corner of Commercial Drive and Venables. That's the print petition. There are 3,244 people who signed the print petition.
Sorry, but what is it calling for? It's just an opposition?
It's just no tower.
Okay, it doesn't
No tower.
support
It doesn't
any-
specifically say four stories.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
By the way, I have the petitions if anyone wants to see them. We sent you some as an electronic file. And I also have 110 letters we've gotten in the last week, which I could give you. Or maybe I don't need. Oh, they've already received them all. They were all copied to them. And we also have the postcards.
Sorry, so just to be clear, so the letters we already got, the petitions.
The petitions I gave to the city clerk on a little zip disk.
Yep.
And the postcards were circulated to all the mayor and council about 2 weeks ago. Some of the postcards, because we've
Probably more
gotten
like
a few more since then.
You have, okay, that's helpful to know. Okay, and you're still getting people to sign the 4 stories max postcard, or you've got a new one?
No, we're not getting people to sign that postcard anymore.
Okay, helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Carr has new questions.
Sure.
I do, thank you. Thank you for raising the issue, Madam Chair, about the petition. My question around the petition is, how did you go about gathering those signatures, and in general, where are those signatures from?
We had a table in Grandview Park every Saturday or Sunday for the last year. There were some days that were too rainy or snowy, but otherwise we were mostly out there. We had models, and we had our flyers, and we had petitions for people to sign. And for every signature that we got of those 4,000 signatures, we probably had a 10-minute conversation with people and just talked to them about what we saw as the problems with the project. So
And generally, where were the people from? Were they from the local neighborhood?
almost all of them are, and we asked for their postal codes, so they're almost all in the V5 something. So they're all in Grandview-Woodland. Most are in Grandview-Woodland. There are a few far-flung people, like people who visit the community regularly from other parts of the Lower Mainland. My sister and her husband signed it, and they live in Orlando, but they love the drive. So I mean, there are a few people like that, but most of the people live in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Great, thank you. Next up, we've got Bing Tom representing, principal at Bing Tom Architects. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair, and Mayor and Council. So I'm here today representing Crombie on the Safeway site. As a company, we're a relatively newcomer to this process. We've been involved in the last 3 months. We've had a couple of meetings with Crombie and Safeway. We've had a couple of meetings with staff. I want to take this opportunity to really compliment the relationship with staff. I think it's been very cooperative, and we've had very open dialogue. Basically, really, there are 3 issues that I want to address. I think number one, the issue of the Safeway floor plate. The site is 105,000, nearly twice the size of what Safeway wants as their footprint. But we have to realize that when this is a mixed-use project with residential tower above, drive aisles for access to parking, etc., basically you need to create a hole in the donut, and then the edge of the donut is where all the cores come down for the residential developments. So really the 55,000 square feet is one floor plate in the hole in the donut, and the rest of the towers or whatever buildings that are going to be built will come around the edges. So that is the rationale for why it's extremely difficult now to implement the first diagram that's in the report, which shows a civic gathering space in the middle at grade on the middle of the site, because then that will force the Safeway store into virtually a 2-story. And we tried in discussions with Safeway, and I think the problem is, look, I'm not a landowner, but generally if a lessee has a lease for a long term, and you have a different party coming in, the lessee says, yes, I agree to breaking the lease or not breaking the lease or whatever negotiations. And we tried quite hard in talking to Safeway by saying, look, can it be on 2 floors? Can it be a floor and a half? But they were quite insistent that their method of operation, their kind of modus operandi has always been that you come in, you see all the facilities under one area, and there's a certain kind of formula that they follow that, well, that's the way they do their business. And so I think that's really quite important to understand. Secondly, the issue of density and the issue of height, I think that's quite acceptable in terms of what we can do. The only issue we would like to encourage is some flexibility on the wording on tower and podium. We think there's an opportunity here to create a different kind of, let's say, mid-density and mid-rise kind of development on this particular block. That could be quite interesting for families and encourage a different prototype in terms of buildings in areas that are surrounded by single-family homes. So we have tabled these wordings already with staff, and they know what we mean by that. So I won't go into that further. I do want to address the issue of the civic plaza or civic square or civic space. The difficulty on this particular site is, most of the people and most of the activities are on commercial. On commercial, relatively, you have the city sidewalk. Adjacent to that, you have the bank and the pizza parlors. And then you have a city lane. And then you have the transit station. And then you have the balance of the Safeway site. Right? The proper place for a civic gathering space in Plaza is actually as close to as we can to the civic active space along commercial. And my own view is that there's a tremendous opportunity over the cut on the east side where the new station is built. Because if you walk on that bridge now and you overlook. It's just inviting people to throw garbage over the fall, and it's going to be an eternal mess. Whereas if we could deck over that area and create a proper plaza, and most of the people coming to the station from the neighborhood are going to come from that northern area. That's the place to create, I think, a really vibrant plaza and a vibrant public space. This other secondary diagram that was appended with the report shows a kind of another corridor, if you like, north-south, parallel to the station. That would just create another linear barrier to the sidewalk. What people are going to want to come in are on the corners or on the other side of Broadway, because now the connection with the new station, I think most of the people are going to be off Broadway. They're going to be tending to be connecting from one train to the other within the station itself. And so that entry to the new station to the north, at where the cut is going to be a very important public space. So that's really the end of my discussion, and I'll be open to questions.
I appreciate that. There are questions, starting with Councillor Deal.
Hi, Mr. Tom. Good to see you. A couple of questions for you. First of all, thanks for being here and waiting all this time. I know that you are well known for very creative approaches to urban fabric. I mean, I've seen your designs for a symphony hall under a gallery, for instance. So you're saying it's not that you couldn't design a two-story grocery store. It was the company Safeway that said, they gave you the parameters of what you were to design. So it isn't that you couldn't do that. It's
yes.
Okay, so that comes from Safeway, not from your architectural company. I'm intrigued with your idea of over the cut. I'll ask staff further about whether that's been looked at or not later on. But is that something you've seen elsewhere? Are you thinking, is there something you can look at that would be an example of something?
Well, there was a diagram or a drawing sent to me by Lauren from the engineering department that showed a previous charrette that actually explored that possibility. There's been a number of charrettes relating to this particular area. My own personal feeling is that you get some preliminary ideas from the charrette, but you actually need to sit down for a longer period of time. I have a very personal fascination with a cut, and I got onto this project because I actually don't do a lot of projects in Vancouver. But when I was asked to do this, I said immediately yes, because I think this is a very, very important site, and the opportunity to do something very interesting here, because it is a scar in the city. I understand from story 20 years ago, Ray Spaxman suggested when the first line was built that all that stuff that we have in that area should be in the cut, and then the cut should become a lovely garden that would be much better than what we have now. So yeah. I still think there are ways of healing that, but right now I think it is, even though there are nice greenery in the cut, it can be much better and better opportunities.
Okay, thanks. I will follow up. So I think, if I recall correctly, there were some technical or safety issues that were unresolvable, but I will check with staff on that one. And then just in my final question going back to the Safeway site itself. We've heard, I think it was Councillor Affleck actually asked about whether Safeway had a design element that, for instance, didn't want windows. So if you're such a creative architect, are you going to be able to make something really cool with those kind of constraints?
Well, I think, we have some ideas about what could be. I'm quite excited that as a building form, if we could go away from the tower and podium, because I don't think we have to have buildings in these other areas. This is a very, very unique site. It's really a
really important site,
once in a lifetime opportunity. It's going to be the center of the region. There is no other place where three lines come together.
Yep.
And if you're doing business in Metro Vancouver, that's where you would be. We'll probably move our office there, because we do as much work in Surrey and Coquitlam as we do in Vancouver. And once you get on that line, you can go everywhere.
Well,
so
thank you.
I think it's important to capture the potential there is on this site. And that's why I jumped at the opportunity to say, yes, this is something I would like to be involved in.
Well, thank you. It's too bad we won't see being unleashed on it, but that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you. You sort of touched on it in your talk. Towers are a bit of a lightning rod issue in the neighborhood. Anything higher, as we've heard, the Bothell site, the Kettle Bothell site being higher than 5 stories is a problem. And I think the neighborhood, clearly from the correspondence we've received about this site, is that it's too high still. Is there a way, especially if you take out the sort of community space there, that's sort of in the center, and you say that's not possible to put the Safeway site with that right in the middle of it, kind of creates a wedge, I guess, to create the density that we are seeking in the community plan at a lower level, especially if you take out that community square. Is it possible to design a building at 6 stories that gets the density that we're seeking for the city?
Cut it short. 6-story, impossible.
Okay. How high then?
9 to 12-story, maybe. The problem here is livability. I mean, we have an office in Washington, D.C. Washington has a very strict restriction of 9 stories because they don't want to be any taller than the Washington Monument. And they actually create projects that are very inward-looking with a courtyard in the middle. Actually, Anchor Point, when you come across Burrard Bridge, that brick building across where my office is, Burrard and Pacific, is one of the early experiment in Vancouver about density that is about 9-story with a courtyard in the middle. The problem there is they're so inward looking that sometimes people feel they're kind of imprisoned in this space because your eye is not allowed to kind of get the feeling of space in there because it's all surrounded and locked in. Right. City of Paris, for example, has many of these kind of building types. But on the other hand, I'm a firm believer there's something in between, like 14-story, 12-story, 9-story, 8-story, but a variety. I'm thinking of kind of a Green Mountain, where this building can be kind of a green landscape that uses many roof surfaces to create family spaces, so that there are these meeting spaces in the air for many communities. The problem with towers are they're actually gated communities. You come in the bottom, you go up the top, and you're extremely lonely in this nest. And what we need to explore in the city, and we're doing that now with Burrard and Nelson, this other project we're doing, we're creating gardens in the air of 12 units that share a common patio in the sky, where they can then have, barbecues together or have conversations together, so that you break the grouping of people living together in these very lonely towers into sub-communities. And then it actually makes the condo meetings more bearable because you don't have to go as one of 400. You could elect your representative and be one of 12, So there are these experiments that we need to do now in Vancouver, especially now that we're moving away from the core of the city. We did a lot of really interesting experiment with False Creek South, Fairview Slope. There are a lot of townhouses in that area that are quite interesting. I'm trying to take that idea and bring it up in the air a bit more. And in fact, through BTA Works, one of our research and development group that we have with Andy Yen and Hope and others, we're actually doing post-occupancy surveys in that area now, talking to the people by saying, okay, you have these outdoor corridors that are naturally ventilated. You have neighbors close to you that sometime when you're washing your dishes in the kitchen, people are actually walking past you. Is that a problem? Does that work? To create these kind of courtyard buildings in the air is what we hope this site would.
And have you looked at utilizing potentially, just like the Van City building, maybe there's a way to use over top of the station that's there in a way?
Yes, we had a very intense meeting with TransLink, and I wanted to be able to access Safeway off the station. And they said, we tried it in New Westminster and never again. We would not allow it because of safety and jurisdictional issue. And then after the meeting, another liaison person from TransLink came up to me and said, Bing, I know you're passionate about this idea, but I could tell you could save 15 years of your life. I just don't bring it up again.
Depends how long ago you talked to TransLink. There's been a lot of changes there recently. One last question, though. One last question regarding this community plan and what we're putting into this site. Are you thinking this is too restrictive for what you're trying to seek, and that we should perhaps extract it from the plan, or just genericize?
Yeah, well, we're suggesting some changes in wording, and we passed that on to staff already. And I think staff, I think Andrew can talk to that, but we feel that we could work with it as long as some of this wording is acceptable. That's it. Building over the station, I think many people have tried. We tried that with Aberdeen Centre in Richmond. The problem is TransLink only allows you, I think, 2 hours in the day, somewhere between 2 in the morning and 5 in the morning to build this encasement. And it's quite understandable, because if somebody drops a screwdriver during the midday, the whole system comes to a halt.
I'm sure you got a
So in that 3 hours, you can work, but it will take you a long time to build that encasement. Once you build the encasement, yes, you can keep going.
Yeah.
But
So Councillor Affleck, you are way over time. So I'm just going to maybe refocus us on the plan, if we could, Councillor Meggs.
Thanks. Welcome, Mr. Tom. So maybe you sent the information to council, but I don't know if I've seen it. I just wanted to read you this section. This is on the grocery store. So what the plan says now on page 101 is accommodate grocery retail of approximately 50,000 square feet arranged in a 1- or 2-story configuration. And that's a big problem, is it? Because it sounds to me like it's...
2-story, I've tried twice now with them.
But it hasn't ruled out one. Hasn't ruled out a 1-story one.
Well, I mean, they were very adamant. They just said, Bing, I even tried to bury the whole thing one level underground, right? Because we're going to do underground parking.
I'm not talking about Safeway. I'm talking about, I am talking about Safeway. This language would appear to leave the door open for staff to consider a 1-story configuration.
Yes, that's why we said, yes, we could work with that as long as that wording is acceptable.
Okay, but it's already in there. So I'd like to see the difference, and then we can figure it out. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. It's always wonderful to hear an artist speak about many things, so I'm so glad you're here. Just to confirm what you're suggesting to us is that the general plan is something that you agree with. You're recommending that we think about an alternative to both the plaza and to the Safeway site to make it more accessible, and it sounded like you were saying, but I don't want to misquote you, so I just want to get this right.
Okay, so there were 3 items.
Yeah.
Number 1, to remind you that we have tried to talk to Safeway, and they say, no, it's got to be on the 1 floor. It's got to be about 55,000 square feet. That's number 1. Number 2, the plan has suggested that the building forms of the residential and the commercial be tower and podium. And we're saying, and the tower should be about 6,500 feet in floor plate. And we're saying, no, we like some relaxation on that to see that there's varying heights, and that maybe it's a building form that's not tower and podium, but like I suggest, a kind of a blob, if you like, with lots of rooftops and lots of openings so that we can get air and movement of. And number 3 is the aspect of the public plaza, that I think it's better closer to commercial, because if we push it back onto our site, it's going to be probably 10 meters up in the air, and that plaza is going to be hard to get to. Secondly, then you end up with a public plaza with residential building all around it, and anytime you have an activity, all those people will be phoning up complaining. So we thought a plaza on Commercial Drive, somewhere near the cut or at one of the entries, would be a better solution, but that's to be worked out. So those are the 3 items that we table with staff, and we've sent it to them.
Well, excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. Happy to have it clarified. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr needs more clarification.
Actually, I don't.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. You were perfectly clear in answer to Councillor Ball's questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr, for that. Thank you, Mr. Tom. Okay, we are on speaker number 36, Robin Manweiler, followed by number 37, Blair Redlin.
My name is Robin Manweiler, and I'm the owner-operator of Robin's Pharmacy at 908 Commercial Drive, immediately adjacent to the site in question. I understand that the new draft community plan calls for less than 12 stories at this location, which will not allow for the Bafo Kettle partnership without some government money. The kettle has been looking for government funding for almost a decade without any success. I ask that you allow the building height of 12 at this location to allow for a self-sustaining development without tax dollars. My business has been on the drive for over 7 years, and during this time, I've gained a solid understanding of the Grandview-Woodlands community and the kettle's essential role within our community. Robin's Pharmacy has worked closely with the kettle for many years to ensure that the underprivileged members of the immediate and surrounding community obtain their medications safely. During this time, I have developed a deep respect for the kettle's work and recognize how positively the kettle impacts members of the Grandview-Woodlands community. This redevelopment proposal will not only help those vulnerable to mental illness challenges, but also increase the amount of housing available on the drive. I believe that an inclusive development like the one proposed will assist in reviving this part of Grandview-Woodlands and encourage further revitalization to liven up the northern end of the drive, while also providing homes and services for those in need. I believe it is important to note that this proposal itself will not displace anyone from their existing home, but in fact, bring new mixed housing options in an area that is predominantly single-family homes. A reality we are facing is the increasing cost of land values. As a result, couples and families are finding it increasingly more challenging to remain in their neighborhood due to the shortage of housing options to the single-family home. I support this project wholeheartedly and hope that the partnership proposal is approved at 12 stories to help the kettle provide the much-needed support that the vulnerable people of Vancouver desperately need.
Thank you, Mr. Manweiler. Councillor Deal, you had a question?
A somewhat predictable one by now. Thank you for your comments. Overall, you've addressed that site, but overall, do you think this plan is moving in the right direction? As a local store.
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that the plan will provide the development of 12 stories to allow the kettle to essentially provide the services that are required for.
Right. And that's one site, but I'm talking about the plan.
Just the overall plan of the Grandview-Woodlands plan.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I think that I don't know, you know, in terms of the past, what kind of stuff had been done in terms of development, but I think that the Grandview-Woodlands areas is in desperate need of, you know, kind of a little bit of development within the area that we have. And I have seen over the last 7 or 8 years, you know, improvements over that time in terms of making it a better place to live, to work, to have, you know, families and stuff like that. So it is moving in the right direction. And I'm hoping that with the plan that the city has and is moving forward with, that'll make it even better for them.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Blair Redlin, number 37, followed by number 38, Nigel Peck, and 39, Susan Garber. Welcome, Mr. Redlin. You can move the podium up. There's like a switch. There you go on the right side there. Jane, do you mind help? Oh, there we go.
Down.
Thank you.
Switch goes up. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's great.
Great.
Thank you, Madam
Welcome.
Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor Robertson and members of council. My name is Blair Redlin. I've been a resident of the Grandview-Woodland community for 30 years. I participated in the planning process for the last many years now, and but I was not a member of the Citizens Assembly, but felt that I wanted to provide some comments on the plan as we reach this wind-up stage to conclude my involvement. I did write a letter to members of council, and I won't reiterate all of that here, but just to say that I did identify a number of the elements of the plan that I do support. I do support increased population at the lower part of Hastings and along the slope of Hastings, increased population at the Broadway and commercial area. Do support the intention to preserve the 4-story retail nature of the drive and of what's called the Hastings Village, the part of Hastings towards the top, and other elements of the plan. But of course, in a presentation like this, take the time to focus on some of the concerns about the plan and not because it's a very big plan that covers a lot of territory. And so I just wanted to highlight a few concerns. One of the first ones for me is the intention in the plan to upzone what's called the apartment areas in Cedar Cove, in the northwest apartment zone of the Grandview sub-area, the apartment areas to the west of the drive, and the other apartment areas that are generally the home to the kind of three-story walk-up form of development now, and to upzone all of that to 6 stories. I'm very concerned about the impact on renters and the affordability of renting. The Grandview-Woodland area has always been, in my experience, the home to, it's one of the few affordable areas in the city. It's a place where part of its eclectic nature is because it attracts, it's been a place for students that go to the various colleges and universities nearby, a place for immigrants to settle, a place for artists to settle. And I think these sort of 3-story walk-up forms have been key to people being able to settle and bring life to the area. So although the plan talks about pace of change to limit the amount of demolition and a one-to-one replacement policy, I still would like to flag for council the concern that the great swath of the apartments in the area are identified for upzoning, and I'm very concerned about the impact on affordability for renters of that. Another concern I want to identify, a lot of the concern for me about the debate about height is actually about the form of retail, the form of development at the street level, and what height often brings at the street level. And I think the desire of the neighborhood to retain its authenticity and its liveliness is really, what we're really saying is that we want to support independent local retail, and we don't want to see chain stores and formula retail. I was recently in New York City, well known for independent retail, lively streets. When I took a different route one day, I suddenly saw Whole Foods, Starbucks, chain restaurants, and I looked up and it was condo towers. And so it's a problem, I think, of that form. And so I wanted to indicate my support for the proposal that is in the plan that talks about the council passing a regulation or bylaw to provide some strictures, provide some power to the city to limit formula retail. That's on page 156 of the community plan, and I think that's a creative idea, and I'd like to see that supported. In this regard, I'm concerned about the proposal in the plan in the Hastings Village area, where it retains a 4-story height through most of it, the current zoning, that at the corner of Hastings and Nanaimo, it's proposed that there be 6 stories on all 4 corners. And I'm concerned what that'll mean for the retail level. It's right beside Donald's Market, right beside Hugo and Joe's Market, vital sources of food in the community. And so concerned about 6 stories there, which is also replicated on 2 corners of Commercial Drive and First Avenue. That'll also be 6 stories. So, and I just would conclude by saying that I think that with regard to the Boffo site, that we have a situation here where the community is, many members of the community, thousands have signed petitions indicating their concern about the 12-story height. We have a commendable proposal from the community planners to compromise with regard to that, bringing it down to 9 stories and 4 stories along the drive. And we have a very well-developed and creative alternative from the No Tower Coalition. It seems to me that putting these together, it's possible to somehow get the 30 supportive housing units for the Kettle, which everybody in the community supports, and everybody supports the good work of the Kettle, without the inordinate height that has caused so much concern amongst thousands of people in the neighborhood. We've got lots of positive alternatives here. Somehow we need to get a negotiation and a compromise together to achieve all the goals and to retain the character of the drive, which is a current zoning of 4 level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Councillor Meigs, you have a question.
Hi, Mr. Redland. was not going to go to Boffo, but Ms. Talu said, I don't know if you're here to hear it, that there's 12 stories across the street. So why is it inordinate on the west side of the street and not on the east side?
The Lions development is, first of all, with the slope of land, although there's a number of stories, it's a lower area that it begins at. It's surrounded by trees, and I think really fundamental to that is that it's all social housing. It's not 200 market condos, which is a lot of the concern that people have about the Boffo proposal.
Okay, well, let's move to rental quickly because we've heard a lot about Boffo, but I have two questions for you on that front. So you've made a strong point about the upzoning of the rental, but do you agree the plan puts a strong emphasis on rental as a housing option?
Yes.
The proposition is there'd be 9,500 more people and 2,800 units of new secured rental. It seems to me that the emphasis is a majority of rental housing proposed in the plan.
Yes, but new secured rental, is that going to really be something affordable for that student?
Well, we've also heard, and I'd like your reaction to this, that the stock is aging.
Yes.
And some of it will, in 20 years or so, before the end of the plan, absolutely need to be replaced. So I presume it will not be as cheap as the current rental in place. So are you proposing a moratorium on any demolition?
No, I'm trying to signal for council that this is a significant area to stay on top of and to be aware of. Yes, buildings age and they have to be, but I guess I question whether the only incentive for redeveloping an older building is to that could be I'm not an expert in this area, but is the only incentive to demolish and build a new 6-story building that's less affordable for the people that are in it.
Well, who would pay to keep it at the same price?
You ask a challenging question, sir.
Well, I know you're a very experienced and sophisticated person, so I have no. But of course, you don't have to answer, Mr. Reddick.
No, I think that it seems like a very broad brush to have a whole scale upzoning to 6 stories in all these areas where you have the most affordable housing in the community.
Let me continue. I mean, the population is actually lower today than it was 15 years ago. So the 9,500 is based on today's population. And we're seeing a conversion of rooming houses to single-family homes, which are clearly unaffordable. They're now being reverting to private standalone residences. What would you have the city do? I mean, we're taking a rental district, maintaining it as rental, and opening the door here for 2,800 additional units.
If we had some form of, I know a lot of this is provincial government, but we had much stronger rent controls, I think that would be important. And it isn't only the phenomena that you're talking about. Right in that area, I'm very familiar with, near the Wise Hall, that Northwest Apartment area, of many big rambling old houses that had students and young people in them that have been demolished and replaced with ownership townhomes and condos. And I think it's a phenomena that is perhaps leading into some of the, I'd be interested on this question of the population decline, what the new census says. And again, this is all anecdotal, but on our street where I live, it's an absolute baby boom. There's at least a dozen kids under 4 years old playing on our street.
Good news. There's new kids on my street too, but the censuses are quite clear that the population in Grandview-Woodlands declined when the rest of the city rose.
It did decline.
So that's where I think we find difficulties perhaps in sustaining some of the small retailers and so on. But my last question is, on balance, would you recommend council to approve the plan or not?
It's hard because it's so.
That's why we get the big bucks.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't.
But if you were getting our big
Bearing in
bucks.
mind, you're not under any obligation to answer any questions.
I mean, I think that it's been the result of a lot of lengthy process that we do need a new community plan, and I expect that with perhaps some small tweaks that you're going to pass it. So. I think that's what's going to happen. And so what I was my intention here today is to try and flag a few of the points that I think are of concern and at the root of why people are so passionate and concerned about the planning process. I think people have been concerned about affordability all along and concerned about the independent local retail all along.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Great, that's it for questions / debate. I'm sorry I wasn't sharing very well there. We're going to move on to number 38, Nigel Peck, followed by number 39, Susan Garber, and preceded then by number 40, Judy Graves.
Hi there. My name's Nigel Peck, and I'm a 25-year resident of Grandview-Woodlands. I participated, I wasn't a part of the Citizens Assembly, but I did go to 4 or 5 of the sub-area workshops. I did go to the walks. And I do care passionately about the neighborhood. I also am a member of the No Tower Coalition, so I've been involved in manning or staffing the table at Grandview Park and talking to hundreds and hundreds of people. And I guess my preference is the alternative that Penny presented, that the city donate land and the Kettle sell their property to have alternative funding. However, that being said, I'd also like to sort of address a couple of other issues. The first one, and I was able to listen online this morning when people were speaking, and they were talking about inaccuracies being offered by the No Tower Coalition. And actually, Councillor Meigs, one of the questions you had just to the last person was, you know, there's a 12-story apartment right across the street, so why is there a problem? I think the problem is the fact that there's a huge difference in the scale and the massing of the 12 stories. The Alliance Tower, the bottom floor is set below grade on the north side, the lower side of the street, and it is set in on all sides, so it has a much smaller FSR. It's got an FSR of 2.1. I was at a meeting last May when Daniel Boffo at a Grandview-Woodland meeting specifically said that what he was looking at is 6.8 FSR. So what you're talking about in the proposal, at least last year, was 3 times the size, 3 times the massing of the Lions, and it's about 1.5 to 2 times the massing of what the city planning department has recommended. And I'm sorry, I don't have that figure right here. So that's one thing. It's not the height necessarily, it's the massing. It's huge. And I guess that was represented, you know, in the city's response to the Citizens Assembly. With my wife, we spent last Friday night going through Andrew Pask presenting the plan to the Citizens Assembly. So that was our Friday night entertainment. And in it, he specifically said the major concern has got less to do with height and more to do with the massing or the overall density of the project. This building has a pretty substantial heft, and that's where my concern is it's massive. When you look at the proposal diagrams that Boffo and the Kettle presented, they go right out to the sidewalk. They're talking about a 6.8 FSR. It's completely out of character with the area in the neighborhood. And so although I prefer the No Tower Coalition alternative, I do applaud Andrew Pask and the planning department for looking at it and saying, well, let's consider another alternative and have it smaller. You've got Kettle Boffo or Nancy Kehoe and Lise, I don't know her last name, saying they have 2,100 or whatever pledges for the proposal. You've got 4,500 signatures, mostly from the neighborhood opposing a tower. You have the proposal, which last year this time was 150 condos. Now in the thing that was presented in April, it's 150 to 200. So it's increased in the massing. And that's where my concern is. And so I applaud the city for actually listening. And that's something I can live with a hell of a lot more than a massive, massive 12-story development, which is what we would end up with. So there's been calls today for people saying, please accept and amend the plan to make it 12 stories as the Kettle and Boffo want. And I strongly urge council not. You have a city planning department that listened to people, that listened to the Citizens Assembly. Yes, there was a minority report, but no, the majority did not advocate for the full project. You have thousands and thousands of signatures. And as another person said, you know, this is our community. It's not a commodity. The other thing that actually just struck me was Bing Tong Tom speaking, towers are gated communities. That is not what we want. When you talk about an inclusive community, a massive structure like that is not the precedent for creating an open and more diverse community. I could go on, but I think I'll leave it at that point. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Peck. There are no questions. Next up, we have number 39, Susan Garber, followed by 40, Judy Graves, and then number 41, and Jameson. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to Mayor and Council and all those who are present. My name is Susan Garber, and I have been a resident of Grandview for almost 19 years. I love the lively, diverse, and friendly community that is Grandview-Woodlands. I am quite concerned with the time given for responding to this plan. This plan is to affect change of our community over the next 30 years. Having under 4 weeks to read and understand the plan is insufficient. And it's also summer, so the timing there is a concern. Many people are on holidays, so their voices can't be heard. Being residents who want to participate, we need our feedback to be included in the plan. Continuing on, change needs to happen, and a plan to guide the change is necessary. This change should bring a better community. However, I don't believe this plan does that. The diversity of our population is our community. It is a high percentage of renters. Affordable rental properties needs to be protected and increased to keep this community diverse. Renters need their homes to be protected. The arterial streets or main streets, Hastings and Broadway, have been chosen for high density with buildings above 4 stories to as tall as 24 stories on the Safeway lot. This is not a livable or human scale plan. Why are people being concentrated in the areas of highest air and noise pollution? This is not healthy living. Human scale and livability is living in buildings where one can still communicate with a friend passing on the street from your home. I want a community plan where people remain connected, not isolated, where people live in healthy environments, where there are
There's some water there if you'd like some.
Thanks. Where there are increased opportunities for healthy lifestyles. I want a healthy community. Therefore, low-rise building forms should be the focus for densification. One specific area that I want to address is the Boffo Kettle proposal at Venables and Commercial. I am a member and in support of the No Tower Coalition. We oppose the 12-story tower. We want the expansion of the Kettle, but not at the detriment of the community. The tower is too massive for its size. It is like a wall. Our community does not need 150 to 200 market-priced condos in one mass. The increased number of people and increased need for transit, safety, vehicular traffic are only some of the problems. It will put the affordable rental properties in the neighborhood at risk and will up the price of properties in the surrounding neighborhood. It is not a reasonable way to develop. As part of the No Tower Coalition, I've spent countless hours discussing the proposal the developer has suggested. It has been interesting speaking with many people about this issue on both sides, those supporting the tower and those against the tower. People want to talk about this issue as they care about how our community is developed. More people signed our paper petition than the one online, and I believe they wanted the opportunity to engage in discussion and then respond. One thing that came across clearly is that the Kettle is supported by this community. But without the Hulk of the building form. In response, the No Tower Coalition Core Group worked tirelessly to come up with a viable alternative plan. This plan would support the Kettle's expansion for its administration and services, provide 30 supportive housing units, and an additional 21 rental units in a 6-story building form. This is a plan that would also support the city's aim in increasing supported housing and rental housing. Also, part of this plan is to create a plaza on Commercial Street by Uprising Bakery, thus increasing the public spaces in this community. The Kettle, the community, and the city would all win. Low-rise development is the key to densification that is human scale and livable and sustainable. Let's keep the community of Grandview-Woodlands vital, healthy, livable, and friendly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garber. You have no questions, so we're moving on to number 40, Judy Graves, followed by 41, Ann Jameson, and then 42, Heather Redfern. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm Judy Graves, and I'm here today to support strongly the motion to amend, or the amendment that's being proposed by Kettle. There is something magical about the Kettle. I don't know exactly how they do it. I think it's because they have a very wise, long-standing board and a very pragmatic executive director, both of whom have been in place for quite a long time. But when I go into the Kettle drop-in, I experience an environment where, you know, every not-for-profit says that they empower their clients. The Kettle actually does empower their clients. Also very noticeable when you go into the Kettle is that invariably at least 1/3 of the people who are in the drop-in are of Aboriginal descent, many of them local and with a legitimate claim to the land that that the Kettle wants to build housing on. At this point in the city, I think we're very unwise to be turning down developers or delaying developers who are putting forward proposals to create supported housing at no additional tax dollars. So while we have a group of people who've been proposing no tower, proposing smaller models, proposing it being taken up with funds from senior levels of government, I believe that when you approach the same people for tax dollars to fund this housing, they would suddenly be backing away from the table. This is a community which has become less affordable very quickly. I think we all of us here will remember Commercial Drive as being a place of tumble-down rooming houses, of cheap basement suites, and that has not existed for over 15 years. That we need to replace the housing that has disappeared over 20 years. We need to stabilize this community where homelessness is growing, where homelessness is very apparent as you walk down the street, and where there is no other proposal at this time to address it.
Thank you, Ms. Graves. You do have questions from Councillor Jang.
Hi, Judy. It's been a long time.
Hi.
I was intrigued by your comments about developer money. And we've heard for many years, and you know, you and I have worked together, and we had government money. Sometimes you didn't get government money, and with that whole schmozzle. And you're very clearly coming out in favor of this is an opportunity for developer money, take it. And was there any other time in your career in which taking developer money would have been bad?
I don't think there was any other time in my career when developer money was on the table. You know, I think we've seen what happened with the redevelopment of 127 in Yaletown, and what we've wound up with is probably the most beautiful social housing ever built. And when a developer throws their heart into it, what the city gets is pure gold.
Great. Well, thank you. All my questions.
That's it. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Ms. Graves, we are on to speaker number 41, Ann Jameson, followed by 42, Heather Redfern, and then 43, Kelly Ripowell, or something close to
Oh, good afternoon, and it has been quite a long afternoon. I understand for everybody. My name is Ann Jameson. I am a resident of Grandview-Woodland area, near the 3rd and Woodland area. My background is healthcare, and I have been working until recently in hospitals, but also doing graduate work at UBC, where I undertook a study on the effects of healthcare restructuring on the lives of people working in healthcare, as well as the patients and the actual process. And I think there are corollaries. Now, many citizens and residents today have spoken, put forth cogent arguments as to why Vancouver City Council should delay any decision regarding the draft community plan for this area. The flawed consultation process, the timing, that's been spoken to, and I fully agree with that. The proposed time frame does not allow any informed input by residents of the area. And specific areas, specific aspects of the plan especially are problematic. The rezoning, for instance, to allow high towers and densifications in various areas, and the rezoning to six stories, 6 stories throughout the area is very problematic. We're all aware of the displacement of people that happens when such rezoning occurs. I mean, just kitty corner to where I live in 3rd and Woodland, there was a renoviction of people of an apartment building. Some people have been living there for 15, 20 years. Suddenly they're displaced everywhere, to Surrey, to Burnaby, to basement suites in East Hastings, wherever, you know. And people who have moved in are either have higher incomes or they're sharing with somebody else. Now what happens, they also are in a precarious situation. People who are in the 3-story walk-ups that have been referred to that are affordable, and other affordable housing that does exist in the area, are in a situation of precariousness. Now does precariousness affects people's health? It definitely affects people's health. And the, does densification, should that mean how many human beings you can put into a square footage of, you know, of area, you know, square foot of land? Do we take into account also the aesthetics and the environment that people are living in, the social and natural environment that people are living in? This has an effect on people's health. Now, I have the experience of walking down, say, from Kingsway, from Famous Foods, along Fleming. And the feeling you get walking along Fleming and seeing, you know, how things, the neighborhood in that area. There's fourplexes, duplexes, there's, you know, remodeled houses, there's single family houses. And it's a very intriguing kind of pleasing kind of subjective feeling you get. Okay, so now, how about if you do an experiment on yourself, anybody here or anybody listening, do an experiment, walk down some area like that, see how you feel, then walk in an area where you have these imposing towers or, you know, large edifices, and you know, see how you feel. Okay, that's subjective. How can you measure that? Well, I believe that it actually could be measured in terms of people's, measuring people's immune reaction, their immune systems. How are their immune systems? People who are living in these, two different kinds of situations. One person mentioned that the high tower, or the massive bulk of the area at Venables and Commercial that is proposed, for instance, would be intimidating to not only residents but to mental health consumers. Now, I had, as I was doing various nursing courses, I did placements. I did enter into community placements in the Kettle, including the Kettle, both when it was a drop-in center, an actual peer drop-in center near First and Commercial, and when it was redeveloped in its present site in Venables. Now, not all mental health consumers or people who have mental health issues or have a monolithic opinion and support this BOFO this BOFO Kettle proposal. Many don't, but may not be speaking up. I volunteer as a volunteer. I spent time helping to collect petitions, talking with people, many of whom were mental health consumers or people with those kinds of issues. And obviously, they also have felt some intimidation, not only at the thought of such a massive site, but also of they've been subjected to various PR initiatives and letters and so on.
Ms. Jamieson, you are quite a bit over time.
Okay, I just want, what I really wanted to say, because I don't want to reiterate all the arguments that the very cogent and reasoned arguments that have been put forward by members of the No Tower Coalition, which I fully support. But I want to actually say that we need to question the system of governance, whereby the vast majority of people, all people, are marginalized from any decision making. So,
Ms.
really,
Jamieson, I'm sorry.
so there is.
Ms. Jamieson, I'm really sorry, but you're a minute and 20 over time, and it's unfair to me to give one speaker so much more time.
Let us question the system of governance that marginalizes people from the decision-making process.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Carr, did you really need to ask questions? Great.
Just one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Jamieson, thank you so much for being here. You did start off by talking about other people noting the need to to delay the plan, the decision on the plan,
yes.
For more consultation.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't sure, you said other people said that. Is that what you're calling for? And if so, what would you hope to get accomplished during that time?
What needs to happen is what the No Power Coalition, for example, has been doing for over a year, that is real consultation. That comes from the community. In other words, in order for people to make an informed decision on what the city council how they should vote or accept this or not, there needs to be thoroughgoing discussion of all the views and the principles involved. This has not taken place. There's only, plans that are brought up and said, okay, this is for you to say either yes or no, and maybe you can say a few tweaks in it, but it does not come from the community. In other words, it does not empower the community, which, by the way, is one of the determinants of health: empowerment or lack of empowerment. So,
thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Carr and Ms. Jamieson. Okay, we have up next Heather 42, Heather Redfern, followed by 43, Kelly Ripowell, and we are unlikely to get to another speaker before the dinner break. Ms. Heather Redfern, welcome.
Hi, hello. Thank you guys. You're incredible for still being here. I'm Heather Redfern. I'm the Executive Director of the Culch. I am speaking to support the 12-story proposal by Kettle and BOFO. Certainly the Culch has been the beneficiary of city developer not-for-profit relationship in the development of the York Theatre, which has been a very successful three-way partnership. And Kettle is a hugely important part of our neighborhood, and we want to see them benefit in the same kind of a way because the will is there. Judy Graves said a very interesting thing. She said that, she talked about the heart of gold when the developer has his heart in the right place. And I do believe that Bafo does have his heart in the right place, not just the one person, but the company. They're not the bad guys here at all. And neither are the people who might buy the market housing. People who buy market housing are not bad people. In fact, they're people that we really welcome to the neighborhood. They're people that will help enliven that stretch of commercial drive between Hastings and Venables, making it safer, more interesting, more fun, and more engaged in the community. We need people in this neighborhood. And we need all kinds of people. We need people in affordable rental housing. We need people in co-ops. We need people in indigenous housing. We need people in supported housing. We need market renters. We need market purchasers. We need a mix of people in this neighborhood. We want to keep our school. We want to keep Britannia. This is a neighborhood that is special because it is a neighborhood that is not just residential, and it's really important to remember this, that this is a neighborhood that has industry, that has the port, that has a very important commercial street, and is a cultural hub in this city, as well as being a residential neighborhood. So there are a lot of users here. There are a lot of people invested in this unceded piece of territory. And I very much see that corner at Venables and Commercial as being a crossroads of all of those things. If you go down Venables, you get the industry. If you go down Commercial Drive, you have the port. If you go the other way, you have the commercial strip. And then you have all the residential areas in between and the arts and cultural fabric of the neighborhood kind of weaving it all together. So that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in a mixed and vibrant neighborhood, and I don't think it's fair to vilify people that can afford to purchase. There's nothing wrong with them, just like there's nothing wrong with developers. Industry is not bad. Retail is not bad. We are all good, and we are all going to make this a wonderful neighborhood together.
You do have questions from Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I just had one question, and what you were saying about how you see market, I suppose owners or people who are renting at market rates, a huge part of this community, and their contribution is great because it helps to provide, certainly in all of the different ways in arts and culture, which I know you know so much about, especially in that neighborhood. When we talk about affordability, they may be in the market. They may be purchasing a condo. They may be renters. Do you feel that this will help also to deepen that affordability to provide more supply in the area? Because they may be market, they may be looking within the market. They may be able to achieve that, but it still may be hard for them. That's what we hear.
Yes, exactly. Yes, the mortgage poor. Or, no question. This is a difficult city to find affordable living accommodation. No question at all. But by not building housing, that's not a very good way to solve it.
Thank you.
Okay, that was one question and one answer. Thank you very much. We are on to speaker number 43, Kelly Ripoel, and we could still probably fit one more in depending on councillor questions. Sorry, I apologize if I'm not. Rio Pell. If you want to bring up the podium closer to you, Mr. Paus can help you out.
Okay, thanks. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for providing me the privilege to speak today. I'm speaking to you first as a renter in the Grandview-Woodland area neighborhood, and secondly as a registered architect and associate at Taylor Kurtz Architecture and Design within the neighborhood also. I wish to speak to you in relation to Section 6 of the draft Grandview-Woodland Community Plan, and more specifically the Kettle Society site at Commercial and Venables. I really appreciate the great consideration distilled into the recently released draft, and largely am in favor with the spirit of the many recommendations for the scale and character development of the neighborhood. However, I was specifically disappointed at the lack of support for the 12 stories at the proposed Venables site at Commercial. I do understand that without the 12 stories that this project cannot fund itself and it won't go ahead. The consequence of this would be a significant loss to the community as a whole, in my opinion. I'll also mention that I am a first-time homebuyer. It was a pre-sale, so it's about a year out. So I'm speaking to you as the type of young Vancouverites that could be purchasing market housing in the neighborhood. Getting to where I was a hard aspect. Takes quite a few years of savings, and I'm fully supportive of the type of partnership that Kettle Society and Balfour Properties and the proposed 12-story building that they have designed together. It will provide the new market housing that is required in urban Vancouver. I'm disappointed in the draft plan on the basis that the Kettle Balfour team have taken great lengths to propose a project for the site which balances the much-needed new Kettle community space with some well-distributed massing. In my professional opinion, the Kettle Balfour team has been very successful thus far in their preliminary design process with their careful distribution of 5, 9, 12-story massing as well as the open space on the site. Locating the 12-story massing density to the north end of the site is an obvious decision to me. There is an existing tower across the street already. The strategic placement of the 12-story massing at the north end of the site also allows for the south end of the site to meet the draft community plan objectives in the form of a 5-story expression at Venables that transitions to a 9-story expression set back from the property line where its impact on the pedestrian scale is much less. It also minimizes the shadows being overcast onto adjacent residential suites. It's preferring to cast its shadows on Commercial Drive and the Commercial Drive diversion. Finally, it maximizes the southern light to penetrate into the courtyard spaces as well as the various different market housing and non-market housing. I also have utmost respect for the design team. Balfour's decision to appoint Olsen Kundig Architects along with GBL Architects, in my opinion, is a commendable decision. Within the North American architectural community, Olsen Kundig Architects are especially known for being considerate of the diversity of their communities. For those who don't know, they're Seattle-based. They're not local. Their mantra includes a mandate to work with artists on every project and to offer the greatest community benefit. The decision to have these sensitive and award-winning architects lead the design for the community really resonates with me. Returning to my earlier point, I will soon be a first-time home buyer. After saving for years, my husband and I were fortunate enough to buy pre-sale into the nearby Strathcona Village development. We could not have afforded to do so if the rezoning for that site to 12 stories at the time had not been permitted, making the project feasible for the developer to offset the 20% of non-market housing. Prior to finding our market condo, I cannot stress enough how disappointing it was to be priced out of the real estate market for so long, despite having an appetite to buy and years of savings to back it up. Over the years, almost all of my colleagues of a similar age bracket have left Vancouver since the possibility of buying a condo did not seem feasible, especially those who are wishing to start a family. I would also like to touch on that my husband and I do not own a car. That's an interesting aspect within who might be your demographic who are buying into that neighborhood. We've been here 8 years, have not bought a car, and I don't think it's an uncommon attribute among my peers and colleagues generally. This has allowed us to save. Furthermore, we have long preferred to live within walking distance to our places of work. We also tend to prefer the car share options or take public transit. These sustainable decisions have helped us towards being able to save for our initial home. So I stress, the Kettle Balfour project not only will provide more housing to those in need of supported living, as well as to allow Kettle to expand their services and the great work that they do, but it also allows potential homeowners like me a small opportunity to buy into the neighborhood and provide the next generation of community. If you approve the draft plan as is, the project will not become a reality. As such, I would recommend that this goes through a rezoning process and be given considerate time, and generally that the height relaxation be a consideration by council and the mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Riopel. Sorry for the mispronunciation. There are no questions, which is great because we are at the break time. So thank you. My apologies that someone always is on the wrong side of the speakers list when we need to do breaks, but we are at the time when blood sugar needs to be replenished. So 5:30 to 6 is what I'm suggesting, Council. Come back at 6 o'clock. Seeing no balking, I will call a recess and we will be back here at 6 o'clock. All right, that is the magic counselor that brings us to quorum. So I'm going to call the, today you get to be magic. So I'm going to call us back to order with thanks to folks for their patience, especially speaker number 44, Kurt Heinrich, who is the next one up to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you. Great. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about my neighborhood. I wanted to tell you about how passionate I am about the Kettle Bofo project, and I hope Council will consider allowing this project to proceed. My wife and I live in a 750 square foot condo on Salisbury in East Georgia. So that makes us a stone throw away from the project, where the project is being recommended to be built. We've lived on the drive or right next to it for just under a decade. Like many of the speakers today, we love the drive and the Grandview-Woodlands neighborhood. We never expected to have a big yard, a basement, or a fancy garden, and we accept that. What we don't accept is a neighborhood that seeks to exclude in order to keep things the same. And keeping things the same is exactly what will happen if Council does not move forward with this plan. The commercial drive is all about what we feel commercial drive is all about is its dynamic energy and its inclusive nature. There are so many weird and wonderful things happening in Grandview-Woodlands every day, and I think the spirit of our community is going to be enhanced by young people, renters, and a diversity of folks coming from different communities. I believe in particular the Kettle Bofo project will play an important role in making this happen. For one thing, it will provide critical housing and support services to many of my neighbors who need some real help. I visited the Kettle, and I've seen firsthand the cramped and insufficient current space that they need to operate in. We can't expect to fight homelessness if we don't provide our housing providers with the tools and the space they need to support vulnerable people. I'm also excited about the market and non-market housing that will be created as a result of this project. Creating additional supply for our young and older people who want to stay in this city but can't find accommodation is critical to the economic and cultural vitality of Vancouver and Grandview-Woodlands. I'm hopeful that Council will take this input under consideration and vote to make the drive more inclusive by saying yes to the Kettle Bofo project and then yes to the Grandview-Woodlands plan as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heinrich. There are no questions for you. Thanks for coming back. Okay, next speaker is Mr. Stephen Pickett, who will be followed by number 46, Gail Gavin, and number 47, Jim Fraser. Mr. Pickett, if you go to the podium as the clerks mentioned earlier. Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Well enough, yes.
Okay. But is the camera on me, or do I need to speak from over there?
Mr. Pickett, the clock is running, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll omit the introductions then. My name is Stephen Pickett, and I have lived at the same address for 25 years on the corner of Garden Drive and 11th Avenue. Could I please have the slides? Thank you. In what we refer to as the Grandview Triangle. I had some input into the 2013 report in which proposed 36-story development on the site of our local Safeway at Broadway and Commercial. The unanimous recommendation of everyone except the developers was 12 stories max. What part of 12 stories max does the city not understand? We should listen to Bing Tom. I don't want Metrotown on Commercial. It will destroy the most precious part of Vancouver, to me and many others. The station is already overrun with passengers. It's the busiest interchange hub in the entire transit system. Planners want a transit-oriented community. I reject that phrase. All it seems to be is an argument for developers not providing parking. as well as dumping 5,000 people in the vicinity of Trout Lake Park, whose ecosystem would never recover, filling the sidewalks with citizens who have nowhere to stand in line for buses and trains. I reject the idea that building duplexes creates affordable housing. All it does is incentivize developers to provide about the same number of actual beds at double the rent they are now. As has been said, you don't build affordable housing, you retain it. Now we come to where I live. The triangle and the area to the north of us and east of Lakewood are part of the RS1 zone residential core. Sorry, I can't make that any bigger. I prefer to think of it as the real green Vancouver. It is doublespeak to tell us that the plans proposed by the city are green. Mostly these plans involve tearing down serviceable housing and green trees. Council very recently banned some insecticides based on information that now it seems is incomplete and possibly wrong. I may have to replace green grass with stones in my yard. Is Council's information on densification any better? I note that Council chooses to ignore the Coriolis report indicating no more zoning is needed. That residential core stretches from the Burnaby border to UBC and from the port to the river. If you look at my slide, you can see that you currently have to walk through my neighborhood to stay in that green territory. Sorry, it's gray on the map. Our area is fragile with non-residential development in almost every direction already. To allow unfettered development risks breaking the continuity. Who wins? Developers and Council with the huge development fees. Who loses? Everybody else. What if the rush to zone is as mistaken as the rush to ban neonics? The old trees on Broadway, how do I get the next slide? What? The old trees on Broadway match many heritage homes in the area. How is cutting them down and putting 6-story buildings there being green? A potato would argue a better case. What's my biggest point? We were not consulted, along with numerous other folks who don't even realize that they're about to rezoned. I don't live in Grandview-Woodland. I live in Cedar Cottage, which has a plan good for another 12 years. This is from your own plan document, the beginning of it. Sometime in the last year, unknown to us, until 1 month ago, we became part of the grandly named Commercial Broadway Station Precinct. Specifically, the Commercial Broadway Station Precinct residential character area. This is pure Humpty Dumptyism. Labeling us does not change us. I recall a broadsheet double-spread map of the USA after the 2004 election, posted on a friend of mine's fridge in California, which showed California, Massachusetts, Illinois, New York, and a few more places in blue as America, and the rest of the map in red as, and I was advised not to say this out loud, granted, it was by US standards a left-wing newspaper. But if we let the Grandview-Woodlands plan annex all these areas which are not part of Grandview-Woodlands, we deserve to have our portion of the map labeled just like that one. Even the Safeway towers aren't in Grandview-Woodlands. None of the east side of Nanaimo, or most of it was adjusting the computer. Between Nanaimo and Kamloops, 700 homes is in Grandview-Woodlands.
Could I
get have been expanded without regard for reality, and as far as anyone knows, the Anschluss areas have not been consulted. That's me. I'm not even supposed to be here, nor was I eligible to be in the Citizens' Assembly. Planners assume somehow that we could rival the density of Amsterdam, Paris, London, or New York. That would justify transit in order to become green and transit-oriented. But that puts the cart before the horse. Those cities took hundreds of years to densify. We don't have 100 months to consider this properly. We don't have 100 days. Oh. This plan is a bundle. Kill it.
Okay, so this is an excellent time to read the section of the procedure bylaw, which does require us to not use unparliamentary, rude, or offensive language or engage in unparliamentary, rude, or offensive conduct. So if folks could stick to words that are commonly not referred to as swear words, that would be good. Ms. Gavin, you're ready to go? Anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Now, I acknowledge I stand on the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I thank them for allowing us recent settlers to live on this land. Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, residents, and friends. My name is Gail Gavin. I'm a member of the West Point Grey Residents Association Board. Our membership is 400 residents, and our executive has submitted a letter to council supporting the Grandview-Woodlands Area Council in their opposition to the community plan and their request that council delay consideration of the draft community plan. Today I speak as a resident and a former resident of Grandview-Woodlands. The Metro Vancouver Regional Growth Strategy document states that in the 35 years between 2016 and 2041, Vancouver's share of the anticipated regional increase in population is 140 people, requiring 75,000 additional units of housing. On average, 4,000 people a year, requiring about 2,400 units a year. Stats Canada's data confirmed that in the 6 years 2006 to 2011, Vancouver had absorbed 25,000 new residents compared to the 24,000 rejected by the official Metro Vancouver strategy. In June 2016, Council adopted the Coriolis report. Council commissioned it. It said, in the 8 years between 2006 and 2013, more than 27,000 multifamily units have been completed in Vancouver, averaging 3,428 a year. That's 1,000 more each year as a surplus. For the last 10 years, that is about 10,000 units more than is required under the official Metro Vancouver town. Or plan, rather. The Coriolis study confirms that the current remaining development potential based on zoning
Ms. Gavin, I'm
on
sorry.
June 2014, sorry.
Do you mind moving just a bit away from the microphone? It's a bit...
Away from me, thank you.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. The potential is there with current rezoning as of 2 years ago for more than 76,000 units. So 76,000 units and the 27,000 which had already been built to 2014 is about 103,000 units. So if the population growth is on target, why are we overbuilding, creating 10,000 surplus units? Surely it was not to create the 10,000 unoccupied units the mayor complains of. And if we already have zoning for another 70,000 units, why are we rezoning our neighborhoods at all, let alone at this extremely rapid and I would suggest unseemly rate? It is against the interests of the majority of the residents who wish to stay. This is what I think is happening. Developers want to make as much money as they can under the current financial crisis with 1% of the people now owning 40% of the wealth. They are swimming in money and they want to buy strata title certificates, read commodity condos. They can be sold by developers as speculative instruments, just as stocks and bonds, and they just happen to come with a habitable space with them, and obviously 10,000 people who've bought them don't want or need them for that purpose. Now, if I'm a developer, how do I get these strata certificates? Well, there's only one place to go, and it's this council room. Nobody else can give it, and you have the responsibility to give it wisely. This interest has to be balanced against the needs and wishes of Vancouver residents who wish to stay. We're about 50-50. What unites is far greater than the details of any differences. It is this: we want to live in this wonderful city, and we do not want our friends and our family to be forced out and scattered away from us. We do not want to give up our homes to others who will pay more money to the developers of this city than many of us are able to pay. It's simple, friends. This council should refuse to pass this revision of residents' rights outright. This so-called Grandview-Woodlands community plan. This council should listen to the citizens, to the residents, leave our neighborhoods alone. At least don't come rushing in 1 week after you had 4 years to talk to whoever you handpicked and chose. And then you're going to force this on us in 1 month? Thank you.
Thanks for your time, Ms. Gavin. Okay, up next, we've got number 47, Jim Fraser, followed by number 48, Tanya Van, and after that, number 49, Sean Veely. Oh, welcome. You might want to move the podium up a bit.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. Councillors, thank you for staying so late and hearing me. My name is Jim Fraser. I'm a longtime resident of Grandview-Woodlands. I'm also a director on the Grandview-Woodlands Area Council, and although I endorse their comments, these submissions are absolutely my own. The other thing I would mention is that I sent in some written comments, and I'm not going to repeat those here. I'm just going to try and make new points, and I'm going to try and do that really briefly. The first point is on the need for more consultation. I think there are two possible reasons for more consultation. One is simply a process one, that it's summer, there may be people who are away, who are on vacation, who haven't had time to read it, and as a process matter, probably deserve the time to read that. As a practical matter, I think the other reason for more consultation is if the form of that consultation can be used to actually improve the draft plan. I think there are some possibilities for doing that, but it may require a different format. And in my written submissions, I gave a couple of examples of small changes I thought might improve the plan, and I'm not going to repeat those here. There's been an enormous said on the Boffo kettle proposal tonight. I'm, again, not going to repeat all of those arguments. The one amendment I would make, both, and I think it's been made for the Hastings Plateau area, but not for the kettle Boffo site, is to remove the conditional language in the plan around building heights. The plan says something like, consider applications for additional height and density on the site to support or renew, expand additional social purpose uses such as non-market housing, cultural space. I think that the last thing the community needs is to have these ongoing and divisive debates continue on ad infinitum, and removing the conditional language from the plan would be really a good step. The one other thing I would add on the kettle Boffo debate is it seems to me for all of the things that are said about what good work the kettle does, and nobody denies that, and all of the other things, it really is a debate about funding on one hand, and what a lot of members of the community see as a negative externality, is what economists would call it, a negative impact on the feeling of the commercial drive area. And negative externalities are real. If city councils and governments weren't concerned with negative externalities, there would be no need probably for urban planning departments. That's all I've got to say on that. The impact of the plan on existing rental accommodation, Kathleen Pioveson talked about that pretty extensively, and I endorse her comments. The one other thing on another point is building height and design. In a few areas, and the Broadway East multifamily area, and the Pender Street transition area, the building heights exceed those recommended by the CA Assembly final report and seem to be opposed by many in the neighborhood. I would suggest the draft plan bring those in line with the Citizens Assembly recommendations. That was the consultation process the city set up, and I would encourage the city to bring the plan in line with those recommendations. And the final point, in terms of amendments to the plan, is there seems to be nothing in the plan for any new park space, and I think if we're going to have additional density in the area, then new park space, there needs to be some way found to have some new park space. And then finally, I think there are positive aspects of the plan. I support the recommendations for the Grandview sub-area, for the support for the Aboriginal community in the neighborhood. There are some things in the plan about mitigating the lack of park space. I applaud those. I support those. I don't think it negates the fact that the community is still park deficient, but I think the attempts to mitigate the lack of park space are admirable. And generally, I support the use of transitional housing forms so that you don't have single-family dwellings abutting multi-story apartment or condo buildings. And I support making Commercial Drive a complete street. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for your thoughtful comments and also for your thoughtful email, which detailed those more. I wanted to pick up on something that you had written to us about, well, which is around the views. The 6 stories blocking views through Grandview Park. So if you could just elaborate on that. And you're saying 4 stories would not block the views?
I don't think so. The park slopes down to the west. And there is some opening over the Britannia Field and down William Street.
Right.
But then to the south of that, where there's primarily 2.5 or 3-story houses now, I think going to 6 would block the view of the city from the park and from across the street on at the restaurants, on the patio of the restaurants. I think if it was dropped, because the slope of the land drops away towards Clark Drive there, I think if it was at 4 stories along Cotton Drive, it would probably maintain most of that view. And I don't live in that area. It's something I enjoy when I'm at the park or when I'm sitting on the patio at Fetz or at Havana. I think it's a community amenity, and it would be a shame to lose that.
Right. Thank you. And thanks for that information. And you've also made a suggestion around adding more commercial space in and around that area on the main floor or the bottom floor. Have you talked about that with other people? Or
no, it was something came up when I looked at the draft plan, and that's one of the reasons I think some more consultation might be useful. Is that there are things that I didn't think of until I looked at the draft plan and started thinking about the implications of those. When I've traveled, one of the things that I've noticed is that there's a mixture often of commercial and residential, and it makes those streets a little bit more lively. And I think particularly along the stretch on Pender, where there's some, I think, planned 10-story transitional housing, that if the bottom of the ground floor of those buildings was made commercial, it would make that whole Hastings Plateau area possibly a little more vibrant, a little bit more lively. But it's not something I've talked to anybody about. There may be other things that other people have to say.
Right. So, and what do you see the format of when you say you would like more consultation, an extension to kind of bring some of these other ideas that are arising out of, I gather, response to the plan that is? How would you see the format of that happening?
Briefly, I think there was a flaw in the initial consultation to the extent that there was a pretty big leap for people to make. There was sort of, what are the things you want? And people go parks, park benches, plazas, blah, blah, blah. And then the step was to go, how high do you want to go? What housing form do you want to go? And I think there's a huge step in between there. What the draft plan does that I like is for the Safeway site, for the Bothell Kettle site, for another site, there's actually a conceptual drawing by city staff that then I think gives me and probably other people a better chance to say, this is what I like about it, this is what I don't like about it. So to go back to the Kettle Bothell site, for instance, the staff drawing, the conceptual drawing, helped me think about other alternative forms of massing that would mitigate some of the issues of height. So back to that, I mean, that I see as a real compromise proposal that sort of goes higher than what the No Towers group would want, provides less than the full 12 stories that the Bothell Kettle want, but also mitigates with tiered levels, tiered stories. So I think those sorts of things actually help people visualize and can enable staff to draw people into discussions about what it is that what the real issues are, because I think that people often have a hard time explaining what it is about urban space that they like or don't like.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. That's it for questions. Okay, we have number 48, Tanya Van, followed by 49, Sean Veely, and 50, Nick Pogar.
Check one. All right, let's need some water first. Thanks for everybody for staying so late, and it is very important to us. And first, I just want to talk about the Kettle Boffo. I'm sorry I have to bring this up again, but I live in a rental complex, low-income rental complex, like 200 feet away, and it's a 4-story housing society that is filled with like, you know, happy families, 140 people, I think, maybe 28 kids under the age of 18. That, you know, a lot of kids attend Britannia, and this is why I want to talk about this. And I just want to say we have a very diverse crowd in there too, like Aboriginal people, we have immigrants, we have lesbian moms, we have rock and rollers, we got everybody. Okay, so we also don't feel like we were consulted enough, either by the tower proposed, a Kettle Boffo thing, or by the Grandview-Woodland plan. Like, what, we're rezoned? We've been rezoned for 6, it's gonna be rezoned for 6, we're, you know, like, come on. Okay, so we need additional affordable rental housing for families, not 200 expensive condo units. And I don't want to see the land values in neighborhoods skyrocket with developers behaving like vultures, and it puts us all renters at risk. And how long before our rental apartments start being sold from under us? And it's already happening, guys. Okay, and what is stopping these market condos from speculation, flipping, Airbnb, and ultimately driving the cost up in our neighborhood? And I think we need to put a few things in check, like Airbnb regulations, and pull some of that rental market back before we start building these huge things, you know? Okay, it's too much density all at once. And on that corner, I'm talking about Kettle Boffo site, you know, approximately like 100 students like use that site to access the schools, the community center, the park, the track, and this really affects the livability of our area. It needs to be planned better, and we need to be consulted. We haven't seen any plans, and we don't even know why they need 12 stories. I haven't seen what the Kettle needs. I want to see financially what they need. Like, can't we talk about this? And everybody feels blackmailed. Either you're with us or against us. You're a NIMBY or you're a YIMBY. Well, thank you. And we feel bullied from Boffo. I just met him. He's pretty nice, actually. They hired a PR firm and had mailed us postcards like it's a done deal already. But like I said, we don't feel like we were consulted. And actually, we feel sick. We feel anxious. We have anxiety. We do feel sick. We feel like we went from kind of bohemian middle class, happy, to, hey, we have no rights. We're renters. And all of a sudden, we're going to be rezoned to 6. Like, this is crazy. You might as well put a for sale sign. Make us all look like steaks, like in front of a hungry wolf. And okay, I support the Kettle expansion. Of course, I've lived by it for 14 years. You know, I had some issues with it. We don't have to go into that, but I feel like if they had an expansion, they could take care of their people better. And we got to look at it more closely. Like, how much do they really need? And we got to look at the alternatives. And the provincial government just reported a surplus from property transfer tax, and the neighborhood would get behind a more standalone, modest structure on the city parking lot. That would include 30 units for supported housing and some affordable renters. And I do support the No Venables Tower Coalition alternatives, and this makes sense. And I'm just asking you to take a real look at it. And supposedly there were consultations, and I want to reiterate, none of us feel like we were properly consulted. And I invite any and everybody down to Adinak and come talk to all of us. We're right there. Like, come on. And let's see, meanwhile, the whole neighborhood found out through the No Tower Coalition that was at the park every day. That's a way to do, every weekend. That's a way to do consultation. That's a way to talk to the neighborhood. And they did. They talked to about like 5,000 people. Thank you. And nobody wants a tower right there. And we're scared. And personally, I can't afford to move if the rent I live in sells. I'd be out-marketed. And I work in the neighborhood. My kid goes to school in the neighborhood. I don't need a car. My kid doesn't need a cell phone. And I volunteer at Grandview-Woodland Food Connection at Britannia Senior Secondary. And my son is becoming a lifeguard through Britannia Community Center. And I know I sent this to you, Andrea, so I know you got this. And we care deeply about our community. It was a place that helped me get back on my feet when I was homeless with a baby. And I hope we can have these affordable, low-income rentals for women that need to leave abusive situations and get back on their feet. Okay? So this community is not flashy, it's not cashy, it's largely Aboriginal, and the proposed condo tower is the opposite. It would be the Trump Tower of the hood. And it's too much of a cost for our neighborhood. If those condos go for a lot of money, it will show the developers that there is money to be made here in Grandview-Woodland, and it is already happening to 6 stories right next to us. Yeah, they're trying to grab it already. Like developers are trying to grab the property right next to us and land mass it with the property right next to us, which happens to be right next to the Bothell Kettle development. And everybody knows that it's going to be rezoned, and we're scared. And we feel like our days are numbered, we have no protection, and I'm just asking you, if you guys are going to do these massive developments or any kind of new development around hubs, why don't you just take away that rezoning of the happy 4-story apartment buildings? Because I don't think, and let's get to the Grandview-Woodland plan right now, that thing about the 1-for-1, rental 1-for-1, you can't move people around like cattle. I don't think that my marriage would survive it. I can't afford to move back into a rental in the same place for a higher price. Like, this is not realistic. And I just want to say that I did meet Daniel Boffo, and he's very attractive. And I'd like to put 2 more stories on him, a couple of more pounds, and see how much he sells for.
Miss Van, thank you. You do have questions from Councillor DiGenova.
Hi. I'll wait till my mic's on. Thank you very much. It seems that you're very passionate about your community. I have a question because we've heard from a number of people, and and again, you don't have to answer my questions. I'll just preface it by saying this. What do you consider a tower? You had talked about 6 stories not being appropriate. Some people have come here and said 35 stories is a tower, some 4.
This is what I really think. I really think that the no tower, like the 6 stories, that's really nice because we really need affordable. I like that social housing on the top. And if they want to be inclusive, get the stigma off, and like get families or people that need it, and the Kettle clientele underneath, like, hey, happy family. But then Boffo could have that Kettle property and land assemble there. I'd even say give them an extra story just to help out the Kettle a little bit more with their building. Like, I just think that we could find a compromise, and we need to talk about it more. And we really need to take that 6-story rezoning off the affordable rentals around these developments.
So it's not just about the Kettle. I mean, in the plan, there's everything from 6 stories to 35.
Okay, sorry, I thought you asked specifically.
No, it's about the community plan. That's
so
what we're
what
here
is a
discussing.
tower?
In your mind.
We were saying keep the drive under 5, no more than 4, but let's say, I don't know, we went up to 6. We were thinking about 6. If we need to compromise, let's go to 6. That's what is a tower? You ask me what a tower, anything above 6?
In your mind.
My
everyone
mind,
has a different idea.
Have you looked out there? There's 8 stories being built. That would totally engulf us. Like, we would be like, what?
So as I've said before, and I'll say it again to preface my question,
answer it.
Well, yes, there you go. It's difficult for us in a sense because density.
Anything above 6?
Wait.
Sorry.
No, actually,
it's a different question.
Councillor DiGenova, this is a Q&A session, and you've asked a question, and Ms. Van
answered it 5 times.
Okay.
Yes, so I wanted to ask another question.
Okay.
The other question is in looking at social housing, and the city has some buildings, the 14 sites that were built, they're much higher than 8 stories. Some of them, I believe, are 12. So I would suppose, I wonder, you had mentioned that it would be difficult for you if you were out of your rental unit to be able to maybe find appropriate and affordable housing. Do you feel that adding to the supply in the neighborhood is appropriate at all? Or are you afraid that maybe
What kind of
it'll limit it?
supply is being added to the neighborhood? Because to me, it seems like it's all like market for sale, high-end marble countertops. There's even like rental apartments that have been bought and redone, and it's like 1 bedroom is $1,700.
Well, in our recommendation,
I just have to caution us that this is not a
asking
debate. Okay.
I'm asking a new question.
Great.
Okay, ask a new.
A new question would be regarding sort of the amenities that come with that to the community. Does that at all? I heard you talk about the need in the community for social housing and the need for rental at the same time, and I'm just wondering if you feel that the two are tied, the need for rental and adding housing and density to the neighborhood.
You know, I have so much to think about because like when I come home tonight, I have to figure out how to fight the school closure. Britannia Secondary School, and that's what we need, and is being taken away from us. So I'm not going to answer any more questions, and I thank you for your time, but I've got another fight on my hand, because it's the only school in the East Side that has the IB, so they're taking opportunity away from our East Side kids. And check out the new census. There is a baby boom here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van. Okay, next up we have speaker number 49, Sean Veely or Veli, you'll let me know. And then we have 50, Nick Pogar, and 51, Dorothy Barkley.
Hello, modern technology. Wow.
Welcome.
Thank you. And you are correct. Yes, the last name is in fact Veely. You are one of the few people I've ever met who actually got the name right in the first try. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm here to speak briefly on 2 points of the Grandview-Woodland development proposal. The first is in regards to the surprise proposed Kettle Boffo development at the corner of Commercial Division and Venable Street. I've lived in Vancouver for 20 years. For over 5 years, I've lived in Grandview-Woodlands area, across the street from this site on the east side of Commercial Drive between Venables and Adanac, and I'm here to provide my enthusiastic support for the Kettle Boffo project amendment from 9 to minimum 12 stories. I should tell you a bit about myself. I have a university degree. I'm a professional musician and artist. I'm also diagnosed autistic. I am a recovering domestic abuse survivor living with PTSD, anxiety disorder, and OCD, so you can imagine perhaps just how difficult it is for me to get up and speak to you today. I am seriously testing the limits of my medication, but I believe this is important. So I apologize in advance for any stumbling. I've received treatment for my ongoing conditions through both medication and individual and group counseling. I am a mental health client, a patient, and I am very fortunate to be able to take advantage of many of the services which the Kettle provides. I also recognize that being a middle-aged white male comes with its own privilege, and that there are many others at the Kettle who struggle with their own issues and could easily slip through the cracks were it not for places such as the Kettle. Since becoming a member of almost 3 years ago, the Kettle has provided me with extra support that I have needed and a safe place where I can go when the world just gets to be too much. It is a loud world, and it's good to have a place where I can feel safe when I'm out in it when I need it. The Kettle is partnered with various arts, cultures, and entertainment groups throughout the city, providing its members with opportunities to attend concerts and shows and to be part of a larger community that would otherwise be out of most of our reach. They provide laundry services, access to online computers, women-only spaces. Their staff provide assistance for clients with regards to housing, employment, and volunteer services, and for dealing with bureaucracy of various levels. For 40 years, the staff of the Kettle have provided advocacy, service, and support of all kinds for its members. Without the Kettle, many people would simply have nowhere else to go and be cut off from the large community, making a challenging situation even worse, if not impossible. Now, there are those who feel that a 12-story tower at this location would negatively affect the character of the neighborhood, and we've already addressed the issue regarding Adirondack Towers, senior support housing. But let's go a little further. There's Panorama Gardens, which is a 12-story high-rise strata at 1833 Francis Street. That is between Salisbury and Victoria. That's a private for sale high-rise. Let's head the opposite direction, down southwest. If we go down to East 3rd between McLean and Woodlands, we find 3 Grandview Towers, 2 of which are 11 to 12 stories, run by Baptist Housing. Again, senior supportive housing. There is already precedence in this neighborhood for buildings of this size, both privately and to help those in society of our need. And the Kettle is not setting a precedent, it is following a previously existing standard. There are many here who are opposed to the project who describe themselves as concerned citizens. Now, I too am concerned. I'm concerned that should this project fail to be supported, the Kettle may have no choice but to scale back its services for people living with mental health challenges, exposing them to even greater risk, which I feel is a more urgent consideration than whether or not we have a 12-story building along one of the main thoroughfares, the Grandview-Woodland area, that might block some people's views or challenge some people's perceptions of what our community should or should not look like, or its character. The character of a neighborhood is defined more by the actions of its people and not merely by the structures that they inhabit. The Kettle Bothwell project is a chance for us as a community to stand up and show real concrete support, no pun intended, for those who need it the most. I may lose my lovely view of downtown, but in return, I gain the security that when I and other people living with mental health issues need it, the Kettle will be there for us. So please, I do urge you to approve this amendment. Very briefly, on a topic that hasn't been touched on much here, just talking about the issue of dedicated bike lanes on Commercial Drive. I understand that nothing has been finalized. I personally would love to see a dedicated bike lane integrated as part of the design going up as far north at least as the Adirondack bike route to provide a connection there. I understand the Commercial Drive Business Society is apprehensive about this. We know the Downtown Business Association was also similarly apprehensive. But just last week, when Moby was launched, yay Moby, the Downtown Vancouver Business Association, DVBIA President Charles Gauthier tweeted, quote, "Taking the Canada line from Moby Bikes launch, car parked at office. I like having mobility choices." And that's quite a change of tune from a couple of years ago when those streets were put in. More to the point on the topic of mobility choices, I'm sorry I'm over the line, but there's one story I feel it is important that I witnessed myself 2 years ago at the food co-op at Commercial Napier. A mother and her young daughter about 7 years of age, were buying groceries. They had the handheld cart, and the mother's groceries are filling up over time, and the mother stopped and turned to her daughter and said, "Gee, honey, I guess we should have brought our car, huh?" And the daughter stopped and looked up at her and said, "But Mommy, I wanted to walk." Literally, and I'm using that word correctly, from the mouths of babes. So with that in mind, I thank you for your time and your patience and your dedication. Thank you.
There are no questions for you. Thank you. Okay, almost as if on cue, up next we have Nick Pogar from the Commercial Drive Business Improvement Association. Society. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Council, or evening now. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I am the Executive Director of the Commercial Drive Business Society. We represent approximately 650 members, both business owners and property owners. Many of these members are small businesses who serve not only the local community, they also serve the destination and regional shopper and or visitor, guest to the area. These small businesses rely on this visitor segment now more than ever in remaining viable and remaining with doors open. In reviewing the latest draft of the Grandview-Woodland Community Plan, the Commercial Drive Business Society, or CDBS, is in support of much of the overall plan. I think it's worth mentioning that the business community is in favor of responsible density. We further support density with height increases up to 6 stories along the majority of the business improvement area catchment. We also support higher density above this in and around the travel nodes of Venables, nearer to the Britannia Community Center, and at Broadway and Commercial, referring to the Safeway site and all that surrounds it. In addition to that, we also support additional height at 12th and Commercial as well. It is vital that density increases in these areas receive full support. In relation to this, it is important to know that the Grandview-Woodland area saw a net loss of about 6.5% over the last 3 census periods. This has made the retail climate in the area especially challenging for the small business. As you know, we are a unique commercial district that has a very limited parking facilities in the area. We don't have the luxury of being surrounded by parkades, similar to what the downtown area sees. We also don't have the luxury, as just mentioned, of having a super high density area in comparison to something like downtown Vancouver. So the loss of parking in the area, in an area that is already challenged with regards to parking, is a major, major issue for our members. With that being said, it's also important to mention that the CDBS supports enhanced cycling infrastructure in the Grandview-Woodland area. We support it around Commercial Drive, and we support it as a part of a comprehensive approach in creating a more, what we'd like to call, complete neighborhood. The CDBS is still eager to be part of the end plan and is open to being fully engaged with the city going forward in exploring all options for enhancing Commercial Drive. The Commercial Drive Business Society recommends that the City of Vancouver first look at enhancing and optimizing the existing cycling infrastructure in the immediate neighborhood instead of burdening the taxpayer with a test bicycle route whose success will in part be measured by how many small businesses may close in the process. This cycle route, in our eyes, will become a major cycle arterial or bike highway to much of a degree. A bicycle route in Victoria or on Victoria Drive offers a natural connection between the bike storage facilities being added at the Commercial Drive Broadway SkyTrain station, Trout Lake, the City of Vancouver Refugee Centre, and the Safeway site, which is being developed in the near future. Again, I'll say the Commercial Drive Business Society recognizes and values cycling as an important travel mode and supports enhancing cycling infrastructure in the area. However, the CDBS does not support what is referred to as a AAA bike lane directly on Commercial Drive, as we sincerely believe this will have a negative effect on the businesses in the area. Over the past few months, we've been hard at work collecting data. We did a member survey of our membership, close to 60% responded. 84% of those respondents were not in support of a AAA bike lane on Commercial Drive. We also recently underwent a public intercept survey that received 402 respondents. And in reviewing that data, it really does show that we need to further review what may happen in the area with regards to cycle lanes. I see that my time is up and I've just closing here. The last thing I wanted to mention is that with regards to the latest draft of the plan, 444 feedback forms were received. Of those, only 5 of the respondents cited adding cycling in the area or cycling infrastructure in the area to be important. In closing, the Commercial Drive Business Society encourages the city to consider all realistic alternatives for achieving this goal without predetermining a specific cycling infrastructure and solution. Therefore, the Commercial Drive Business Society strongly encourages Council to direct staff to make the following specific text changes to the Grandview-Woodland Area Plan before approving it. Page 124, section 8.1.1. We would ask that...
Mr. Pogart,
Yes.
what I'm going to do, because you're well over a minute over time,
Yes.
is move you to
Sorry.
Councillor DeGenova, and perhaps you could email the specific changes to us. Councillor DeGenova,
Actually,
questions?
I'm very interested to know some of the specific changes that you're proposing.
Thank you. with that question being asked, what we are referring to, again, is page 124, section 8.1.1, and we ask that portions of the text be changed to possibly reallocating 2 motor vehicle travel lanes to provide for cycling and pedestrian improvements. We ask that the verbiage or the text AAA or all ages ability be removed from that particular sentence. The last change, Melissa and Council, page 131, section 8.4.1, the key change includes, again, exploring bike lanes on and around Commercial Drive to directly serve destinations by possibly reallocating travel lanes south of Gravely and creating connections to the existing network.
Thank you very much. I have a question. I understand that there is a petition that has been started. I'm not sure if that, could you, first of all, is that official? Is that an official petition that's been circulated by the Drive? And has your membership had a vote? And if so, can you share with us how many people were in support of that? I would guess it would have to be the majority if it goes on your website.
Yes, we in addition to the survey that we conducted with our members, where 84% showed that they were not in support of AAA bike lanes on Commercial Drive, we also wanted to reach out to the public to gauge their temperature and see what they thought about it, because they're the ones that shop in the area and spend time in the area. So we wanted to find out where they were from, how they got there, and we ultimately wanted to find out whether they were in support of AAA bike lanes on Commercial Drive. And the ongoing petition at the moment has received 3,369 signatures in support of, or rather not in support of, AAA bike lanes on Commercial Drive.
Follow-up question to that is this, and I do think you stated this, but I just want to clarify, your membership is in support of having bike lanes nearby, just not on Commercial Drive, or is that incorrect?
Thanks for asking that. It's so important to really be aware of that fact that the business community does in fact support cycling. Where I think a lot of the disconnect between the community, the cycling community, and the business community has been is that as soon as you mention not being in support of bicycle lanes, you're automatically turned into a bad guy to some degree. And that's not the case. We want to work with everybody, and we do support cycling infrastructure. There is existing bike lanes that are already in the area running parallel to Commercial Drive, and with the community plan in process, upgrading those particular or existing lanes with connector routes to Commercial Drive, possibly providing parking for bicycles at Commercial Drive through those connector routes are options that we support, and we think that would be the better way forward.
Okay, thank you. Another question that I have regarding that is in moving forward, you mentioned that there were 3,369 signatures?
Close to 3,400 signatures.
Okay, would you be able to also send us those suggested amendments from the BIA?
I will send on the suggested text changes along with details on our member survey and the public petition as well, yes.
Thank you. And has there been any formal consultation, and I will ask our staff this, if there has been any formal consultation with the BIA and making sure that, have there been any meetings or formal consultation?
There has. We have had a few meetings. I don't know the exact number. And the majority of the meetings have been quite good to the degree where we've saw eye to eye on some of the items. Some of them have been difficult, but that's not surprising. We have a complex plan or issue that needs to find common ground. The one thing that we have felt along the process that has been, I'd say, a negative is that much of the consultation process is a listening process where we ask questions And in fact, Adrian, in December, when I was here and presented, December 2015, I believe, and forgive me if I misquote you, but you had instructed the Transportation Committee to work with us. And this is what I'm getting at, is that we want to be part of the solution. We want to work together. We want to be part of a cooperative planning process rather than just being listened to and not being shared the information and what the exact vision or plans may in fact be, so that we can be a part of making what may be a cycling route in the area the best that it can be. It needs for us to be a cooperative process in the planning stages. Thank you.
Councillor DiGenova, you are way over time, so I'm going to advance to Councillor Ball.
I'm really quick. You've just been discussing the one issue in terms of the bike lanes. Do you mind letting me know where you stand on the plan in its entirety, or have you discussed the plan in its entirety, and what's your position to help us be clear here?
Sure. With regards to the overall plan, we're supportive of many sections of it. As I mentioned, we're very supportive of increased density with a net loss of 6.5% of the population in Grandview-Woodland. Over the past 3 census periods, we think it's important to bolster that by adding additional density. The specific nodes, as mentioned, is Commercial and Broadway, Venables, also in and around the Britannia Community Center and at 12th. We're in support of many of the upgrades that coincide at the Britannia Community Center. We are also in support of the services that the Kettle Friendship Society provides, and we are in support of that, the Bothwell Kettle project, if you want to refer to it as that. It's an important project that serves not only to provide market, but off-market housing, as well as a social component in providing jobs and services to a community, which the previous speaker mentioned before me. It's a very, very important component to the neighborhood, and we'd like to see that move forward.
That's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I could go on there, but we're
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Promised.
You're good, Councillor Ball? Yes, finished. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr with questions.
Yes, thanks so much for all the work you do in the community and for being here. Appreciate the very specific suggestions. I'm wanting to make sure that I've got those right. On the page 124, you talked about removing AAA so that the statement would simply read reallocating 2 motor vehicle travel lanes to provide space for cycling. Is that right? Or to remove that whole line, because it still talks about reallocating 2 motor vehicle travel lanes.
Like, excuse me, Melissa suggested I'll send it so that you can see it verbatim. What we're getting at essentially is we'd like to remove, to some degree, the presupposing of the end result. I'm aware that policy in the transportation group is to look to, where possible, whenever possible, look to adding AAA bike lanes wherever cycling infrastructure is added. However, we also feel that to some degree presupposes what the bike lane will be. So removing that context from the line would make us feel a lot more comfortable. You know, I mean, not only removing that line, and again, going back to the fact that cooperative planning should happen.
Okay, so I'm removing the line, not just the AAA part.
There are some modifications.
Because I'm just a bit confused as to whether it was a concern with the AAA nature of the route, which is a very specific kind of route for safety, and that, and whether or not you'd be okay with something on Commercial Drive But in this case, it does talk about reallocating motor vehicle lanes.
I think perhaps what I can do is when I share the text changes and a few more details in a follow-up email, I can provide you a vision and design document that RBI spent close to $30,000 on developing in 2012 at the outset of the community plan.
Perfect.
Exactly what you're referring to. A lot of it is laid out in there. Not only in graphs and pictures, but...
very helpful. If you could do that very quickly, that would be very much appreciated.
I will, for sure. Yeah.
Great. And my final question to you, I think I heard you say that out of 444 response forms, 4 only identified increased cycling infrastructure as a priority. Are those response forms that you have looked at that have come into the planning process, or that...
Yes, they're the feedback forms. I realize that feedback is in many forms,
yes,
but citing that specific response, I thought it was important to note.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks. I had a quick question about the drive, but not the bike lanes, which was that we've received quite a lot of emails from businesses on the drive concerned about very quickly escalating rent. Like, having run a small business, I know rent is always an issue, but it feels like there's more pressure than usual. Can you speak to that, whether that's just a perception or a reality?
You're absolutely right. The pressure of increased rents is making it challenging for many of the businesses that are on Commercial Drive. The area, to some degree, is in an ongoing, well, as every area in Vancouver itself, is in an ongoing transitional period, if you'd like to refer to it as that, whereas commercial property and ownership of buildings is changing rapidly at the moment. So that also makes for added costs potentially being added to the mix with regards to small business when those properties change hands. I can't say where it's all coming from, but it's definitely something that is affecting that, and it is a challenge. You're absolutely right.
And do you have an opinion on whether the plan will help address that to some extent?
With regards to regulating or in some form controlling rents?
I don't know that it would control rents, but the zoning provisions on the drive, or if it's helpful or not helpful, or you don't have an opinion, I'm fine with any of the above answers.
I mean, it's very difficult to say because there's so many factors that are in the mix when you're talking about commercial property. But in a lot of the conversations we've had, I think or feel that within the catchment or the commercial high street area, allowing for zoning or height increases, from 4 up to 6 may help to alleviate some of that. I don't think it's going to be the only piece of the puzzle, but I do think it's an important one to consider height up to 6 stories along the Commercial Drive area.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on speaker number 51, Dorothy Barkley, who is here as the chair of the Grandview-Woodland Area Council. After that, number 52, Loris Bertoncello, and 53, Jane Henry.
Madam Chair, Council, thank you very much for hearing me today. I am here on behalf of Grandview-Woodlands Area Council, which I chair. I also was a member of the Citizens Assembly. I may still be. That may not have changed. But we had sent you a letter in which we had documented some of our concerns, as well as some of those things that we liked in the plan. The concerns, of course, being things like parks, displacement, affordability, pace of change restriction, that sort of thing. But what I'd like to do, and I'll probably be much briefer than the others, is make a case for extending the consultation period for this plan. When I got involved in the community consultation that took place 4 years ago, and it was a great experience. Everyone enjoyed it, and we were all very pleased when we saw the emerging directions document that resulted until we got to the last page, which was the land use map, at which point there was a kind of collective hysteria. And as a result of that, City Council in their wisdom decided to take another stab at it and decided to pursue the Citizens Assembly. Now, I'd like to recognize Andrew Pask because he led that consultation, which was a really good process, and everyone really enjoyed the participation. But then with that, the surprise that had taken place, and then the formation of the Citizens Assembly, many of the people who were long-standing contributors to the community and had participated in all the consultations, essentially none of them were included in the Citizens Assembly, even though they had, I recognize it's maintained that it was a random selection, but none of them were selected for the Citizens Assembly, and nor did they have any say in how that was even put together. All of this created a sense of unrest, distrust, and discomfort with the process. The Citizens Assembly, which, as I say, I was a part of and I felt very privileged to participate in, I came in as a replacement because someone had resigned, had a number of public consultation or events. I think there were 3. But at any rate, all of these people who'd been so involved for so long in the process attended these, and they felt that they couldn't be heard. The people who were on the Citizens Assembly had no idea who they were and what their motives were, and they just didn't feel like they either could be heard or there would have any influence whatsoever. And on the Citizens Assembly itself, I can say that there were maybe 2 people who'd ever been involved in any of the earlier consultations, so they were all new to the process. So all of the local citizens who had been involved and were very invested felt like they were being completely sidelined. Then, following the completion of the Citizens Assembly and when their report with its recommendations was given to Council, which was last June, people have been waiting with bated breath to see the results of that. And with the results, which were delivered on June 25th, and I'd like to commend again Andrew, because being a member of the Citizens Assembly, I got to sit through his overview, which was really a wonderful way to discover what was in the report. Unfortunately, no one else in the neighborhood got to sit through that, short of my friends. And so this was put out on the Saturday night, the first weekend of summer, just as school was let out, people are going on holidays, and then we're told that there are 4 weeks approximately in which to have a look at this thing. And there were going to be the coffee chats as well as, I think there were 3 open houses. And to be honest, if you walk into the Wise Hall or the Croatian Center into a room with a bunch of posters on easels surrounding the room, you really don't get any sense of understanding of what's going on. People are distracted. It's not a really good method. Having said that, there weren't all these people who even knew what was going on or were available to attend. And so that's been a frustration. And what I would like to ask you is that you extend this period. If I understand correctly, Council is about to shut down for the summer and return in September. I'd like to ask you to delay consideration of this plan until October so that all of these people will also have a chance to look at this. This has been going on for 4 years. I talked to Kent Monroe about it, and his response when I asked that we have a delay was, what, 4 years isn't long enough? What I would suggest is that if we waited 4 years, 2 or 3 months isn't going to make that much difference, but it may give the neighborhood a whole lot more confidence and trust in this city council if they get that courtesy. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Oh,
thanks.
sorry, I advanced you too fast there. A request. Okay, I'm just going to, okay, there we go. And Councillor Ball, there you go. All right, let's hear the questions.
No, it's me.
Sorry, it's Councillor Carr there.
Right.
To the right.
Well, thank you.
Good point.
I'm just very grateful for all the work you do in the community. Thank you very much for that. And I know it's been a lot of effort, and and for coming tonight to speak on behalf of the Grandview-Woodlands Area Council. My question is really around that extension that you're requesting. Two questions. One is what you would hope to accomplish, like what the questions would be for and the rationale for it. I mean, I know you've said, you know, to give the community a chance to review it in more depth, but if there's any, you know, specific issues within the plan that need to be addressed, or some things in specific that would need to get worked on, if you could identify those, that would be helpful. And number two, if there's a particular format, a particular way, you've already commented on the format of the poster boards, so if there's a different kind of format that you might suggest, I'd appreciate it.
I was afraid you'd ask me that. I recognize that time is a consideration, but I know that from my experience, what really worked better than anything else was where the city had tables, and there would be a city staffer at the table with 8 or 9 members of the community. They could ask questions, things could be reviewed. It really worked well and gave everybody a sense of confidence that they understood what was going on.
Mm-hmm. As a format. Mm-hmm. And so normally if you have that kind of a format with tables, you have a sort of set of questions. The table is looking at a question. What would those questions be?
Well, that I can't answer, not off the top of my head.
Okay. But content of the plan? Elements
I was thinking about it before I spoke. I mean, if I had my druthers, I would have Andrew run through that PDF or that PowerPoint presentation for everybody. Because that was really well done. And when I came out of the Citizens Assembly, I was really excited about what I'd seen and heard. Now, having said that, I hadn't had time to examine it in the minutiae, and a number of people then went through it and brought up different points that I hadn't thought to ask. I think Andrew will tell you that the one thing I was really jumping on was parks. How can you, when we're so deficient in our neighborhood already, how can we bring in more people? But so there was, I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, no, it's helpful. Thanks so much.
Questions from Councillor Ball.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening and for your very thoughtful process and working through your ideas here. A little bit of follow-up to Councillor Carr. Is your concern that in receiving the report that people didn't get a chance to work through the changes that had occurred from the assembly, or like what is the issue in terms of the communication with the neighborhood?
Huge issue is they don't understand what the changes are. There's the trace report, which I think just confuses a whole lot of people. I found out this morning, Andrew, I might be incorrect on this, that there's an Appendix C that lists changes that have been made since the release of the June 25th report. Yeah, and that was sent to me today. It's certainly not public for the rest of the world as far as I know, nor do they know it's there.
It is,
nobody understands what...
Just for the record, it is part of the council report that's publicly posted.
Thank you. But they don't understand, first off, those people who have contributed and participated, whether it's made any difference, whether they've been heard, whether it's had any influence. There's just this sense that there was a report that came out on the 25th and whether their concerns are being addressed, not to mention those people who haven't even had a chance to look at it.
So what you're asking is that people have a chance to sort of look at what is out there and what is on the city website, have a chance to talk about it in the neighborhood, but also to be able to hear from Mr. Pask as to what changes occurred, why they might have occurred, just so that there is a dialogue. Is that what, just so that I really understand, because these are complex processes, and for the city to do them, it's really helpful to know what you're asking for. Yeah.
I think that you've captured it. What I would suggest is that if the plan is approved now, people will always wonder, and they'll always be saying, why didn't we have more time to consider it? If in fact you delay the consideration and approval of the final form, whatever that may be, in October or November, there may not be any changes made, but people will feel they've had an opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
for coming tonight and waiting.
Questions from Councillor Meigs?
Thanks. I did get your letter. I'm just looking for it, but I can't pick it out of the pile. But there were 5 points, I think, that were in your letter, not just the delay.
There was a delay. I think there was displacement, parks and amenities, affordability.
Respect community heights, densities, and existing use patterns.
Pardon me?
Respect community input on heights, densities, and existing use patterns. Is it fair to say that GWAC opposed the plan?
No, I don't think so.
You haven't taken a
I
position
think
on it?
we have concerns with aspects of it. I think that
Did you endorse the Community Assembly report?
you asked me that when I came through here. There were parts of it I
As
agreed with. There were others I didn't.
No, I mean GWAC, not you.
Pardon me?
Did GWAC endorse the Community Assembly report? No. And
But we never asked ourselves that question either.
see, I just question how we're going to get better input if we extend this consultation period. If GWAC did not sit down with the Community Assembly report, which has been a constituent assembly report, which was available for a long time, and draw some conclusions for it.
We reviewed it.
But you didn't take a position on it.
We didn't endorse it.
Okay. But there might be a change in position if there's a delay?
I'm sorry?
There might be a change in position if there was a delay, or just a stronger feeling of confidence in the community?
I can't say if there would be. I think there'd be a great deal more confidence in the community if they felt they had sufficient time to become familiar with what's in it, and if they have comment, to submit that comment, and if they have confidence that those comments will be heard. We had invited Andrew and Kent to attend the meeting that we held with the community to review aspects of the plan and their concerns, and we weren't able to secure their attendance. So then we tried to have a meeting with Kent and Andrew. We could only get one council member because it was just so hard given the time of year and obligations of the individuals. It's been a real test.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That is it for questions. Thank you for your time. Okay, we've got Loris Bertoncello, who is 52, number 53, Jane Henry, and number 54, Stephen Holmes.
Thank you. Thanks, councillors, for spending some time this evening and giving me a chance to speak. I'm probably a typical resident that is being discussed in some of these group meetings that were talked about. And I want to just thank Andrew, the efforts by planners, the city, and the Citizens Assembly, and all the efforts in bringing our community together to try and make a difference. And so thanks for all that participated. But even in light of that, I want to again reinforce a point that was just made. The timeline's too short. We just don't have time in 30 days to absorb a 42-page document in a sufficient manner to, at a residential level, make sure it meets the needs or through its amendments seems fair. So it was a 12-month process to prepare the revised document. I can't see why a delay till October, as was suggested, would not be favorable to allow us to get a better sense of it at a community level. At a particular point specific to my residential area where I live, where I've talked to neighbors through little group gatherings on 7th Avenue, I have some points to highlight, and I'll get into them now. One is the Safeway site. The elevation of the suggested towers are twice as high as the Citizens Assembly report. It was shocking to see that, in the sense that it creates shadows on 6th, 7th, and 8th Avenues when density in a different, more holistic sense, maybe that Councillor Affleck was discussing with Bing Tom earlier today, could sufficiently meet everybody's needs. We could get the density, but we can avoid some of the sun pattern issues for the lower rise homes that are in the area, which I'm a part of. So that was one of the concerns, and we'd be happy to hear that change or give us more time to consult on that aspect. Under guideline or section 7.1.3, in regard to lower cost housing initiatives, I do see the term modest increases that developers can, approach the city to try and incur higher rising homes if you provide lower cost housing. The idea is laudable, but the challenge is how high is too high? What's modest mean? Does 24 become 38? We're back to where we were 4 years ago. It's a question I ask, and it's one I'd like to sit down with planners to verify that we're not chasing down a wrong path, even though we're all wanting to support reasonable housing in the area. Just a small point, Shoppers Drug Mart site is noted on a map as being a site that's colored the same as Safeway, which would imply that it can also go to 24 stories. Is that true or not? Again, there's some inconsistencies that I'd be happy to spend some time before October and be able to get back after talking to residences in my area, make sure we're all on the same path. And you know, as a comparison, when you look around City Hall here, most of the high-rises here are 15 stories. We're very close to a major transit hub right now, on the Canada Line. How is Grandview-Woodland much different than that? So why should we be having to consider 24-story homes in condos or towers when around here it's no more than the spot has 8 stories? It's just food for thought. I want to jump to another point. Character houses that are older than 1940 are to be protected. That's fantastic. I have a house like that. We want to protect things like that as long as they're not in isolation, where newer homes, newer than 1940s, aren't torn down, combined into some sort of combined living, and then they're isolated and left on their own. It's not an aesthetic that would meet probably the needs or the intentions of Grandview-Woodland. And maybe we should consider an incentive program for people that do have homes over 1940 in age. Maybe we could look at aspects of giving them a slight tax break so that we could incentivize people to fix up these homes. There's a lot of dilapidated homes that could use some attention, and maybe we just need to encourage some owners to do something. Finally, in the aspect of laneway houses, there's many in our area that are considering aspects like that. Those are cost-effective means of addressing the density challenges we have in our neighborhood, and they're not eyesores. And if we could relax the FSR through variance processes to at least increase the possible laneway sizes to say 800, 850 square feet versus, in some cases, like in my case, 550 square feet, we could have an opportunity for a 2-bedroom suite that could house a family, in-laws, grandparents, things like that. It creates a lot more of an opportunity. And again, we need more time to be able to discuss that opportunity. I want to thank you all for the time. And I want to say that at a very early Citizens Assembly meeting that I attended, when there was asked at all the different tables what was the biggest issue, and the biggest issue was trust with the city. I was struck by how many people said that. And I was disappointed because I want to be able to trust City Hall. So I hope that by extending the timeline, giving us a little bit more chance to deliberate, get into some of the meat of this stuff, we can reverse the trend and make sure that we're all on the same page and collectively get behind the plan. So thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, next up we have speaker number 53, Jane Henry, followed by 54, Stephen Holmes, and 55, Damian Murphy.
Okay, I have nothing to say about Bothell. All relax.
Are you?
Thank you for all being here and allowing me this time to speak. My name is Jane Henry. I live on 10th Avenue, east of Victoria. I've been a resident of Cedar Cottage and Grandview-Woodlands for over 25 years. I was born in Vancouver. I am a small-time property developer. However, I do not endorse this plan. I'll say that straight out. I trust that you've been given this petition that was done over 2 days in a great rush. And with my letter regarding my Triangle neighborhood bordered by Victoria, Broadway, Nanaimo, and North Grandview. My neighbor spent 2 days and evenings canvassing this area, talking to residents about the new community plan. She and I were shocked to find the majority had heard nothing about it. I had been informed in 2013 by a concerned resident who had previously worked at the city. She'd emailed me. I've been involved ever since. I have voiced my concerns again and again to no avail. I was unaware that the bulk of my neighbors did not know, hence this letter and the petition and a request for an extension to be duly heard, as you've been hearing from these people just before me. If these residents had been properly informed, they would have ensured the planners understood that 6 stories would not work here. I'm talking about Broadway from Victoria to Nanaimo. 3 stories may be possible. It should also be noted that the July 18th staff report cannot properly represent the residents, as it was created 3 days prior to the close of comments.
I was in the middle of the survey when I received an email from Andrew notifying me of the report. So my voice was not heard. How many others? Regarding our alleged population decrease, no one has spoken of this yet. Anyone living here for the past decade can attest to the huge increase in pedestrian traffic from 10 years ago. The numbers used by planning are taken from the 2011 census, which was not mandatory. I can only guess that a large percentage of our residents stuck it to the Harper government and did not fill it in. 10 years ago, you could walk on the drive in the morning and there might not be anyone on the street. Now it's a completely different picture. I cannot fathom how planning has missed this, and I feel the numbers being used for this plan are highly manipulative and utterly false, including the amount of residents expected in this plan. 9,500 in 30 years is ludicrous, considering that one 24-story building at Safeway could house nearly 800 people. That's one building. How many have we got on this plan? Now to my area. The staff report suggests issuing issues regarding Laura Secord School and traffic will be sorted by transportation and engineering. But until they properly assess it, there simply is no guarantee that this is possible. There is no road in or out of this triangle to handle the fourfold density increase proposed on Broadway. On July 20th, we had a serious accident in which a cyclist T-boned an SUV at the intersection of Central Valley and Lakewood bike routes. This will become commonplace, and how are we all going to feel when it is a child that is creamed by a car? There are 650 students at this school. We have students coming with their parents and their toddler siblings. We are awash in families. With 6 stories on Broadway, we will be further awash in cars, and please don't tell me renters do not have cars. I have 14 tenants, and 8 of them have cars. 12 of them are under age 30. These buildings will be full of cars. 10 years ago, Secord was not at capacity. Now it is. I'm sure that every school in this area has increased in population. They may still be under capacity, so are slated to close. Tyee Elementary has a wait list of 450 students. 7 years ago, when I applied, that wait list was around 40. 10 years ago, I could get on a daycare list in my area with 20 people maybe on it. Now there are 300. It simply is not true that our population has decreased. We need the results of the 2016 census. What is proposed is not responsible, sustainable building practice. We do not have transit in place, nor will we anytime soon, to deal with such an immediate jump in population. If we think that more people will make transit happen faster, we are delusional. Development will happen very quickly. As noted in the plan, the gradual phasing refers only to the demolition of existing rental apartments. There are no provisions for gradual change when it comes to land assemblies. Houses on Broadway are easy pickings. We have 3 assemblies already in progress in 1 block from me, and homeowners are being pressured by developers. A good portion of the fabric of this neighborhood is made up of under-market rentals and subsidized housing. These tenants are a large part of who make this neighborhood what it is. This is why I live here. I don't want to lose all these colorful characters. We have a huge age range, ethnicity range, economic range, and hair color range. If we allow rampant market rental, we will lose them. We will become Olympic Village, Yaletown, downtown, and there's nothing wrong with these areas, but that's not who we are here, and nor should we become. Market rental serves to raise the price for everyone. I've been a property owner with tenants for 15 years, and I have seen in the past 5 years a dramatic increase in rental prices as new market rentals pop up all over the city. There is a myth floating around that we have a rental crisis in our city. Yesterday on Craigslist, there were 3,800 listings in Vancouver proper. How many of those were affordable? The issue we have is not the amount of rental units, it is their cost. What this plan is lacking is a ratio of 80% affordable to 20% market. Affordable means a studio for $800, 1-bedroom $1,100, 2-bedroom $1,400, 3-bedroom $1,800, not a 1-bedroom for $1,800. Then people who earn $10 an hour, families on a single income, and seniors on a pension might actually be able to live here. This is responsible, sustainable housing. Market rental is a developer's dream. I am one. I know.
Ms. Henry, you are quite a bit over time. Did you have a summary statement?
I do. Thank you. I will emphasize again, our triangle area, like all south of Broadway in this plan, is part of Kensington Cedar Cottage, and the residents of these streets were not notified. by the planning department. Safeway site may have been on people's radar, but those living near Trout Lake and along the cut would have no reason to believe that this density was being proposed any further east. For this reason alone, this plan must be halted and proper inclusion of Kensington Cedar Cottage must be afforded. Our particular triangle was not part of the original emerging directions. The staff report mentions that the boundaries were changed.
Okay,
When?
Ms. Henry, that is
Residents in this area were not
a lot more than a summary sentence. So I'm going to take you to Councillor Ball, who may have some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you could just give me your top 3 things that you want the city to do now. Having seen what's happened, if we can keep it brief enough that I can get it down while you're saying it.
I know I had to do the chipmunk thing too.
Yes.
Well, the first thing is I agree with the extension. We need more time, and we need our triangle area at the very least. I mean, I think other people were not notified in anything south of Broadway. People need to be notified and included because they're not aware.
Okay, got that one.
Thank you.
Next.
I think that there is not enough emphasis on the gradual process because developers are absolutely being vultures. They are all over us. And there are land assemblies like crazy. In 3 blocks, they're like the whole of Broadway is already being taken over by developers. There was one woman who actually spoke to Linda, who did the canvassing in our neighborhood, who said to me, do I have to sell? Will they make me? That's the kind of pressure people are feeling. And if the zoning is changing, they will have to sell because they're going to be left with a single home and the city is going to say, no, you can't have that.
Okay, number 3.
Number 3 is market rental was my biggest one, and notification. Traffic, thank you. Yes, the school traffic is a very, very big problem there. We're total gridlock in the morning, and with a traffic light at Lakewood, cars actually can't get through because there are so many pedestrians and cyclists that are coming across Broadway at Lakewood to get to the school. So the cars actually get all jammed in there. So and then they'll be coming through the lane if we have buildings that large, there are going to be a lot of cars coming through that lane and T-boning right into the school.
So you want to see that looked at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for being so clear. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That's it for questions. Okay, next up we have number 54, Stephen Holmes, followed by 55, Damian Murphy, followed by 56, Calvin Church.
Madam Chairman and councillors, my name is Steve Holmes and I have lived in Grandview for the past 20 years. And I am happy to see my taxes go to mental health care provided it's responsibly managed. I don't care about that. It has taken 4 years to come up with what is touted to be the guidebook for our community development for the next 30 years. 30 years. 1 month ago, these 250 pages were released to the public, and you said, here, you've got 30 days to tell us what you think, because that's when staff presents the plan to us for approval, and then we're going on holidays. 30 days is just not enough time to digest all the information in the document and come up with an informed opinion on a plan that will shape our community for an entire generation of citizens. It's yet another example of the wolf of manufactured consent wearing the fleece of community consultation. The major issue facing our community these days is affordability, particularly in the rental market. There's no simple solution to this problem, but the most popular magic bullet seems to be density. More density will make everything better. And this is where I was going to quote from the Coriolis report, but I think I'll skip that. You've heard it a few times already. I'll go right to the findings of the report mean that there is time to develop a coherent plan of human-scale densification that includes laneway and infill housing, secondary suites and rooming houses, row housing, tighter controls on rent evictions, demo evictions, and Airbnbs, and a freeze on the evolution of existing affordable rental buildings into new low and mid-rise buildings. And of course, no towers. Much has been written about the harmful psychological effects of living in high-rise buildings, but it's also important to consider the effects of towers on the surrounding community. It has been shown that a tower full of market housing, i.e. not affordable, causes an increase in surrounding land values, fueling more speculation and driving housing prices even higher, leaving more people who need affordable housing out in the cold, with no possibility of being able to live in the community where they work or go to school. I have recently noticed more and more help wanted signs in the windows of shops on the drive. And I suspect this is the result of young people who typically work in these shops having to leave the neighborhood because they can no longer afford to live here. So who benefits from towers? An article in the Vancouver Observer from 2014 reports on a public debate between Patrick Condon, a former city planner, and Richard Wozni, a development consultant and economic analyst for the real estate industry. Condon felt that towers were a monumentally simplistic solution to the density question, politically motivated and driven by the search for big gains from big projects. Richard Wozni, who you would assume to be pro-towers, said that in the real estate game, where, quote, all we're trying to do is make the most money in the fastest time possible, unquote, the winners are the developers, the landowners, and new owners of the units. The losers, the existing residents of the neighborhood, who not only have to face skyrocketing housing costs, but also have to deal with huge impacts on what is often an already inadequate infrastructure. In the case of the proposed tower at the corner of Commercial and Venables, just ask anyone who ever rides the number 20 bus about inadequate infrastructure. As Wozni put it, the condo tower is, quote, the embodiment of development without forethought, unquote. Speaking of that tower, I want to dispel 3 of the myths surrounding the No Tower Coalition. Myth number 1, it's all wealthy old white homeowners only concerned with protecting their property values. Wrong. Over 4,000 people have signed the petition supporting our position, representing a cross-section of the entire Lower Mainland, young and old, multiracial, students, professionals, blue-collar workers, unemployed owners and renters, a diverse group united in the belief that the proposed development is completely inappropriate for the neighborhood. Myth number 2, the No Tower Coalition is against the kettle. Wrong. We all agree that the kettle performs an essential role in supporting people with mental illness. With the continuing development of the downtown east side, the number of people with addiction and mental illness issues in this neighborhood is going to increase, and the kettle, as the frontline provider for these folks, is going to have to expand their facilities. We know this, we support this, but just not in the proposed form. Myth number 3, the No Tower Coalition is against density. Wrong again. What Grandview needs, as I said before, is density and development on a human scale, development that will enhance the character of the drive and create affordable, secure housing for all. This plan falls far short of that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. You don't have any questions. Next up, number 55 is Damian Murphy. Number 56 is Calvin Church. Number 57 has withdrawn, as has number 58. So after that, it'll be number 59, Sean Phipps. Welcome, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for the opportunity to speak today. So my name is Damian Murphy, and my wife and I have lived in the neighborhood for about 15 years. And I also work for the Kettle Friendship Society. I'm going to be showing a short video today created to celebrate the Kettle's 40th anniversary this year. And I want to show the video to give voice to the members and their families that can't be here today. The video begins with our Executive Director, Nancy, who spoke earlier today, talking about opening doors. And while I support the community plan fully, I too would like to request Council to consider an amendment to the plan to allow for increased density at the special site at Venables and Commercial, up to 12 stories, so that even more doors can be opened as we move forward into the next 40 years.
From the day we opened the doors 40 years ago, our goal was to make people feel like this is their place.
I believe in miracles, and for our family, the Kettle Friendship Society has definitely been one.
The Kettle is a safe place for people to come. We're very grassroots, and we offer a lot of practical things for people that are vulnerable. We have a medical clinic, and we have advocates. We have a hot meal every day, and showers if you need a shower, and clothes if you need clothes, and a little tuck shop where you can buy something one at a time.
The Kettle has, for our family, it's brought a normalcy which was missing for almost 25 years. Our son lives in a home. He has caring people around him. He has a community.
100% my life is different today because of the Kettle. I had nothing before, and now I have an apartment, a dog, a garden that I take care of, a job. I have a life.
It has provided safety and comfort and care for our family member so that we have peace of mind.
My connection to the Kettle, it's like my second home. I just feel welcomed, you know, because like in most of my life, I know, because of where I've been and stuff, most people wanted to kick me to the curb, right? And here they accept me as a human being, and then they treat me with respect and love and kindness.
I wish Kettle could always be around because there is so many youth like me who've been through so much that they just stop believing in themselves anymore.
To tell you the truth, I was such a mess when I got into Kettle, and over the years, I don't think I would have made it without the Kettle. Some care and some consideration, which I didn't have. Somebody that would stick up for me when I was getting stigmatized.
Here in Grandview-Woodlands, we're blessed to have the Kettle do what they do. I continue to be impressed by the services the Kettle provides to their members, the care that they have for their members, their resolve in helping find solutions to breaking down the stigma around mental health.
Every time we'd walk in our home and the phone rings, we think it's going to be the police, it's going to be an ambulance, hospital. That's how we were living with him during those years when he was on the street. Now, if he's phoning to see if we can go for a walk around Trout Lake.
Without the Kettle Society, there will be many youth like me that will still be living outside. But with Kettle Society, now we have a home to come back to.
The Kettle's challenge will be around infrastructure and continuing to build supported housing in the community and having the funding to do that and all the support services that go with that.
Well, you know, when you're donating to the Kettle, you're making a difference. You're changing the neighborhood. You're positively affecting people. And they've got a proven track record of programs in place that have made a difference and continue to make a difference. And that is something that's very, very special.
The Kettle needs your support, and there's many ways you can provide that. You can volunteer, you can cut a check, you can think of us for your will. And all those dollars will go directly to helping people in the community.
If I had one wish for the Kettle, it would be another 40 years.
I see my time's up, but I'll take any questions if there are any.
There are no questions on that video presentation, so thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on to speaker number 56, Calvin Church. Then we'll be on 59, followed by 61. Welcome, Mr. Church.
Hello, thank you, Council, for hearing me today. I just want to say that video was very touching. I don't know how anybody couldn't feel touched by supporting the Kettle, and being a resident in Grandview-Woodlands in the last 23 years, I have supported the Kettle, and I fully agree with them needing to expand their space. where are we here? So I live on in the Grandview area there. I live near the Britannia Community Center and look forward to the renewal there as described in the Grandview-Woodlands Community Plan. I would like to acknowledge the hard work of the volunteers and city workers that participated in the Citizens Assembly and their commitment to that long process. My primary concern is with the Grandview-Woodlands, with the community plan, is the controversial proposed development at the intersection of Venables and Commercial. To put it simply, the proposed tower of 12 stories and 200 units of market housing is completely out of scale for the neighborhood and in stark contrast to the character of low-level retail and commercial buildings that make Commercial Drive unique. It will significantly increase the number of vehicles in the area because the transit options are limited and it is nowhere near a transportation hub. But the most significant impact of building so many market-price condos in a neighborhood surrounded by low-income and rental-predominant housing will be the displacement of many of these residents. Large upscale zoning of neighborhoods has the effect of increasing speculation by developers. They buy up affordable housing stock, bulldoze neighborhoods, and build more market-price condos, displacing low to moderate income residents in the process. In this speculative housing market, density is driving up the cost of land, which is driving up the cost of housing. Affordability will come from reducing speculation and building within current zoning for the most part. The Beaufort-Kettle proposal provides primarily market-priced condos that do little to meet the diverse needs of the housing in the area. The funding model of a market-priced development delivering 100% of the funding for the non-market components is not delivered on previous projects in the city. Usually, we are told this is because the developer cannot meet his profit margins without cutting the number of non-market units or increasing the density of the project. The Beaufort-Kettle project is yet another example of this. Fortunately, there are alternatives to building something at human scale that would deliver the space the Kettle Friendship Society requires, increasing affordable housing stock and enhancing public open spaces. An alternative plan put forward by the No Tower Coalition with the help of planners and architects is a much better alternative to the Beaufort-Kettle Tower development. It would give the Kettle expanded administrative and program space and the 30 single occupancy units they need in a 6-story building situated on the north end of the site. Details describing how this alternative proposal might be realized and benefits of such a development are described on the No Towers website at novenablestowers.com. It was at this point I was going to outline some of the points of that proposal, but you've already seen Penny Street's PowerPoint presentation, which is much more informative. But I would like to skip ahead to what I think some of the benefits of that plan would include. The Kettle Friendship Society will retain ownership over its own building and operations within the terms of the lease and housing covenants or operating agreements offered by the City of Vancouver and Province of BC. The need to negotiate and manage relationships with the proposed 200 condo units is removed, therefore securing the rental units provided in the proposal for Kettle, their clients in the neighborhood. The project better meets the City of Vancouver's own housing goals by offering a greater number of affordable units matching a range of income levels from deep subsidy to affordable rental. It better helps the City of Vancouver meet all strategic directions of the housing and homelessness strategy by increasing the supply of affordable housing, encouraging a housing mix in all neighborhoods, and creating improved housing options to enhance housing stability. If the Beaufort Properties proceeds with the development of the 3 lots along Venable Street under the current zoning, a 4-story rental and condo development could be built, providing more affordable rental and ownership options for the neighborhood. The project represents a win-win scenario where the Kettle gets its expanded facilities, the city achieves objectives on affordable housing, and Daniel Beaufort gets to put his name on a building that the community can be proud of, paying it forward, so to speak. Now this is the kind of gentle diversification the community would like to see. It represents some innovative thinking that can deliver the social housing and space that the Kettle needs and the community supports. I urge Council and the city planners to take a good look at this alternative proposal and consider using its design ideas. Of all the recommendations in the Grandview-Woodlands Community Plan, the contentious issue about what development should be built at Venables and Commercial has remained unresolved. Repeated requests from the community to have a dialogue about alternative options to a tower have gone unanswered by the city. There is sufficient density included in the Grandview-Woodland plan that we do not need to build this market price tower right in the heart of Commercial Drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Church. Next up, so just so we've got this on record, 57, Pastor Trevor Vanderveen did email something to council, so you should have that on your emails. It came in a few hours ago. Speaker number 58 tweeted me to say that they would not be here, so I'll just, Bryn Davidson, nope, okay, I got the sense his intention was to send something by email, but I haven't seen it yet. Speaker number 59, Sean Phipps, Grandview-Woodland Renters Action Group. After Mr. Phipps, I've got numbers 61 and 62. Welcome.
Oh, hi. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Sean Phipps. I live on Cotton Drive, and I'm a member of the the Grandview-Woodland Renters Action Group. And I just want to read a short statement we prepared, our response to this plan that you've put forward. It is our opinion that this plan does not address those of us who currently rent in the neighbourhood and our ability to continue living here in the future. We submit that the draft plan cannot truly be called a community plan, but is rather an area plan for land and not for people. Specifically, we are concerned that parts of our neighbourhood, which are nearly all purpose-built rentals are located, are proposed to be upzoned to 6 or sometimes 10 or 12 stories with the goal of encouraging new development. However, neither the plan nor the city's policies provides adequate protection of the affordable rents that will permanently be lost with each displacement. The city's own tenant relocation and protection policy recognizes that newer rental units built after 2004 rent for an average of $400 more per month than older rental stock. This will, over time, significantly change the class character of the neighborhood and shut out community members whose income cannot keep up with the increases in rent. While the plan proposes limiting the rate of change in those areas to 5 new developments or 150 rental units for the first 3 years of the plan, there is no plan in place for the remaining 22 years. We feel that this is a major omission that seeds great uncertainty about our neighborhood's future. While the plan foresees some delivery of non-market housing for inclusionary zoning, these will likely be leased to nonprofit organizations that already have a long wait lists and specific populations that they serve, and will not necessarily be available to displaced residents from Grandview-Woodland. This neighborhood needs social housing, with priority going to those groups facing housing instability and homelessness. However, it also needs affordable alternatives for renters living in threatened affordable rental housing. A significant number of renters in our community live in houses and suites throughout the neighborhood, particularly in the district east of Commercial Drive. We've already seen a rapid erosion of the affordable rental stock in recent years as properties change owners and are reconverted for the use of a single family. We're concerned that the draft plan lacks specific strategies to protect the rental stock, as well as renters' rights to security of tenure and or financial compensation for the displacement in these types of rentals. We believe that secure, affordable housing is a right for all people. Therefore, new and existing rental units in Grandview-Woodland should have rent rates that are tied to the existing incomes in the neighborhood. The principle should also be applied to other working-class neighborhoods in the city. We believe that businesses are renters too, and that we currently live in a neighborhood where there are many small businesses that offer affordable goods and services. This is in part because retail rents have been relatively affordable. We like assurances that small businesses that serve local needs and tastes at prices accessible to working class people continue to thrive in the coming decades. So we, the Renters Action Group, are making the following requests. First of all, we are calling for a moratorium on condo development in Vancouver and for policies to be put in place that steer development activities in the direction of affordable rental units. That the city employ all possible levers at its disposal to secure the relationship of rental rates to the incomes of the resident population of the neighborhoods in which they are being built. Without effective rent controls in place, Grandview-Woodland risks becoming only accessible to the rich. That in recognition of the challenges faced by Vancouver renters in the current property market and the growing inaccessibility and inadequacy of the provincial residential tenancy branch to serve as advocates for tenants, the city has established and fund its own renters advocacy office to assist tenants in disputes with landlords, those facing displacement, and to advocate and negotiate for the rights and needs of renters with respect to new developments and city policies. And finally, that the city enforce building maintenance bylaws regularly with clear reporting and accountability mechanisms for tenants in order to prevent rent evictions and to ensure that rental housing remains in good habitable condition for many decades. Renters make up nearly 65% of the households in Grandview-Woodland and 50% in the city of Vancouver. As we all know, the city is facing a housing affordability crisis and bold solutions are needed. The Grandview-Woodland Community Plan presents an opportunity for the city to match action to rhetoric and take significant steps to protect affordable housing and the rich, vibrant, diverse community that is Grandview-Woodland, but we don't think this is happening with the plan as it currently is being put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Well timed. You do have questions from Councillor Carr, and I appreciate you sending that, what you spoke to in advance. It's helpful to have it on record.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that and the work that you're doing. I just want to be clear. You started off talking about concerns regarding the apartment zone and that there's what will happen after the first 3 years. Is that so? That's for the apartment zone. Your concern is it okay what the way the plan handles the slowdown of tear down by saying it can only be 5 apartments within 3 years. Are you okay with that and just want to see that extended, or do you want to see more stringent measures?
I would. So I can't speak fully to this because I just kind of here representing the organization. Don't have all the details of kind of everyone involved's thoughts on this. But I think the main concern that came out of discussions was not knowing what's going to happen after those 5 years are over, and what is the long-term plan for that area, and what's going to be the long-term rate of teardowns, rather than the existing what is being proposed for the next 5 years. Right. So it's that uncertainty and the possibility of an increase that I think is most worrying to us.
An increase in the number of teardowns and replacements.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that. And in terms of I noticed that you also talked about other forms of rental housing. So in homes, single-family homes, duplexes, that kind of thing, I'm assuming. And was there any particular suggestion as to how those kinds of rental housing units could be protected?
I think I can't speak too much to this, but I think the main concern is having appropriate rent controls, and also having appropriate resources that tenants can protect their existing rights. In terms of proposals specifically to preserve that I'm guessing you're talking about the older homes. That I can't speak to that, unfortunately.
Just you've identified the worry.
Yeah, and I think there might be other people in the rental action group who I think could speak to that, and I think I can definitely take note to that and let them know that was a concern of yours.
Great.
But me personally, I'd rather not make something up.
Okay, if you could let them know and they could get something in tonight, it would be great. Anyway, thank you very much for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Phipps, just so that you know, I did take the liberty of forwarding your submission on to the city's rental advisory group, because several of the issues you raised, like a city-sponsored rental tenancy office, are things that they're actively discussing. So I might share your email with them if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that would be great, and yeah, it'd be good to look into that process. I didn't know that was being considered.
Okay, that's great. I'll shoot you a note and connect you with them. Okay, great, thanks. Next speaker, 61, Tim Dickow, followed by 62, Brad Jones, and 63, Melody Ma.
Madam Chair and Council, hang in there. I'm here today to speak on 2 issues in the community plan. The first is to offer my support for the Kettle-Bothwell plan, and the second is to speak about the role of faith communities in the plan. As someone who's lived and worked in the neighborhood as a pastor at Grandview Church for the last 27 years, I've seen a neighborhood that was once affordable and open to the poor and marginalized morph into a neighborhood that is unaffordable and much more resistant to those in need of affordable or social housing. That resistance to creating a home for all, including the poor, is a huge loss in my mind, and it's integral to the Christian vision where everyone has a home. This broad welcome has been one of the great gifts of our neighborhood, and this community plan provides some help and hope. More help and hope will be provided if you endorse the 12-story plan put forth by the Kettle-Bothell Group. As we've embarked on our own 4-story housing complex at First and Victoria, we have been inundated with interest from people in the Grandview-Woodlands neighborhood. And based on the interest shown before we are even ready to take applications, I'm pretty sure we'll get triple or quadruple the number of applications we can provide housing for with our project. The Kettle-Bothell 12-story plan, given the lack of provincial money for social housing, provides the most social and supportive housing possible in a creative project. And you can help make the neighborhood more of a welcoming place as it has been in the past by supporting this project. Indeed, my main concern with the increased density is whether it will lead to increased affordable housing in the neighborhood, and I hope that it will. I also want to affirm the comments about the value of faith communities in Grandview-Woodlands. The at least 20 different worshiping communities are integral to both the social diversity of Grandview-Woodlands and to its vulnerable populations. Our 2 worshiping communities at Grandview Church include over 200 people from our neighborhood alone from 25 different countries. And a recent study by Cardis, a think tank in Toronto, has demonstrated that faith communities provide significant value to neighborhoods in everything from social capital, integration for newcomers, public meeting space, personal and social supports, and community building to providing social services. Our church alone has embarked on our affordable housing project, developed more than a dozen community homes in the neighborhood, developed supportive housing for refugee claimants that has housed and helped over 350 claimants, developed 3 social enterprises that employ people with barriers to employment, developed a performing arts group for children in the neighborhood as well as youth programs, and operated a weekly meal and shelter every Thursday evening for the past 20 years. And that list doesn't even mention all the ways we gladly invite other community groups, and especially Aboriginal groups, to make use of our building and commercial kitchen. Faith communities are important to this neighborhood. And as many of the faith communities carry out this work in aging structures, they will need to be replaced for seismic reasons and other reasons. And I want to strongly affirm the notation in the plan to allow for additional height and density on these sites in order to maintain the integral social space they provide in ways that are economically feasible. Lastly, I want to say thanks for the good process that you facilitated in coming up with this community plan. Process matters, and I think this has been a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickow. There are no questions for you. Thanks for coming. Okay, next up, I've got number 62, Brad Jones, followed by 63, Melody Ma, followed by Lance Berlowitz, number 64. Oh, sorry, number 62, Brad Jones. Going once, going twice. Okay, nobody is moving quickly, so Melody Ma, 63. Miss Ma, you had a presentation, I believe. Do you have a presentation?
I think we can skip it.
That's all fine. Okay. Do you mind moving a bit closer to the microphone?
Great. Yeah, that's perfect.
Great.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mayor, and Council. My name is Melody Ma. I am a member of the Arts and Culture Policy Council for the City of Vancouver. I am here today to bring to your attention a motion that we passed last week on the Arts and Culture Policy section for the Grandview-Woodlands Plan. In summary, we would like to recommend an alternative model for arts and culture policy planning for the Grandview-Woodland Plan and future neighborhood plans in Vancouver, specifically a model that centers around cultural vitality, or in other words, the vibe in the vibe of the drive. But we would first like to acknowledge that the arts and culture policy for the Grandview-Woodlands plan is actually progress when it comes to arts and culture planning within neighborhood planning for the city of Vancouver. However, I think that we can even progress further. So to walk you through the reasoning for the motion, which I sent to the clerk, it is item number 3 in the minutes of our meeting last week. So as you know, the Grandview-Woodland neighborhood is a vital part to the arts and cultural sector in the city. It is home to a significant population of cultural workers, a significant population of urban Aboriginals, and home to many cultural assets. And as you know, that the foundation of a culturally vibrant and sustainable neighborhood is the presence of a healthy cultural ecology that is made out of complex and dynamic interactions between its people and its places. However, when you look at the arts and cultural section of the Grandview-Woodlands plan, you can quickly notice that it is sectioned to be focused on land use, space, and creating the public realm. So you read the section, it says existing spaces, new spaces, public realm, rather than focusing on cultural vitality. The Urban Institute in Washington, D.C. issued a report in 2006 recommending cities and governments adopt a model of cultural vitality when it comes to neighborhood planning and its 3 domains. And the 3 domains are the presence of opportunities for cultural participation, so that is creating infrastructure for cultural participation, so spaces. 2, support systems for cultural participation, so that would be everything from office space to affordable housing for arts workers, all the way to Wi-Fi in public spaces. And lastly, participation, so that would be informal or formal participation and cultural exchange. I sent the Grandview-Woodlands plan to my colleague at the United Cities and Local Government. It's an international body, and he is the lead for cultural policy around the world. He works with cities like Barcelona and Montreal on incorporating culture in their citywide policies and plans, and he agreed and had similar observations as I did, including mentioning that cultural vitality model is the right direction to go. There are 3 reasons for why the City of Vancouver should adopt this model. 1, it allows us to use the right lens of cultural vitality to evaluate our progress and success. 2, it allows us to recognize the policy intersections within the different domains. For example, small businesses and its role as informal venues for cultural exchange. And lastly, it will help us identify any missing policies, such as digital and its role in culture within the neighborhood. This plan will last longer than I have been alive, and it will stand for interpretation and reinterpretation throughout these years. So at the end of 30 years, do we want to evaluate our success based on the number of spaces we created, or whether we have truly created a culturally vibrant neighborhood? So in conclusion, as in the motion from the Arts and Culture Policy Council, we are recommending that the City of Vancouver adopt this model of cultural vitality to guide the policy construction and themes within the Arts and Culture section of the Grandview-Woodland Plan, as well as all upcoming neighborhood plans for the City of Vancouver, so that we can really, truly sustain and progress the vibe of the drive, the neighborhood, and all Vancouver neighborhoods. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Deal.
Well, thank you for coming out and letting us know about the motion. As you know, we're going to be working with the ACPC, the Arts and Culture Policy Council, on updating our cultural strategy for the city and the 4th pillar concept. this will obviously, the action you brought forward here will fit very nicely into that. Can you describe one or two tangible things that you think would be different if this is incorporated into our whole cultural strategy for all plans?
Yeah, I think it'll go back to the 3 reasons of why we should adopt this model. So for one, when it comes for interpretation and reinterpretation of the plan and its purposes, whoever, whether it's externally or internally, will be able to use the right lens of cultural vitality. And then 2, it would allow us to figure out what the policy intersections and what we're missing so that we can really practice a robust way of enacting cultural policy within the neighborhood. I know that earlier on there was a speaker from UNA, who recognized that there could be more policy intersections, especially when it comes to Aboriginal policies and matters, such as seeing the policy intersections of Aboriginal cultural practices and traditions within the plan itself.
So in terms of cultural vitality, you're saying it's not just facilities, it's not just spaces. So can you give me an idea of what one metric might be or one measurable?
Definitely. So the Urban Institute actually has several metrics and several tiers of metrics that we can choose to adopt, such as, I'm going to pull it up, such as the percentage of artists employed versus all employment in an area, the number of organizations per 1,000 population, the number of art establishments, whether it's commercial or nonprofit establishments per 1,000 population, number of festivals and gathering, essentially the density of cultural activity in a neighborhood.
Great, thank you very much. I think this is going to be a key piece of us developing our next stage of cultural strategies in the cities that would apply to all neighborhoods. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Ma. You probably don't want to know this at 8:15 at night, but if you're representing an advisory committee and the clerks are aware of that, you would be in the first section of the agenda. So in the future, just let the clerk know and they can get you up there.
I realized that early this morning. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I should have asked you much earlier. So I assumed you were here on your own behalf, but thank you for sticking it out.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Okay, next up we have Lance Berlitz, number 64. He will be followed by number 65, Christian Perizolo, and 66, Zakir Suleiman. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mayor, and members of Council. My name is Lance Berelowitz. I'm the principal of Urban Forum Associates, Town Planning and Urban Design. My firm worked with the Commercial Drive Business Society on their 2012 visioning process. That process included a facilitated workshop which city planning and engineering staff attended along with TransLink staff. The resulting document included sections on enhancing transportation infrastructure, including several options for cycling. Since then, I have been asked from time to time to assist the Commercial Drive Business Society on planning-related matters as the Grandview-Woodland Community Plan process unfolded. And as you heard from the Commercial Drive Business Society Executive Director earlier this evening, they generally support the Grandview-Woodland Community Plan. In fact, it has come out in strong support of the land use components in particular, as well as the plan's economic development aspirations. They also support enhanced cycling infrastructure on and around Commercial Drive as part of a comprehensive approach to creating a more complete street or even a complete neighborhood. However, many business and property owners along the drive have serious concerns about the plan, including a policy that specifically anticipates AAA separated bike lanes on the drive. The issue is more complex than pro-bike versus anti-bike. I am pro-bike. I am also pro-commercial drive not turning into a commuter cycling route, which is what AAA routes often become. And I'm especially keen to see the existing local businesses and services on the drive not only survive, but flourish. This is, after all, the heart of the Grandview-Woodland community and a big part of why people visit and why we cherish it. As I wrote in some recent comments on a price tags post, whether we agree with these businesses or not, I think it behoves us all to listen carefully to them. The fear that many Commercial Drive Business Society members have expressed around losing much of the public parking along the drive if a separated bike lane is installed, and the potential impacts of this on their businesses needs to be taken seriously and understood from their perspective as the owners and managers of those businesses. It's their businesses and livelihoods at stake and not ours. As you know, the Commercial Drive Business Society had no representation on the Grandview-Woodland Citizens Assembly. I have attended meetings with city staff and Commercial Drive Business Society representatives in the past where these concerns were raised, and I can attest to you that the Commercial Drive Business Society was assured by very senior city staff that their concerns would be taken seriously and factored in before any final decisions were taken around changes to the drive, including cycling infrastructure. Most recently, members of the Commercial Drive Business Society executive met with your planning staff and related or reiterated their concerns and their interest in wanting to be directly engaged in the planning process as a key stakeholder group. I would encourage Council to direct staff to work with the Commercial Drive Business Society on these matters, and I would further encourage you to instruct staff to make the specific text amendments to the plan that the Commercial Drive Business Society Executive Director proposed in his earlier presentation. And for clarity, if any of you wish to know what those specifics are, I have a copy of that to hand. I have every respect for the city's planning and engineering staff. They have done a great job on this plan, and I'm confident that a genuine engagement by the city with the local businesses, with no preconceptions, will lead to a practical solution that everyone can both live with and benefit from. Let's not demonize, as some have done unfortunately, the very businesses that make the drive the much-loved destination that it is, just because they may not all share our own perspectives on the merits or impacts of cycling infrastructure. Thank you for your attention to these comments, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions there might be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berelowitz. There are no questions. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Christian Perazzolo. Hi.
Much better the second time, thank you. It's Perizzolo. Thank you for that valiant effort. Mayor, Council, Madam Speaker, thanks for your ear. I'm going to liven it up a little bit, I think, tonight. It's been a long day. I appreciate that it has been, and I'll try and keep it short. We all have our attachments to the drive and our reasons for supporting the project. Mine stem from growing up as the son of Italian immigrants that took you to the drive to buy your communion and confirmation and baptismal gowns, and immigrants that worked the night shift unloading trucks at Boza where they also bought their grapes, and my wife's parents worked the local car wash and grew up in Strathcona, drop her off to go skating so they could shoot pool at Joe's Cafe. Those are the memories. Back then, it was the Italians and the Portuguese and the Greeks, it seems, that owned the neighborhoods, and then things changed. We moved out, and a new flux of people and demographic came in, and it was great. It was good for the neighborhood, and the neighborhood changed, and that was not a bad thing. And later on, growing up, it was watching the Italy games and all the important events and jumping on top of the trolley bus when they won in 2006. And more recently, as a father of an 8-year-old who you're trying to bring up in a city to not look at race and face, and we take them down to the park. It's the community where we can teach them those things and we can be a part of those things. Watching the Euro game at the PCOV a couple of weeks ago, similar experience. And we were walking out of the ice cream store, and he says to me, "Dad, can we buy Eddie an ice cream?" And I said, "Who's Eddie?" He said, "Eddie is the guy hawking animal carvings in front of the home hardware store, right? That he just was talking to on the drive." You can't get that in every place in Vancouver. You certainly wouldn't feel safe doing that. And the point is, the community has changed a lot, and it continues to change, and that's not a bad thing. And this project continues in that tradition. It's bringing change to a part of the community that actually needs it. As Torino Hall, that area has become very much a drive-through zone in the city. Mom used to work bingo there. I remember hanging out on the street as a young adult waiting for her to finish her shift. There was a lot more walking around. There were a lot more people in that part of town. It's deadened a little bit in the last little while. This project would bookend Commercial Drive to the north and revitalize that part of town a lot. I know the design committee and the city staff have been working really hard on what that feels like at the street level, which I think is so much more important than what's happening 80 or 90 or 100 feet up in the air, frankly. And I think that's my point. The point would be that the people that make up the drive, the people that are living on the drive, it's the interaction between them, it's the discourse that happens when you're buying your fruit and vegetables. It's what's happening on the street that creates the vibe and that creates the place that you want your kids to grow up in. It's not whether they're living 70 or 80 or 90 feet up in the air, or whether they're granite tops or marble or laminate or whatever people have been talking about tonight. We need to improve the pedestrian feel of the north end of the drive. This project totally accomplishes that. It creates an inclusive, eclectic, and vibrant village within a village in an area that needs it. I can see that, and I know I'm rambling a little bit. Look, as a taxpayer, this project is self-sustaining. Like, I demand that as a council, we consider that and we support projects like these. We need that. We pay too many taxes. I work in this area. I pay taxes in this area. I pay myself last as an employer. My employees do the same thing. We need that. This project does that. It's a no-brainer. I don't even know why we're talking about it. The project is not displacing any existing rental stock, even in its proposed 12-story form. The project in its proposed 12-story form is delivering supply to an area that needs it. The project in its 12-story form respects the massings and heights that are already established in the neighborhood. The project in its 12-story form pays the city top dollar for an irregular, difficult piece of land to otherwise sell or develop. And anyone who thinks that 1 or 2 or 3 stories of this project is somehow going into Daniel Boffo's pocket should try being a developer sometime. This project doesn't work as a 9-story. As a builder in the community who works for a lot of clients and a lot of developers and who's building in the area, I can wax poetic on all the reasons why that is. But the bottom line is that anything less compromises the ability of this project team in the city to deliver on the above and on the objectives that were already laid out for it in the first place. I know I'm trying to finish. Bottom line, change is what shaped the drive into what it is and what it was and what it will be. The change is going to continue, and it's not brought on by the developers. We all know the reasons for it. All we can really do is ask that the developers do it right, and Kettle Boffo, in its 12-story form, accomplishes just that. We need to amend the special site section accordingly. This project needs to happen in its proposed form. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sorry, I rambled a little bit. Cheers. Any questions? I'm happy to.
There's not, and don't worry about it. We've been rambling most
Thank you very much.
today,
I realize it's Miller time a long time ago.
Thank you. Okay, we've got number 66, Sakir Suleman, followed by Sakir Suleman. Okay, you know what? There's so few people. I'm just going to read out name by name rather than give advance notice because all the people in the lobby look pretty fit. They'll make it in. 67 is Sarah Fiorito. 68, Gillian Jackson, Central Presbyterian Church. Welcome.
Congratulations. Most people don't get it right in the second time. So, Gillian Jackson, Central Presbyterian Church. I'm here to speak in support of the Kettle Boffo project. As many of you know, we've just gone through a similar project. We actually are laying the concrete on the rock base right now, so we're building on the rock and starting back up. We've been working with Nancy and Daniel on this project simply because, as you know, we pioneered this whole idea of using the property that you own to leverage the ability to have the cash flow to continue to run your program without having to go through the 7 years of plenty and the 7 years of famine that comes with government funding. Because as it rolls along, all of a sudden somebody comes in and we've got to cut and things get cut. This enables a program to continue. This enables a program to exist and to focus on developing service to the client rather than focus on continuing their existence. It's a really important change of attitude. Given the number of faith-based communities in this city and the age of their buildings and all of those related, these models are going to become more and more important, and they get shut up against the wall of the people like BC Housing and that who asked for a plan for building stuff earlier on this year. And the second thing in was, you will give up all rights to all of thing and we will tell you how you're going to run your program. Well, sorry, I'm Presbyterian. We don't do that. Okay? And this idea, what happens is not that you're selling the property to Buffalo. What you're doing is you're going to divide the parcels into 3 strata, and those strata parcels will take care of the stuff. And so that you, not only do you get your new facility without cost, you also in the future have a partner to cost share the expenses rather than having to pay the whole thing by itself. Judy Graves said it very, very well earlier on when she said that, you know, not all developers are ogres. There are some really good ones. They happen to, in my opinion, right now, mostly seem to be Italian between the Bosas and the Boffos, but, you know, that really go that extra mile, put up the money in the front because not-for-profits don't have that large cash to invest. They invest, they do it. They don't charge you to do that. This is investment money. It works amazingly well, and we should be supporting. So my recommendation is very simple. I would say, please change the plan to turn around and support this project so they can get on with doing it. You know, the 12-story building will be fine, the condos will sell out, and the kettle will have a pile of new volunteers, as will some of the other areas in around there. So it'll be a win-win-win situation. And to paraphrase Councillor Stevenson from July 15th, 2015, scary thought, I remember this, Tim, you know, is that think of all of the additional tax revenue you're going to get. You said that. Yes, you did. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Jackson. You have questions from Councillor DeGenova.
Just a quick one. I had a question regarding, you had mentioned how you see this as actually increasing the affordability for nonprofits and allowing them to continue serving the community. We've heard a number of different opinions on that this would actually price people out of the neighborhood. But I understood that you said, and perhaps you could elaborate on it, that actually allowing this to move forward would create not only the housing, but the community that would allow people who couldn't afford market rental to stay in the community.
Normally, people who are going to be buying these kinds of projects are people that are first-time home buyers. They will be moving out of something, and what I've seen just in the West End is something will come up, people will buy things. Now, those people are already living there. Those people are probably renting. They go and they turn over rental stock. So that right now, I think we're about a time to see in the West End that there's going to be so much new rental coming on that it's going to have it's got to, from an economic sense, have an impact on price as things go forward. Plus, new people bring variety to your community. New people bring fresh ideas and thoughts and challenges. And I mean, I'm a nonprofit guy, okay, so my bias is there saying, you know, the Kettle Society ends up with 30 units, with no mortgage, with things like that, to be able to do things, those are really important things for nonprofits in future feasibility.
So we also, just to follow up to that, and my background is in nonprofit housing development. So I'm wondering if you might be able to share with me your opinion on this. And that would be, we've heard people say today that the Kettle could sell the assets they have and purchase housing. Do you think that that would affect their ability to operate and to cover some of their costs?
Yeah, it would be a recipe for the Kettle to fold within X number of years, because they're not going to have, right now they have an asset. And any of these nonprofits, they need the asset because the asset is the only tangible thing that they have. So as long as they control that, they're bankable. If they don't control that, well, they're just
And moving on from that, I suppose right now a number of people this evening have talked about the Kettle and the BOFO development that that has been consulted on in the community so far. And here we are talking about the Grandview-Woodlands plan. It's a whole plan. It's not just one project. And I'm wondering if you feel that perhaps this model is a good model and it's something that we should move forward with other nonprofits in the area.
I think it is something that represents a very positive thing for the city to get into, rather than necessarily getting into the housing business itself.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson. I appreciate your long wait. Okay, next up, Rose Larson, who was here not too long ago. Ms. Larson. Okay. Ram Jobin. Nope. Elizabeth Murphy. Nope. Charles Campbell. Jean Nagy. Okay. Hi there. Welcome. I'm assuming you're number 73, Jean Nagy. Hi.
Or up to my level. Good evening, Madam Chair and councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm Jean Nagy. My wife and I live in Gravely Street near Victoria Drive. I served on the CA, spending a lot of time formulating this GW plan. There were full Saturdays, many walk-in tours, boat tours by the Port Authority, roundtable meetings, extra meetings with a small group of CA members, Commercial Drive CIA, Hastings CIA meetings, sub-area meetings, open to the public, cattle buffalo consultation, viewing relevant videos, and reading inches, maybe a foot, of material, also seeing videos on relevant subjects. Many professionals, perhaps 20, were also available to consult, not to lead us by our nose, to consult during the period, all under the very capable and accommodating leadership of Rachel Magnuson. The CA came up with a game plan. The public was continually informed throughout the process. Our draft was available for all to see 1 year ago. The city planners worked on it for another year, and it turns out that they accepted about 92% of the CA's recommendations. See details about this figure in the trace document. There's a little trick to it because some of it didn't apply to the to us, and that wasn't part of the 92%. I applaud the city for creating the CA. The $275,000, I guess, or so was spent, and what is well worth it. As a footnote, the CA was carefully chosen with gender parity, age range, geographical and household type, reflecting a good cross-section of GW. With all this water under the bridge, I urge this council to substantively approve the GW plan. I see no benefit in further delay. There are many waiting for a decision, and it would be a disservice to all those who are waiting, like renters, homeowners, businesses, bikers, bicyclists that is, developers alike. Probably the biggest divergence from the CA recommendation was the Safeway site. Andrew Pask touched on this yesterday, and there's been discussion on it today too. The reason for this, that the planners have decided to go with a higher building, was because, then recommended by CA, because of economical viability. Well, I want to talk a little bit about the Cattle Buffalo proposal. I agree with the GW plan statement that the cattle is a community asset. But just like the No Towers proposal detailed by Penny Street, the proposal in the GW plan 6.1.4 is not economically viable according to the Cattle Buffalo people. The 12-story building with a step-back design on this site is acceptable to me. There are already two 12 to 13-story buildings nearby. Oh, and by the way, I am against towers on that site, but these aren't towers that are proposed there. These are mid-rise buildings. The No Tower campaign is a kind of a phony campaign. It's an exaggeration. But in any case, let me carry on here. I believe it will suit the area. Closing part of Commercial Drive by a pricing bakery is a great idea. A new plaza, or is it piazza in Italian, will certainly add or enhance the vibe on the drive, which Mayor Robertson has touched on yesterday. Shadowing will be mostly on the drive to the north, on the road. Because of topography rising to the east, only a limited number of people will be affected by the line of sight. There's an apartment across there. I think the Cattle Friendship Society is doing an incredible job where it is needed in my neighborhood. They need more space and an upgrade of the facilities. Don't let this opportunity slip by. It is not often a developer is so sympathetic to social community work. The No Tower plan simply kills it, and make this thing happen. There are thousands who support the Cattle Buffalo project. They simply haven't signed a petition. There isn't one around. In closing, I hear the phrase, moving forward, a lot in this chamber. Let's do it. Let's move forward. Approve the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nagy. There are no questions for you. Thanks very much for your long wait this evening, or today and this evening. Sorry, I'm umming because that is speaker number 72 who just walked in. You know, given that there aren't dozens of people waiting, I might just suggest number 72, Charles Campbell, get to the microphone, and if that works.
Thank you. I appreciate it, because I was locked out of the building. All the doors are locked.
Are there other folks downstairs?
Not that I could see, but only because somebody was coming out. Was I able to, did the security arrive to let him out? And,
okay. I might ask the clerk just to send a note to security to make sure they're aware we're, okay. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, welcome. I will start the timer.
I won't take it personally. My name's Charles Campbell. I've lived on the edge of Grandview-Woodland for 3 decades. I worked with, but do not speak for the Citizens Assembly on the Grandview-Woodland Community Plan. I generally support the plan before you today, but in particular I support the Assembly process that helped to shape it. The most essential component of any public process is trust. Citizens have to believe that their input is valued and respected and will influence the outcome. Too often, politicians and public servants view public opinion as an obstacle. In May, I participated in an urbanarium debate on the proposition that the public should have more input into city planning. 2 debaters on prior urbanarium topics, a former mayor and a former councillor from this chamber, had talked about how to manage public opinion to achieve goals that the public does not support. After an election, said one, the public doesn't get to decide. 2 years ago, the towers proposed by Brian Jackson around Broadway and Commercial made a sham of public process, and they destroyed public trust. Jackson was specifically hired by this council to deliver transit-oriented development and use the phrase citywide policies and practices to bludgeon towers into the plan. Was it a trade-off to ignore the large single-family and duplex zones that actually needed a tweak to improve small housing opportunities? Community planning is difficult in the best of circumstances. We need better community planning processes, ones that are more transparent, less prone to conflict and manipulation, better equipped to reflect community opinion on complex issues. We need conversations that foster mutual understanding rather than consultations that establish differences of opinion. We need a process that builds trust. When the planning process goes sideways, government loses its social license. There are names for governments without social license. Thankfully, this council created a citizens' assembly to help rectify the city's mistakes. Some of you will know that I was an advisor to and a recorder of the assembly's proceedings. What I saw was a world apart from the many traditional planning meetings I attended, despite the best intentions of the many good planners who guide those processes. Architect Bruce Hayden said this to the assembly at its first meeting: planners have global knowledge. You have an absolute knowledge of the fine grain of your neighborhood. Good public process creates synergy with those two kinds of expertise to create plans that citizens can support and respect. I believe we create better solutions with better systems. The assembly process fosters a kind of conversation that traditional public consultation does not. It's not perfect, the result of that process, the assembly's report, the draft plan that the city has produced in response to the assembly's report. Some people felt excluded even though the assembly's doors were open to them. Just as some of the planning's underlying principles could be better articulated to the public, the assembly's organizing principles could be better explained and understood. Regardless, a much, much better plan emerged. I don't agree with absolutely everything in it, but I won't quibble with the specifics. Others will do that, and you should listen carefully to them. I must, however, say one thing on the matter of the Kettle-Bothwell proposal at Commercial and Venables. The Assembly was substantially divided on this proposal. One key problem is the lack of clarity in the city's decision-making parameters. Does the city zone appropriately and then extract community amenities when opportunity arises? Or does it ask communities to accept inappropriate density at key sites in order to get the amenities they need? As the city takes new density and community amenity bonuses into long-established residential neighborhoods, the city's policy on that needs to be clear. When ambitious planning ideas meet inevitable community conservatism, we need transparent, honorable, and constructive public process. I believe Council can build on the Citizens' Assembly example to achieve that. Once you've approved this plan, or some variation of it, I urge you to take most seriously the business of improving the processes that produce changes in zoning throughout the city. I've said that I don't speak for the Citizens' Assembly, but I think I can safely say that almost every member was inspired by the process instead of being angry about it. You'd be crazy not to build on that. Thank you very much. Thank you also for your remarkable efficiency in dealing with the many speakers here today. I've been watching at home on the interweb. So.
Thank you for your tenacious efforts to get here. You did have questions from Councillor Bowe.
Thank you. One quick question. You said we should listen carefully to comments on details of the plan. And
yes.
What did you mean by that?
Well, I think that my experience of the public consultation is that even angry old white homeowners are concerned about the social and economic diversity of life on their streets. Mm-hmm. That social and economic diversity and affordability are the central issues facing Grandview-Woodland and the city as a whole. I am glad that this plan has gone some considerable distance further than the emerging directions document to try and address those challenges. I'm not sure that they're enough. Existing affordable housing is a precious commodity. We can't build our way out of the city's affordability issues with bonus-driven social housing. We have to protect existing housing stock. I think that time will tell whether the provisions being made in this plan are sufficient to that task. But I will say that 30 years is a long time in the life of a neighborhood, And one of the things that concerns me is that, and I think that makes this planning process so difficult, is it's very hard to say, okay, 30 years, we're done with that, right? We'll come back to you in 30 years. I think that the city needs to do a much better job of monitoring the effects of gentrifying neighborhoods, and gentrification can be driven by new density, and measuring those effects. What is really happening on the ground in Grandview-Woodland in terms of residents being displaced? How serious is the issue? I mean, I think between the last two censuses, the Aboriginal population of the community declined by nearly 10%. When you take that in isolation, that looks like a bit of a crisis. What's going on that's driving those people to move out of the one fairly normal neighborhood, somewhat normal, where they have some critical mass in the city of Vancouver? I think it's really important that displacement of Aboriginal people from the neighborhood and the reasons that underlie that displacement be really carefully examined and measured.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That's it for questions.
We done?
You're done. We're not.
Okay, sorry. I'll stick around.
All right, thank you. Next, we have number 74, Sandra Santiero. Oh, here she comes. Hi.
Thanks. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandra Santiero, and I wanted to speak to you today because of the Commercial Drive neighborhood is very dear to me. I was raised on the drive, and some of my fondest childhood memories were created there. The Kettle Boffle project is one of that my friends and I discuss often. It would bring life back into the northern portion of the drive, and it would provide more housing and choice in a city that desperately needs it. As a mother, I am sympathetic to the need for a variety of housing options for the future. The mix of market housing and social housing within this development would create a more inclusive, vibrant community and address worsening affordability issues in our city. I bring my son to the drive often, and watching him play in the same neighborhood as I did fills my heart. My husband and I would love the opportunity to move back into the neighborhood we grew up in and give our son the same experiences we've had with this amazing community. Unfortunately, due to the housing prices and a lack of housing choice, this isn't an option for our family right now. A development like the Kettle Boffle project could be that opportunity for us and many more in search of their new home. The Kettle Society partnering with Boffle Properties creates the possibility of a self-sustaining project without the need for outside funding and taxpayer contributions. This never happens. This project will expand the Kettle's already at capacity community services center, including supported housing, and will provide the housing we desperately need. This is an opportunity we need to embrace. Without the proposed height and density, the entire project is in jeopardy, and with it, all the benefits this neighborhood needs. Thank you for the opportunity to share my opinion. I know it's been a long night, so good night.
There are no questions. Thank you for your patience with us today. Thanks. Next up, we have Emily Adin. Nope. Okay. Number 76, Barbara May sent a letter, or sent at least a note that they would not be here, but may send a letter. Marty Ballas, number 77. Hi.
Hello, hello, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members for having, for making this opportunity for citizens to comment on the Grandview-Woodland plan. I'm a member of the Grandview-Woodland Renters Action Group, but I'm not really speaking, I'm not really representing them right now. There's you and your work, and in this whole process, there's a lot of talk about policy and planning and somewhat abstract concepts. What I would like to do is offer to you a real living, breathing human being speaking about what she feels the effects of this plan as it is would be on her and on other people as well. What I want to speak about is my own situation, but I am sure there are other seniors who face a similar future. I'm a 71-year-old disabled single senior, and I have lived independently in Grandview-Woodland since 1995. I moved there from Mount Pleasant because the rent in this area, in the Grandview-Woodland area, was more affordable, and shopping and recreation are accessible for someone with my mobility problems. Over the years, two compassionate landladies, and more recently, the Safer Subsidy for senior renters, have made it possible for me to live on my own independently in Grandview-Woodland on an income from BC Permanent Disability and now government subsidies for seniors. This proposed plan will allow tear down and redevelopment of the entire Cedar Cove neighborhood, which is where I've lived for the past 6 years. Vancouver's overheated real estate market, as we all know, puts upward pressure on land and housing prices, properties, and the cost of new construction. For me, even before my building is torn down, which I expect that it will be, my rent could become unaffordable. Rent for a suitable suite in a new building certainly will be. Waiting lists for subsidized housing can be years long, especially for someone who, although disabled, is otherwise healthy. Because of disability, low income, and aging, I'm gradually becoming isolated. So when, not if, I need to find another place to live, I have limited physical energy, limited financial resources, and no family or friends to rely on for help. In the Vancouver of this plan for Grandview-Woodland, I am left with a very real prospect of being a woman alone, in her mid-70s or older, homeless, with nowhere to go, her health deteriorating, trying to survive, and quite possibly on the street. I'm worried. That's really all I want to say. I'm not asking for pity or sympathy. It's just, I just want to present you, I'm probably not the only one. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ballas. I had a couple questions for you. Are you in purpose-built rental or something else?
Well, no, I'm not in purpose-built rental. I'm in a market building, but the rent is extremely affordable. I don't know why, it just is. It may be the most affordable building in that area. There are some students living in there. There seem to be maybe people whose marriages have broken up, and some families, and I think I'm the oldest person in the building.
Okay, that's helpful. And second question, a little bit outside of the plan, but I have been looking for particularly a single senior woman as a member of the Renters Advisory Committee of the city for quite some time. So I would love to connect with you about that if you had some energy for more advocacy.
Well, I'm open to finding out more about it, put it that way. How would I do that?
We should have contact information for you when you signed up to speak. So if you're fine to give me permission to connect with you, I can use that to get in touch.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming and for your long wait. Okay. Michael Kleckner, I know you're here.
I really didn't think I was going to need to be here until tomorrow at the very earliest, but thank you for staying so late and giving us all the opportunity to speak. I've been an observer for more than 40 years of the limitations, I think, of city plans and the way that the intentions of them can go sideways due to the change of the market and so on. Robson Street, which was the commercial drive of its day, evolved into something that I don't think anybody could have anticipated. Kitsilano, which was the Grandview of its day, has gentrified beyond really any kind of recognizability, and arguably Grandview-Woodlands is going in that direction, at least in some areas of it. All of that being said, I generally support the plan. I think that the plan represents best efforts of a lot of very skilled people and a lot of very passionate people to put together a diverse community as much as it can be planned. That said, I've got a few concerns. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of park space and the lack of open space in Grandview-Woodlands, and the fact that 30% of the population will be added to it, and that 30% will come with dogs and children and all of the accoutrements of modern life. I ask you, is this going to be the new standard for the city, a park-deficient area taking 30% more people in without adding parks? And if that's the case, if that's the new standard, would some of the parks on the west side of the city be decommissioned? Would they be offered up as being sites for affordable housing, for example, that we otherwise don't have? Because I don't see that there's any equity in the city if this is going to become the new standard. Clearly, the one issue that is uniting everybody from the Boffo Kettle proponents to the other people is that displacement is the issue, displacement of people who are here and change of the diversity in it. And I think that this plan is going to rise or fall on the pace of change. I'm very surprised and impressed that a city with the power that Vancouver has can propose a pace of change system. I sincerely hope that it works. I sincerely hope that the economy will cool enough that a kind of more normal evolution can happen in this city. Because what's really effectively going to be happening is that there will be new apartments built, and they will come in at a cost to the first purchaser of the building of about $800 a square foot. And they will replace buildings that will be sold to the final owner of the building at about $300 a square foot. And yes, there will be more apartments in the new buildings, but they will not be as affordable. And I think the truism that you do not build affordable housing, you retain affordable housing, has to be kept very, very much in mind as we go forward on this. There's a similar situation. I don't think very many people have talked about the RT areas, and that's a very, very positive change that is going to happen east of Commercial Drive, in the heritage area and the family area. And I think that those are very, very sensible ideas that are being put in there. But in order for that to work, it is going to require an across the city departments coordination around the idea of helping people to reuse and adapt structures. The word is out there in the city, no question about it. You're a total fool if you try to renovate an old house. The city is going to throw the book at you, whether it's your 2x4 walls have to be replaced by 2x6 walls. I mean, if you're in the business of replacing walls in a building, what are you actually keeping? What is actually the point of trying to retain buildings? And so a streamlined kind of a green door process for people in the RTs, for apartment owners who might want to upgrade their buildings, something that will make all of these departments in the city work together and make it possible for people within a normal human lifespan to accomplish a renovation legally in the city, I think is absolutely essential for the completion of this plan. I just want to make a couple of comments finally about Kettle Boffo. So much of the debate in Grandview has been about height, and I've heard people compare it with the Lions Tower that's kitty corner across the street that's 11 stories. That building and the other 3 high-rises in Grandview are on really big pieces of property, and they are about FSR 2, I would say 2 or 2.5 at the maximum. The proponents for Kettle Boffo is about 6.5. It's more than double the square footage. It's like a downtown density. And I think the planners are much closer to what is good urban design in the community going with the proposal that they've come forward with, which I gather is around FSR 3.5 or 4. Now, I can certainly see why people would like the idea, very expedient, to have a self-sustaining property, a self-sustaining project that would come in at FSR 6.5. And there are advantages to it, but I think, you trust your staff on all of these different issues. I think they're very close to being right on that need to have more of a balance and more of a transition into the area and less of the impact that there will be on the nearby low-rise, affordable rental accommodation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kleckner. You do have questions from two councillors at least. Sorry to drag you back. Starting with Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Kleckner. Thank you for coming in tonight. You said that you were in agreement with the plan, but then you gave us a list of things that you felt needed amendment now, or you hope they be taken care of, or I'm just trying to figure out what your...
I think within the limitations of what a plan can do in a governance structure like the Vancouver Charter, I think the plan is very good.
Okay, that's
now, vigilance on plans and this check back after 3 years and the pace of change and the rate of change within apartment buildings, I think that's really important. I don't think that we can predict what Vancouver is going to be like in 5 years, let alone in 30 years. And evidence of the last 45 or 50 years in Vancouver says that nobody could really predict how neighborhoods were going to evolve. But I think this is pretty good. There are a couple of pieces in here that are not planning department, and that's why I go back to this business of the building code and of helping people to adapt buildings. A green city, in my opinion, reuses and adapts as much as it builds new. And so that's a piece that doesn't really fit in this and hasn't been addressed in this, but I think it's absolutely critical to the neighborhood going forward in an orderly and evolving way, because it's that pace of change aspect that gets everybody completely exercised. And I mean, it would be much like if we were having a religious meeting and say, do you agree with the Bible? And I might say, well, most of it. There are a few bits here that I don't get. And I couldn't be absolutist and say, yeah, I completely agree with the plan or I don't. But I think on balance, I think it's a very good document.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You also have Councillor Carr with questions.
Yes, thanks very much, Madam Chair. I'm very interested in what you had to say about the RT zones and process to retain those older character homes there or buildings. I'm wondering if I asked questions of people earlier, if you've thought about the fact that in some cases those buildings they're subdivided into suites, more suites than just a legal basement suite, upper floor, main floor, etc. And if there's been any discussion that you've had around how we might be able to provide incentive to retain homes like that through enabling those more suites. I mean, not even actually in the RT, but RT and RS zones.
RT, RS, and so many of those conversions that are still there are illegal.
Yeah.
And I can remember vaguely the gradual process of legalizing basement suites, which are such a huge element of the city's housing mix. What are there, 26,000 of them in the city? And I know that when my wife and I moved to Grandview 6 or so years ago, and with the house that we bought, that God was going to tear it down, that we took a really hard look at putting in a basement suite and just abandoned it. We engaged an architect to look at it, and we thought, this is going to be $250,000 to put in a basement suite that we would logically rent for $1,000 a month. I would be about 110 before that got paid off. And so there's an element in there, and I mean, I know that there are legitimate life safety issues involved in the building code. There are legitimate environmental issues in the building code and all this sort of thing. But there has to be an acknowledgement that a 100-year-old building or an 80-year-old building is not going to adapt to a code as easily as somebody just knocking it down and building it new all over again. Now, the affordability is in the existing building, and if there's a way to work with people, I couldn't tell you what the incentives could be. Financial incentives, I don't think you can do that under the Vancouver Charter. Really, I would be much more interested in seeing incentives go towards purpose-built small apartment buildings to upgrade them. Those little walk-ups that are so much the fabric north of Adanac Street, particularly in that area. A lot of those places really need work. I don't know how you could do it. You tear them down. Yeah, you'll be able to build something bigger and you'll have a suite replacement, but it'll be much, much more expensive. I don't know if there's a way that you can work within that, but coordinated effort by all city departments to make this happen, I think is really critical.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. That is it for questions, Mr. Kleckner. Thank you for waiting. I actually don't think you were watching at home. That's why I haven't seen you waiting, but well timed to get here. Okay, I've got number 79, Ari Ing from Kickstand Community Bikes. Number 80, Brad Teeter. Number 81, Brian Farnsworth. I have a winner. Welcome, Mr. Farnsworth. If you want to raise the podium at all, there's a button on near your right hand. There you go.
Okay, a bit about me. To understand my position, I think you have to understand a bit about my background and my demographic. I'm 37 years old, married, have 2 young children, live on, I guess, south of Broadway on Nanaimo. More recent acquisition, first home, huge mortgage, as would be since I bought a year ago. I've lived in Vancouver all of my adult life, so I've watched the city change over the last 20 years. Bike a lot. I've watched my friends as they've had kids. Our social circle, a good portion of them leave the city because you want a backyard for your kids. It's not something you can really build your way out of, so you can't really, those people are going to leave whether or not you build a lot of condos because a certain demographic we grew up with backyards. We want to have backyards for our kids to play in. That said, I agree with the densification. A lot of my neighborhood does and doesn't. We don't really have a neighborhood association. We just talk back and forth. I think the plan overall is great. There's a lot of good parts to it. I can only speak to the problems really in my immediate vicinity. And I might list 3 close problems, but other than that, I really think a great job's been done by the planners and by council and by the volunteers and the Citizens Assembly, and I think it's an amazing process to be a part of. When watching you guys plan it, it sort of reminded me of a quote I read by a goalie who said, when he was asked if he liked his job, he was asked, he responded, how would you like it if every time you made a mistake, a red light went off above your head and 80,000 or 18,000 people screamed? And I think that's like your job, I think. For my issues with planning, I live right on Nanaimo. I know people are attempting to make it, or the plan is to attempt to make it more pedestrian friendly. It's a great goal. Nobody walks on Nanaimo right now. The best streets in Vancouver are very pedestrian friendly. They also happen to have a lot of commercial on them because That's the way people are. People like to do something when they walk. And I like part of the planner's goal seems to be introducing a new type of building, which is row houses with the option of commercial on the bottom, which is an interesting plan. I've never seen those before, and the idea of more narrow commercial fronts, more narrow and deep. I think that's a great plan. I think in the long term, it'll result in a more vibrant street and a usable Nanaimo, and over 30 years, you'll develop shopping there. I do think that on the plan, if you look at the details, you'll notice that there's no difference between the FSR in the residential and the commercial builds. Like it's your option to choose one or the other. But if you choose a commercial build, you don't have the 10-foot setback in the front on the Nanaimo, and that's 10 feet by 33, and you multiply that by 3 floors on a 120-foot lot. That's a lot of building space for the shadowing. If you built that forward, there's no problem for anybody. So it's a great incentive for building commercial, which otherwise may not get built. I would just lobby for them to say, calculate out the percentage of what that increased FSR would be, and say if you build commercial, this is your FSR, otherwise it's the 1.3 that's currently set as the max. It's not a big change, but I think it would be great for all down Nanaimo. The next is, the goal has been classically to keep your density along arterials, and I think the strategy has helped make Vancouver what it is today. It's great. I was hoping we'd see more of the, just say like in my neighborhood, we've kind of gone in the transition area on page 94 of the document to build a 4-story condo inside of the arterials. And to me, it just didn't make a lot of sense. I think it's been a winning strategy for the city to keep the densification along arterials. And if you're going to go inland to densify, why not do row houses? And for maintaining the skyline visibility, which we've tried to do in the city for a long time, pushing for the setback on condos to be at the 2nd story rather than the 4th story, if at all possible, would be a fabulous idea. And I'm over time. So.
You are indeed over time. I do have a weakness, though, for people who've waited for 12 hours to speak, to let them take up some extra time of ours. So if you're done, that would be great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
You know, I think if you had it, it probably would be helpful. You had some very specific details towards the end of your speech. If you wanted to email them, that would.
I did.
You did, perfect. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we are on speaker number 82, Federico Fueco. Nope. 83, Jane Concannon. 84, Mike Bandy. Wow. The last number usually isn't here. I'm very impressed, Mr. Bandy.
Last but not least. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity. I know it's been a long day for you guys, so I'll try and keep this quick. My name is Mike Bandy. I'm here on behalf of Streets for Everyone. We're a grassroots organization dedicated to making streets safer and more enjoyable for all users. And I'm here in support of the adoption of the Grandview-Woodlands Community Plan, which we believe is an impressive result of collaboration between city staff and the Grandview-Woodlands community. Particularly, our organization is encouraged by the inclusion of the term complete streets within the plan, and the terms associated understanding that streets are public spaces and that everyone is entitled to legitimate, safe, equitable travel options, particularly in a community in which the majority of trips are not made by car. Streets for Everyone has been engaging with the Commercial Drive community since 2014 and has so far gained formal support from over 20 businesses along Commercial Drive and has collected more than 3,000 signatures from individuals supporting a vision of the drive as a complete street. As proposed in the Grandview-Woodlands plan, improving pedestrian cycling and transit facilities on Commercial Drive with high-quality AAA facilities will further enhance the street's reputation as a vibrant and people-friendly place. Commercial Drive is not only a key destination for tourists and residents throughout the region, it serves as a cultural and functional hub for many in the Grandview-Woodlands community and the surrounding area. These long overdue improvements will ensure that people of all ages and abilities, no matter their mode of transportation, can safely and conveniently access cafes, shops, restaurants, and entertainment venues that the Drive is famous for. If we as a city want to encourage sustainable active transportation modes, we need to ensure they are not hidden from the public eye or inconvenient for the average user. The fact that there are nearby designated cycling routes will only complement the function of the Drive and should not be used as an excuse to do nothing. I would argue that there are plenty of alternative streets for vehicles too. Destination streets such as Commercial Drive thrive because of people, regardless of their transportation choice. Recent examples locally, as well as in Toronto, San Francisco, and Portland, among others, have shown that businesses see increased foot traffic when streets are made safer for both bikes and pedestrians. As I'm sure you're all aware, the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, which initially had concerns regarding the city's push to build cycling infrastructure, is now a supporter, having witnessed the benefits firsthand. Perhaps more importantly than the business aspect is the safety aspect. Complete street projects in Seattle, New York, and countless other cities have resulted in reductions in traffic-related accidents. So I'm here to keep the pressure on and to urge that complete streets, particularly on Commercial Drive, remain a priority going forward with the Grandview-Woodlands plan. Amidst a mountain of growing evidence that people, not cars, support businesses, we refuse to believe that improving the safety, convenience, and comfort of people's experience on the Drive will harm business. Yes, the Drive is different. Every street has its own context, but I cannot think of a better context in which a complete street makes sense than on Commercial Drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bandy. You do have questions from Councillor Deal.
Hi, Mr. Bandy. Because you're last, I got to ask you a question. You probably heard the Commercial Drive Business Society, not association, talking about the concept of this being a bike highway, and if it's a bike highway, that being, I didn't ask the question then, but that there being a correlation between that and being a negative impact on businesses, which I wasn't quite clear on. There have been some studies done, have there not, both, well, we've got some data here in the city, but in other cities about the correlation between cycling infrastructure and businesses. Have there not?
Absolutely, yeah. Locally, here on even the Hornby Street bike lane has shown improvements to the
vacancy rates down.
Vacancy rates, yeah. So there's plenty of studies throughout North America and of course lots in Europe as well. I think there's the most oft-cited one is the Portland State University one.
I think there's one in Toronto recently.
Exactly, yeah, the Bloor Street as well. So AAA facilities tend to attract people to use them more so than any others do, whereas the off-street facilities tend to work well for getting from A to B.
Meters, yeah.
A AAA dedicated facility on Commercial Drive with a concentration of destinations in the area will encourage people to actually use the infrastructure and experience the street at the same time, in turn supporting businesses.
Okay, thank you. And I know that you, in the work that you did, the unofficial consultation that you did that many people thought was the city, but was actually your organization, got a lot of responses. But as we move forward with the official city consultation, I know that our staff, I think, have links to those studies as well. But if you could share them with me as well, and perhaps with the business organizations, I think that would be really useful because we want to make sure we have facts and data that we're operating on, and intercept studies and so forth. And because the last thing I think we want is for people to be afraid of something that they need not be afraid of. So absolutely. If you could share that with us, that would be great. Thank you.
That's it for questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Bandy. Although you are not last or least, we have Elizabeth Murphy here. So, Ms. Murphy, did you want to? I'm trying to remember which number you were. You were a while back. 70. Speaker number 71.
There we go. That's better. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, they went through quite quickly, the numbers. I wasn't expecting to be last. So there are some good things in this plan, and there are many concerns. There needs to be a delay in order to allow for the community's concerns to be addressed as requested by GWAC, MLA Shane Simpson, and MP Jenny Kwan. First, the big picture. At the start of the planning process, the planners started their presentation at the sub-area workshops with a statement that the reason the Grandview needed to increase density was to meet projected growth under the regional growth strategy. They told us that 1 million people were coming to the region and 160,000 to Vancouver, and Grandview had to add supply in order to meet this growth. Then we later found out that that was not the case. The RGAS was changed to reflect the 2011 census, which showed the city would increase by 148,000 from 2011 to 2041. The city's consultant report from June 2014 confirmed that the city has sufficient capacity and existing zoned and approved community plans to accommodate over 20 years of supply at the recent pace of residential development. This is without the proposed Grandview plan. The consultants only used part of the existing capacity, focusing only on multifamily, recently zoned, or a portion of the scheduled zones. No secondary suites or infill or RS or RT, plus any further rezoning since 2014, which is 2 years ago. So what this tells us is that there is no rush. Essentially, when existing affordable rentals are being further put at risk, we have time to get this right, and it's very important that we do. Rezoning increases land speculation that drives land inflation. This is the basis for the spiraling costs of housing. For example, the West End Community Plan approved November 2013 allowed increased zoning in some areas up to 60 stories. One of these sites was assembled for assembly of 2 older, more affordable, low-rise rental apartment buildings, reportedly bought by Peter and Bruno Wall for $16.8 million in 2014. Recently sold to foreign investors for $60 million. They were flipped a month later for $68 million, all without paying property transfer tax due to it being a bare trust. So the plan that allowed an increase to zoning to 60 stories drove the land price increases. So this should be a lesson here that supply and demand don't necessarily help affordability. Simple supply and demand economics only work in a closed economy. Where we have unregulated international demand, we can never supply enough to exhaust that demand to bring down prices. For example, in just a month, it is now being reported that there was 1 billion foreign declared purchases in the Lower Mainland. Stats given by Dr. David Lay at UBC, 1 million people in China with enough money to buy a house in Vancouver, 1/2 million planning to leave China, and Vancouver is one of the top 3 choices of investment destinations. We could never exhaust the demand through increased supply to bring prices down. Grandview's population grew early in Vancouver's history, with most of the neighborhood being built out by 1910. From the 1940s, after the war, to the 1970s, many houses were converted into multi-suites, rooming houses, and many rental apartments, co-ops, social housing. This is much more growth than a vast amount of the city. The fact that the neighborhood population has gone down by 6.5% in the last few years is not a good reason to upzone in a way that puts much of the existing affordable housing at risk. For example, the many houses that are being converted to multi-suites often have some of these units as unauthorized. The city actively shuts these suites down. There is nothing in this plan to protect them or make them legal or to protect them from demolition. Although there is a rate of change policy that requires one-to-one replacement, it only applies to properties with 6 units or more, with most of the house conversions having only 3 to 5 units. Rate of change only covers the RM zone apartment zones, not RT or RS zones. It also only replaces one-to-one regardless of size. So a 3-bedroom can be replaced by a new bachelor suite. New are also much more expensive and smaller in size. Pace of change only applies for 3 years until after the next election, and then it is currently written into the plan that then a report back to council may consider upzoning all the apartment RM zones to 6 stories with new zoning schedules. That would put even more development pressure on the remaining rental buildings. Now I have a list of reasons I think there should be a delay, but I see that it's flashing. May I finish that list, or should I call it a day?
At council's pleasure on this, if I don't let you finish it, councilors will ask at least 10 minutes of questions. So I think it's probably more efficient just to break the timer rule and let you keep going.
Thank you. It'll only be one. I'll do it quickly. So we need a delay to allow for the following. To allow more time for review, consideration, and addressing issues that have been raised. To protect existing rentals through incentives to retain and upgrade, such as adding more secondary suites to the RT zones for retention of character and houses only. To remove 6 stories from the RM zones that put existing rentals at risk. I think that's really important. To improve rate of change bylaws and rental protection. To see what kind of funding may be available from the property transfer tax for housing that has recently been announced by the provincial government, which may help the kettle and possibly other programs. To get protections in place from foreign capital flows, and to assess 2016 census data. So there's no need to rush, since there is enough zoned capacity citywide, and we need to get this right for the next 30 years. A few more months is worth it. Thank you.
And you do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Murphy. Thanks for holding out on the timing.
Yeah, well, I was actually expecting to not be I was before my time, but anyways, thank you.
Thanks. That's okay. Thanks for making it here. I'm interested in what you have to say about the Coriolis report, because I have asked questions about that, and I have had responses back that say that that report was flawed because the zoned capacity doesn't have the potential to be built on for whatever reasons, that it's not there, those places aren't attractive for developers to pursue. So can you explain why you think it is? I mean, you are involved in this industry. Why you think that that the sites that were examined, and I think that you said there was only certain zones, certain types of zoning that were analyzed by the Coriolis So why do you think it would work in terms of the zone capacity?
Okay. Well, first of all, staff is right in the sense that all capacity in the city, zone capacity, is not buildable. And but generally, what the consultants did is they looked at it from a perspective of they only looked at multifamily development. They didn't look at the other types like infill and suites and that kind of thing. They only looked at most recently rezoned. So if it's more likely to have been recently rezoned, that means it's more likely to be buildable because someone has requested to have it rezoned, so it's probably likely. And also they only used a percentage of the zone capacity that is most likely to be built. So they didn't take the whole package, they only took what is likely to be used, or a percentage of that. So even with only the percentage and without considering additional options in the RS and RT zones with secondary suites and infill and laneway houses, they didn't include any of that. They still came to the same conclusion that there was enough existing zone capacity.
That's super helpful. I really appreciate that clarification. Thank you. In terms of your reasons for delaying and providing more time for this plan to be considered, you did talk about some specifics. And one of the specifics that I am interested in is ways to protect existing character homes and affordable rental housing by adding secondary suites in the RT zones. Can you explain that a little more?
Well, typically in most of Grandview and the older districts, most of the older houses are actually already, or a lot of them have been over time divided into 3 suites where you have a basement, a main floor, and an upper floor. But in the RT zone, they only allow for either a single family with a secondary suite or a duplex with 2 units. And with what is being proposed under the revised RT zone, which actually I do support the retention options and the way it's being structured for retention in the new proposed plan, that's a good thing. But what it doesn't allow for is to make many of these suites that are not authorized because they don't allow for the 3, to allow them to be legalized by adding another secondary suite. So you could have a main dwelling plus 2 secondary suites, and then that would allow for legalizing these within the secondary suite program, which is much less onerous than doing an MCD, which is a multifamily conversion dwelling. And that is done if you're going to stratify it, which means you take it right down to the studs, everything's to code, it's a lot of work and a lot of expense. Whereas with the secondary suite program, they can exempt certain things, like they exempt sprinklers and they have variations for ceiling heights and whether you keep the stairs in, and like there's a whole bunch of things that are in the secondary suite program, and they're all set up to administer this. So it's not like there has to be a new administrative body or anything. So I think that they could do a lot to expand on the retention of these important assets and to use it as an incentive only for retention. So this could be another incentive on top of the other incentives that they already have for infill and laneway houses, as long as they keep it only for the retention, not for new builds.
You are over time, Councillor Carr, so we will move on to Councillor Ball.
Actually, my question has been answered. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Councillor Ball. That is it for questions and speakers as it happens. So I do think the procedure bylaw does not allow staff to burst into applause at the end of speakers. As chair, let me reframe that. As a chair who even if there was a councillor prepared to start asking questions of staff, I am no longer prepared to chair you past the 12 hours we've been here. So what I am going to suggest is that we recess and then we reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30. At that time, we would what would happen is staff would provide answers for questions that have been emailed to them. I would really, really strongly encourage council to get questions emailed. We did have 2 rounds of questions yesterday, plus 12 hours today when we could have emailed them. If there is an urgent burning matter that you need to ask a question about, we will allow short oral questions, and then we'll move into the debate phase and see where that takes us tomorrow. Oh, sorry, and if you're a speaker listening at home or somewhere where you can't get here in time to speak, you are very welcome to email your comments, tweet your comments to the Van City Clerk. Email is preferable because we can get more detail from that. Yeah, I think that's it. Councillor DiGenova, burning issue.
I was just wondering if we could still email questions tonight to staff, or if you prefer we hold them for tomorrow morning.
No, email, the more and sooner you email, the more comprehensive the answer can be.
I want to clarify. Thanks.
Great. Okay, so I will deem us recessed until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. See you then.